With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken us. Stars will be born out on the week.
Black 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
And he's gone.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance and transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
equity,
diversity
and inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart. In concert.
how is that for them?
I mean, to me, it looks exactly the same. But
Yeah, there's not much more can really.
Yeah, we just have to tell them that's the best we can do. Well, it's just on this group, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
I just have to go with that.
No worries. I'll tell Sam to get in touch with Pete and tell him they know about the banking situation.
I think he's texting with Pete now. He's just talking to the announcer. Stay there 2 seconds. We'll just check the framing on it, and I'll get them to check the frame as well.
I'm just going to try it just a tiny touch more. No worries.
Well, good morning and welcome to Chesley Street for Durham's first home game of the season. Today's visitors are Worcestershire, and they are yet to taste a championship victory at this venue. However, they do go into this game on the back of an impressive 8-wicket win in Derby last week, while Durham lost a tight affair at Hove. Now, we've had quite a bit of rain knocking around this morning, but we have bits of blue sky on show as well. Suddenly, there's a burst of life out there on the field. The players have come out to do their warm-ups and whatnot, and there will be a toss at 10-2, so in just a few minutes' time. And then the play is due to get underway at 11:15. Now, last week, having lost the morning session to the weather on day one, Durham were put in, but then proceeded to score the highest total of the day. Their first innings total of 376 came in just over 2 sessions. And importantly, they had been 142 for none at one point, with Alex Lees making 79 and Michael Jones 87. Graham Clark, playing in his first championship game since September 2021, scored 47. Crucially though, having closed day one on 352 for 7, the last 3 wickets only amassed another 30 runs, and that would come home to impact on Durham on the final day. Now, in response, Sussex made 335, thanks largely to 115 from skipper Cheteshwar Pujara, who doggedly kept them in the game, and the deficit, crucially, only 41. When Durham were eventually dismissed in their second innings for 189, it was game on. Henry Crocombe took 4 for 47 and Finn Hudson-Prentice took 4 for 27. Now, he only joined the game on day 3 as a concussion replacement for George Garton, and Sussex didn't half benefit from that. Now, set 231 to win, they were 172 for 5 at the close of day 3, and Pujara was also out for 35 towards the end of that day. Bryden Carse and debutant spinner Matt Kuhneman kept Durham in it and bowled well, taking 3 wickets on the final morning, but Ollie Carter saw the hosts home with an unbeaten 33 on a tense final day. Now, it was one of the most exciting games I've commented on in a good decade or so, and dramatic to say the least, but Durham came out of it on the wrong side of the defeat, and they've not won their opening game since victory at Somerset in 2015. I wasn't actually there because my daughter Astrid was born that week, and she will be 8 tomorrow. It was also Sussex's first win on the opening day since 2015 as well. Now, while that was all going on, Worcestershire beat Derbyshire away on the same day. Jake Libby and Azhar Ali combined for the second year running at the venue. After sharing a century stand to save the match last season, their 139-run stand this time around set up an 8-wicket victory. Azhar made 62 and Libby scored 104 to add to his century the previous year. The pairs reached their target of 192 with nearly 26 overs left to give new coach Alan Richardson a winning start to his tenure. Now, Josh Tong, who started in that game with the ball for the visitors, is not allowed to play in this one today. He's been asked to sit this one out at the instruction of the England Lions. One of their coaches, Neil Colleen, former coach here, is upstairs at the moment watching proceedings here. Similarly, England have told Durham's Bryden Carse to sit this one out as well. Now, Scott Borthwick missed the game down at Hove last week due to a finger injury. He was there though, he watched it all, and he returns to lead the side this week, and I've been having a chat with him. Well, Scott, you didn't play at Sussex. Just explain what the situation was there.
Yeah, I got a whack on the finger against Durham University. That drop catch at second slip off Coggers. Sort of split the finger and a couple of cracks in the tip of the finger. The cracks we weren't particularly worried about. Some of them showed was older cracks, which have been there a while, but it was actually the cut that was the problem. It just wouldn't heal. I had a little bat last week before the game, but it would have been stupid of me to play really, because, like I say, the cut was just wouldn't heal. But given it an extra week to give it a chance to heal, and it feels really good now. So I've had a good couple of days netting with it, and it feels pretty good. So yeah, I'm back in the starting 11, which is exciting.
So looking forward to calling the shots on the field this week against Worcestershire then?
Yeah, absolutely. I probably won't be in the slips. I'll probably just give it another week. So I'll be standing next to the bowlers. So yeah, look, really excited. It's the start of my season, which I'm really excited about. And like I say, I've had a couple of good days in the nets, and then I'm ready to go.
Interestingly, the game against Sussex could have gone either way, and I was saying to the lads afterwards, it was one of the most exciting games I think I've commentated on since Lancashire away in about 2014. It went right down to the wire. You couldn't tell which way it was going to turn. If the season continues in that vein on the excitement levels, then people are going to be in for some thrills.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And look, it was frustrating to lose last week. I mean, I was down there watching from the sidelines, and it felt like we played all the cricket. I mean, I remember thinking at the start of day 3 that we were the better side and we played all the cricket. However, the game was still in the balance. I think it was only a 40-run lead. So look, at the first innings we probably should have went on and got 400. And we had sort of positions in the game to do that. But yeah, it was exciting, and we just missed out on that day 4, which we said at the end of the game, if we play cricket this way throughout the season, we will win more games than we lose, and we've got to be proud of the efforts, and we've got to tinker with a few things and put a few things right. But look, when you lose games like that, it's always tough, but I think the lads were taking the positives from last week as well.
Going into this one, I think as you were walking out of Sussex on Sunday at lunchtime, it looked like Worcestershire's game at Derby was going to end in a draw, but they actually won. And this is a Worcestershire side who no longer have the likes of Ed Barnard and Moeen Ali, so they're a different being this year.
Yeah, I think with Ed Barnard leaving them, it changes the balance of the side a lot. I think they've obviously playing their 4 fast bowlers and Oliver being their part-time spinner, so the balance changes a lot. And look, they'll be confident from the win last week, but look, we're not too disheartened from our defeat, because we knew that we've played some really good cricket, and we're not too disheartened by it. We know that if we keep playing with this way, we'll hopefully put things right this week.
You're coming back in then, so obviously somebody steps down, so I presume you'll be back at number 3.
Yeah, I'm back at number 3, yeah. We haven't finalised the 11 yet, so we'll tell you the lads as and when later on today.
Any other injuries from last week, or is everybody okay?
Bryden Carse is missing out because the ECB are wrapping him up, so he's missing the game because he's been rested. He's had a busy winter with England Lions and different franchises and stuff, and obviously partly contract with the ECB. They look after him as much as we do, so he bowled excellent last week. He got through over 40 odd overs in the game, which is a big step up to what he's had. So yeah, we're taking cautions on him, and he's resting this week.
So that was Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper there. I've just been watching him a couple of moments ago with the toss, and the point went that high it came down with snow on it. Now, I don't know who won the toss. I'm waiting for confirmation of that. But Worcestershire are going to bowl. So in damp conditions like we've got, you'd imagine it went their way. Currently, the Durham players are in a big huddle and having a conversation and listening to the words of the coach, Ryan Campbell. I'm Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle, and with me for this game, David Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester, who's got his Worcester Rapids hoodie on today. Free. Well, I never imagined for 1 minute you would have paid for it, unless of course it was a present. That would be my other offering on that situation there. Now then,
pleasure to be here.
Good win for Worcester last week, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For a while that looked like it was going to be a draw. For quite a while it looked like it was going to be a draw.
I wasn't there because family commitments in that London. But I'm told they just plugged away. Just kept bowling good line, good length, and the wickets fell. And they chased down. Well, it's 190 odd, which is a 4th innings chase is always a bit iffy, isn't it? But they got a good start, and they've got a couple of century makers already this season, which always helps.
Mm-hmm.
I am surprised that we're starting at 11:15 because about 45 minutes ago, it
was grim.
It was absolutely bleak, wasn't it?
Well, I've just been out into the car park near Gate 2 here because there was a reason for that. They've developed a remembrance garden here, which I must have driven past many times and never noticed, but it's been officially opened today. So,
okay.
Reverend Ron Smith, who is a Durham member and travels up to watch them from York, he has taken the service this morning, so I've just been out there interviewing him, so you can see the interview on my Twitter feed at Marty Cricket. So anyway, I think it's been developed over the last couple of years, and now they've physically consecrated it. Would you say? What would you say?
It's not.
There's nobody buried there, is there? So
opened.
Opened. Yes,
that'll do.
That's the word.
Yes.
It's a very good word. That opened. Yes. And yeah, I mean, you know, it's a sad part of life, isn't it? That every winter, a number of members leave this mortal coil.
Yeah.
Roy being one of the unfortunate people to have passed on during the winter, who was a regular here and used to travel all over the country watching Durham, and you know, every year in the yearbook there's the obituary as well. Mel Snowden, who was a teacher in the northeast, a friend of the family, he passed away a few days ago as well. He liked his sport, so it's a nice little place to go, and I think in the summer it will be quite the sun trap on an afternoon as well, just to go and sort of a bit of quiet reflectivity.
Yeah, there's be a couple missing from New Road next week, first game of the season. Doreen Jackson, lovely lady, always there, 9 o'clock in the morning, sat in the same seat, well, always sat behind the bowler's arm at the New Road end. Everybody knew Doreen, bit of a legend. And a guy called John Weston, who used to run the second-hand bookstall down there as well, he's passed on as well. So, yeah, as you say, every spring, every start of the season, we look around, there's one or two faces missing, but Worcestershire, we can confirm, won the toss.
Yes.
With no great surprise. I'm still amazed that we're going to play.
Well, it's drizzling again at the minute, but we've basically the forecast today and tomorrow is lots of passing showers. But a couple of days ago, I think I was looking at the forecast, and basically Mark Spitz was probably your favourite here a few days ago. So it has improved dramatically.
You're going back a bit with Mark Spitz
I can't think of any modern swimmers, can you?
No, Johnny Weissmuller.
Yeah. Yes. So, right. So Worcestershire have won the toss. I'll tell you the teams. Durham, Alex Lees. And now then, they've got him as the skipper on here, but he's not. Well, I don't think he is, because Scott Borthwick, who's just told us that interview, was coming back to skipper the side today. So that must be a follow-on from last week when he was the stand-in skipper because of Borthwick's finger injury. So it's Alex Lees, Michael Jones, Scott Borthwick, David Beddingham, Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper batsman, who had an excellent game last week, batted really nicely, got a half century, but his glove work was absolutely top-notch, including a stunning catch on the final morning as well. Graham Clark is playing. He got 47 in the first innings last week. That was his first county championship match since the penultimate game of the 2021 season at Northants, a match where, having had a slow start that year, Durham got themselves right in the promotion mix, and then unfortunately came up short in that game. It was an eerie week with the floodlights on most of the time, because it was really misty and quite a spooky sort of feel to that game. So that was Graham Clark's last appearance in the county championship until he played last week. You've got Jonathan Bushnell. Paul Coughlin is coming in to replace Bryden Carse, who has to miss out because of England instructions. Then it's Matty Potts and Matt Kuhneman, the Australian spinner who took a few wickets last week. He had a really good time with the ball. Well, Worcestershire, Ed Pollock, Jake Libby, Azhar Ali. And then moving further down the list, we've got Jack Haynes, Brett D'Oliveira, the skipper, Gareth Roderick, the wicket-keeper. And then we've got Matthew Waite, got Joe Leach. And then we've got Finch on the list as well, just below him, Adam Finch. And Dylan Pennington is back. He missed the game against Derbyshire last week. He had a bit of a niggle with his hamstring, so they decided to leave him out. But he returns today, and Ben Gibbon makes up the numbers for Worcestershire. They're starting 11 today. And the man to miss out for Worcestershire is Josh Tongue, who's been told to rest this one on the instructions of the ECB, and particularly England Lions. Hassan Adnan and Rob White are your umpires. Wayne Noon, the match referee. So the warm-ups continue here, and they are planning to start at 11:15. So Worcestershire have won the toss, and they have put Durham in. And now, after that passing shower, we've now got blue skies just to the west of us. The breeze is difficult to tell because the flag a little bit limp. Looks like the breeze is blowing in from the southwest, maybe. Had some real stormy weather a couple of nights ago, and Tuesday night it was horrendous down on the seafront on the Roca Riviera. It was like being in a wind tunnel and being blasted by fire engine hoses. It's how wet and windy it was, and then it passed through. So hopefully cricket will break out soon today. Commentary coming from BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Now we should have a few people popping in to see us this game. Ash Thorpe, the former Durham player who's now a coach here at Parkview Academy, is going to join us, and may well see Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket, popping in at some point as well. And maybe even Liam Travaskis, Durham spinner. We shall see. Now Brandon Glover, the Dutchman, was added to the Durham squad, but isn't playing in this one. Dylan Pennington returning after missing last week's match with that hamstring niggle. As I said, Josh Baker, he who was the bowler when Ben Stokes decided to go to town last May and hit him for 34 runs in the 1 over, 5 sixes and a 4. He's back after missing the latter part of last season with a fracture to the back, but is not included in the starting lineup today. Now, interestingly, these sides have met 34 times in the Championship, 13 wins for Durham and 8 for Worcestershire. There have been 13 draws as well, including both games last season, so down there and here. Durham completed the double in 2021, and they've won 8 at home, Durham, and 5 away. Worcestershire have not won a game on this ground in the County Championship. Their 2 victories in the North East were quite a few years ago, and were at outgrounds, so Stockton in 1993 and Darlington in 1995, so that's their victories. So they haven't won a game on this ground. Right, I'm about to do an update for BBC Radio Newcastle, and then once we've got that all out the road, we'll get into the matter of commentary. And Ash has indeed turned up behind me in his Parkview tracksuit, so I gather he's ordered his lunch as well. What did you went for? You went down the Sausage Avenue. I've gone down the Sausage Avenue as well. Right, update for Radio Newcastle. Well, we've had a bit of weather. The weather's now passed through for the time being. More weather is due later on, but we are going to start at 11:15. Durham have been put in. Worcestershire have won the toss. You'd expect them to ask Durham to bat in damp conditions like this. Scott Borthwick returns to skipper Durham. He missed the game at Sussex last week with a finger injury. And Paul Coghlan is brought into the starting 11 as well, because Bryden Carse has been asked to miss this one by England. Josh Tongue misses as well on the same basis for Worcestershire, so Dylan Pennington returns for them. So we get underway at 11:15, and there's commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. Right, there you go. That's the update for Radio Newcastle out the road. So just a reminder then, the teams, Worcestershire winning the toss. So it's Lees, Jones, Borthwick, Beddingham, Robinson, Clark, Bushnell, Coghlan, Rain, Potts and Kuhneman for Durham. And it's Pollock, Libby, Azhar Ali, Haynes, D'Oliveira, Roderick, Waite, Leach, Finch, Pennington and Gibbon for the visitors. So play will be getting underway in 10 minutes time, and we'll be back with you in a moment or two. Or in fact, I'm going to go and try and see if the scorecards have arrived yet, lads, because they weren't there before, were they? So feel free to come on air and waddle on about nothing for a few minutes if you wish. Otherwise, we'll be back with you for the start in a few minutes. Right, people in white are starting to appear from the pavilion, which is a good sign. We've actually got a big patch of blue sky right above us at the moment, so it doesn't look too bad a day right now, but hopefully get a decent spell of cricket in. I think some heavy showers are forecast later this afternoon, but there might be the odd passing shower as well. One of the umpires has come out to talk to the ground staff who are whizzing around the outfield with a diffusion rope between the two tractors. I thought he was going to get run over there. He's just asking them to go mop a far corner of the ground up. So the Worcestershire players about to head out onto the field, having put Durham in, and they are whites. They're like the Derbyshire whites rather than a creamy white. They're proper whites.
They're like the half the person in the Daz advert.
Yeah. Or the Radion, if that still exists.
Oh, doesn't it? No, even the Daz still exists.
I don't know. Well,
what do you call that rope that went round?
Well, they use it to diffuse the diffuser.
Diffuser alarm.
Yeah,
I've
so
never heard that before,
they
mate.
take the surface water off and it breaks it down, so it's easier to dry up.
That's a new one on me. The diffuser rope.
Yeah,
I have to remember that.
So
yeah, so the blue sky away to Airleft, from whence the weather is coming, and it all looks set. So we're told it's going to. I think we'll be on and off all day, but at least we're going to get a start to the game. Weather forecast for Saturday and Sunday looks great.
All right,
but as we always say, it's only a forecast.
Yeah. My worry is always when you see the forecast and it says there isn't any rain due, but it's that misty, drizzly stuff that doesn't often show up on the radar. And I've been here and never seen a ball bowled on days when the radar suggested it looks nice and clear and perfect for cricket. And then other days, people haven't turned up thinking they wouldn't see a ball bowled, and you get a full day in. So
yeah,
but it's 2 years ago when the season started. And we were just coming out of lockdown, so we were allowed in the stadiums, but we were in all these controlled zones, weren't we? And commentating with the windows open and all the rest of it. And we had clear skies for about the first month of the season, but it was bitterly cold. Remember the first round of games on the Sunday afternoon in Nottingham, watching the snow coming down.
Yeah.
Players bowling in the snow.
Well, first day of the season here, many moons ago, it snowed. And David Boone, was playing for Durham. He'd never seen snow before, or he said he'd never seen snow before.
Yeah. Who were you weren't at that game, were you? Who were playing then? I can't remember who it was then.
No. And somebody said, "Oh, I bet you're glad you didn't go to Durham." I said, "What a great story! That's the story, isn't it? It's snowing. They were not playing cricket." But June 72.
It's the Derbyshire story.
Yeah.
Were they playing at Buxton though?
Buxton,
yeah,
it was, yeah.
It snowed there, but that is common in Buxton in June, is it not? Up in the mountains.
It's not unknown.
Yes.
The bell is rung.
Yes.
2 players not playing because they've been rested by the ECB. Did you? I think you mentioned that, didn't you?
Josh Tongue for Worcestershire and Bryden Carse for Durham, who bowled very well last week, actually.
Yeah, I think it gets Worcestershire out of a bit of a selection problem, because Dylan Pennington was fit, so they would have to have left out one of the other medium pacers. They're striding towards the middle.
I mean, they won last week, but how much of a worry was it losing the 2 players to Warwickshire who they lost in the summer, in the winter?
Well, all due respect to Mo and Ali, he didn't play anyway.
Doesn't play that much, yeah.
No, he hadn't played a championship. He didn't play a championship match, I think, in the last 2 years. I'm talking off the top of my head now. Barney would be a big miss, said Barnard.
He played well last season, didn't he?
Yeah, good player.
Had 2 good games against Durham last year. Got a century here.
Yeah, good player and a nice bloke. So here we go. Live cricket. Not that there's any other sort of cricket, just thinking about that. And it's going to be Joe Leach to open up from the Finkel end. Brett D'Oliveira is going to be at mid-on, and we're just over his right shoulder, so we're at a slight angle. In fact, I'm going to move a little bit this way to get a better look. So Leach to open from the Finkel end, and what have we got? Only 2 slips. 3 slips maybe. We got 1, 2 and 4 in the slips. Or no, I'm going to call him a gully.
Yeah.
Hang on, sorry, I got this wrong. We got 3 slips and a gully. Cover point, mid-off.
Oh yeah, the keeper's standing right up at the middle.
He is, yeah. That's why I thought one of the slips was the keeper.
Oh, and somebody's dropped their.
He's dropped his
towel.
towel.
Well.
Yeah.
Who's that? Dylan Pennington's dropped his
Pennington.
towel. He's just realised, where's my towel? Now he's picking it up.
Right. So Leach it is.
And Alex Lees and Michael Jones opening the batting.
Right arm around, and this first ball is turned on the onside as a scrambling stop. Who's that? Matthew Waite, I think it was. Anyway, it got down to his left. So We are underway, and I'll repeat what I said earlier. At 10:30, I thought, well, it might be an early lunch jobby. But well done to the ground staff. It does drain well with this ground, doesn't it? Because it's on an actual slope as well. Here's Leach, right arm over to the left-handed Lees. Lees goes back and across, covers up, pushes it out to Pennington, who is at mid-on.
Oh. Already no play in Bristol today.
Really?
Worcestershire, Yorkshire due to a wet field.
It doesn't drain well, does it, Bristol?
Not when it's been raining for 4 months. We're underway 15 minutes late. Delay, Leicestershire, Derbyshire. Further inspection later.
Yeah. Here's the next ball from Leach, and this time tucked away once again on the onside. It's a diving stop. Saddam Hose out there who goes full length away to his right to cut that one off. You don't have too many sprawling stops on a day like today, because you're going to have to wash your whites if you do. And these whites
well, at least you can slide better.
The whites are very white.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Yeah. Yeah, a good slide around the boundary today. Leach again to Lees, and Lees this time does get the ball away square through the square. In fact, he's timed that perfectly. Timed it better than I thought he had. Whips it away through square leg. Leach just losing his line a little bit there, and Lees very quickly onto it. Whips it away through square leg for the first runs of the game. 4 without loss. Durham, just a reminder, if you just joined us, Worcestershire won the toss and decided to field. You're a stats man, Marty.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing some stats. I don't think Worcestershire have ever won a county championship match on this ground.
They haven't.
I'm glad I got that right. Yeah. Next ball, pushed away, and Pennington has to go scrambling on his knees. To mid-off. Yes.
Their away wins have been?
1995 at Feetham's.
Yeah. Harlow, yeah. And 1993 in Stockton.
Yeah. So, it's, what am I saying, 20 years? No.
Well, yeah.
What year are we in?
It's nearly 30, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's the next ball, which is pushed away towards mid-on. He's going to pick up a single here. Again, didn't look as if he got too much power on that, but he's obviously in a bit of form. Got a good bat. And Durham at the end of the first over, a 5 without loss.
Match referee for this one's Wayne Noon, who used to play Northampton Notts, and also I think might have had a bit of minor counties experience with Lincolnshire as well. Born in Grimsby. You ever been to Grimsby?
I have. I have some very good friends who live in Grimsby.
Do you?
Yeah.
Sat in the Finders stand at Grimsby once. The match was that boring, but good view of the River Humber with the ships coming up.
I always remember Grimsby Town against Hereford United, and it was the day of the Hillsborough.
Oh.
And then the news was filtering.
1989.
Yeah. That was not a good day.
So Rob White is one of the umpires who played at Northants as well. Was he briefly with Notts for a period?
I think he's one of those who's been around a bit.
Yeah. New over then as Pennington comes in and bowls. It's gone way down the leg side. Roderick can't get across to it, and that's gone for 4 byes. Rob White went to Durham Uni. I think he's I was wondering if he was one of those players who retired a little bit earlier than you'd expect. 112 first-class matches, maybe not. Remember him being a former Durham Uni lad. Of course, I didn't go to university.
Well, I went, but they were short.
Were they?
Yeah. It was a bank holiday.
Yeah. Was that the University of Stourbridge?
University of Life.
Yes. And Hassan Adnan is the other umpire as Pennington comes in and bowls. It's gone down the leg side as well. A little bit of a waft from Alex Lees. Game last year in New Road was on an absolute road, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Century after century in that game. Scott Orput nearly got one. Ben Stokes came and smashed it all over the park and got the fastest century for Durham. In the second innings, Sean Dixon just missed out on the fastest century for Durham, having got one in the first and had Also got a century in the previous innings at Sussex. As Pennington comes in and bowls. It's gone down the leg side as well. Taken by the keeper.
He's not getting that right, is he? Just stop back at where his feet are landing.
Dixon became the first Durham player to get a century in 3 consecutive innings. And then here was Rachin Ravindra, his only game for Durham, the New Zealand opener, got 217. The first Durham player to get a double hundred at home on debut.
That was a run feast, isn't it?
Yeah, there was centuries for Ben Rain and Paul Coughlin in that one, and Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard. Pennington again comes in and bowls. Ooh, chopped down into the ground there by Alex Lees. Played at that one-handed.
There's a few have tripped in to watch this morning. Many.
Members
myself.
He looks busy.
Yeah, many like myself at 10:30 might have thought we're not going to get much play here. But full marks to the ground staff and the ground. Modern cricket grounds generally drain pretty well. Though apparently not at Bristol today.
Pennington was the leading wicket taker for Worcestershire last year with 44 dismissals. He comes in and bowls, played by Lees to mid-on. A Leach, no run there. This is his 38th first-class match. Came from Worcestershire's Satellite Academy in Shropshire.
That's a regular path for Worcestershire players. He's just walking back talking to Joe Leach, another.
Where is that? In Shrewsbury or somewhere, is it?
Yeah, Shrewsbury School.
Yeah. Which is where the bowler comes in again. Played off towards mid-off, no run there. James Taylor went to Shrewsbury School, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Yeah, very good friend of Joe Leach's.
Well, I remember going out to Abu Dhabi in 2010 when Durham played in the first Champion County match out there with a pink ball. And as part of my task, I had to interview all the players who were there playing for MCC. So I gradually went round them over a period of days and interviewed James Taylor, sent the email back to the UK, and then I got a thanks from the sports editor at Radio Shropshire, James Bond.
Oh, James.
Yes.
Good lad.
Thanks for the James Taylor interview. And I thought, oh, why do you need it? And they were claiming him because of his Shrewsbury School. So there's always a local angle somewhere.
Four slips here. Leach into the right-handed Jones facing his first ball of the day, and that's a nice shot. Really well timed into the drive. It may just blow up, and it is. I think that's who's that? That's Matthew Waite, who's got a nice long run down there to stretch his hamstrings, and he's off the mark with 3. Really crisp shot. Outfield probably a bit quicker. It's going to slow up as it gets towards the rope. That would probably on another day would have been 4, but certainly the one that Leeds played through square leg went off the bat like the proverbial rocket. Wicket keeper Gareth Roderick standing up, got a really good stumping down the leg side last week at Derby. Here's Leach in and bowls and just cramps up Leeds just a little bit when it came back into him, but played it in the end safely away on the offside.
Afan Adnan, the other umpire that I was about to tell you about a little bit earlier on, played for Derbyshire, and I love the names of some of the teams they used to have in Pakistan. Water and Power Development Authority.
Good side.
Pakistan Customs.
Here's Leach again. This time plays inside the line. Give him that to benefit the doubt, and taken by Roderick. Standing up. Who was it? It was someone who played something like 46 different teams because of all the
name changes.
Yeah, and all the different teams that you could play for in Pakistan. Imran Tahir, probably.
Imran Tahir played here among many.
Next ball, oh, that's an expansive drive from Leeds. Doesn't get anything on it at all.
I think when
taken by Roderick.
I think when Imran Tahir arrived here to play in the T20, he broke Marcus North's record for the amount of teams
he played for.
Yeah, because I think Marcus played for 6 He'll be on air with us in a few minutes, Marcus, just chatting about developments at Durham in the near future and what's happening at the club.
I'll be interested to see what he says about cricket in general. Here's Leach in again, and an inside edge, goes for a cut shot, and the ball trickles down to fine leg, picks up a somewhat fortuitous single, and Durham go to 13 without loss. Lees moves on to 6, Jones has 3. In that, and I've asked several coach type people this, is the way the England cricket team playing is that going to filter down into county cricket? And I looked last week, there was some positive cricket going on.
Well, Durham last week in 2 sessions scored more runs than anybody else.
Yeah. Leach, last ball of the over. It is indeed, and this is turned away, down through backward of square on the leg side. He'll pick up just a single as Finch comes in from way down there to do the fielding. That's the end of Joe Leach's over. Durham of 14 without loss. You're listening to live cricket coming to you from Chesterley Street this morning. I'm Dave Bradley. My very good friend Mr. Martin Emerson alongside me, and I'm going to leave him to his own devices as I go and tell the good people of Herefordshire and Worcestershire, there are 4 of them, 4 good people, what's going on here.
One of them being released then.
Yeah. Well, we meet in a phone box every Pancake Thursday.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll bring Marcus in now then. In that case, as Dave goes to do an update. 14 without loss here. Jones on strike on 4. Pennington at the far end to start his second over. The sun is actually shining, and which is emphasised by the whiteness of these Worcestershire outfits. Durham have a sort of murky cream colour in comparison. As Pennington comes in, 4 slips in place, and this is turned by Jones down towards fine leg for a single. Morning, Marcus.
Morning, Marty. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. We're just discussing Imran Tahir there and how many teams he's eventually played for, because he broke your record, didn't he?
I know one. He played more than me, which is good.
Yeah. There's that many different franchises now as well, isn't there? That's the other thing.
Yeah.
You can travel around the world playing all year, effectively. Sort of what Reece Topley and 1 or 2 others try to do when Reece is not injured.
I know that was a terrible injury the other day.
Pennington in, bowls, defended by Lees. Ball just ball trickles back past the bowler's end, and one of the fielders there's just tripped over himself.
Might be a little bit wet there, Marty, from the overnight rain and others.
He's gone to stamp on a piece of turf that he tripped over there. That's right on the edge of the square where the water would run off the covers. I was here yesterday, just setting up the kit and testing the lines. It was chilly yesterday, but do have a little bit of sunshine today at the moment. Pennington in again, he bowls, that's gone down the leg side, and that's away for 4 more. And their buys as well. That's the second set of buys for 4 from Pennington. They've obviously got some plan for Alex Lees, and I'm struggling to think of the amount of times I've seen him caught down the leg side, to be honest with you.
I think it's just a case of Pennington just not getting his line quite right. He's bowling some decent in-swing. Looking at some of the replays, it looks some good balls for right-handers, but obviously a bit straight for Alex being a left-hander. But I think for Durham it's a tricky hour or 2 here.
Yeah.
Hopefully the sun does stay out, but it might just nibble around a little bit.
That's what happened on the 3rd day at Sussex last week. This cloud cover came in and sat right over the ground. Pennington in again, defended by Lees. It pops out to Finch at mid-off.
Yeah,
Did you go down to Hove or not?
No, I wasn't down to Hove, but I watched virtually every ball online. And you're right about that 3rd morning. When we went out to bat, it for the context of the game, it nipped and swung more than it had for the previous few days, and even the last day. But
I mean, it's unfortunate to see a player have to leave a game with a head injury, as in Gareth Roderick was. I think he got clipped on the head by Matty Potts and had to miss the last 2 days through concussion protocol. As Pennington comes in here, that's played to Leach at mid-on, no run. But as Ryan Campbell said, at the end of day 3, they were a little bit lucky in that a lad came off the rank in Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was as fresh as a daisy and bowled as well as he did on day 3.
He gets Pfeiffer.
When he got a 4 for, didn't he? But,
thanks for coming.
Yeah. So that just turned the game, didn't it? Because Durham had been on top throughout most of it, and then that day under the cloud cover, as this is driven by Lees to Finch once again, end of the over. But I mean, that's is that what we're expected to see now? More attacking cricket like that throughout the season?
Yeah, I think it reflects exactly what Ryan has said since his arrival, that he wanted Durham to play a more forward-moving game. Obviously, being a slightly more attacking, playing with some real authority, certainly with the bat. And I think we definitely saw that throughout the three and a half days down at Sussex.
Yeah.
I think it's just getting the balance right of maintaining that really positive mentality and that kind of counter-attacking mentality, but also being able to absorb some pressure times that, throughout a course of a day when it presents, if it is nipping around a little bit, just trying to navigate those pressure times.
Here's Leach from the Finkel end, defended by Jones. No run there. We had a tweet off somebody who was listening to us in India, I think, who said, "Congratulations to the curator." Now, I always think of a curator as somebody at a museum, but he said the curators prepared a really good pitch that had a bit in it for everybody. There was something there for the batsmen, but there was also something there for the bowlers if they found the right lines. What it did produce was a cracking game of cricket, and I said on air last week, I go back to August 2014 at Old Trafford, a real humdinger of a game between Lancashire and Durham, as Leach bowls here. That's off the pads, but it was going down the leg side. And on that occasion, Durham, both innings, lost their first 5 batsmen really quickly. I remember it was a game where Ben Stokes had been released by England. Could you imagine that happening these days? And he was coming up the motorway, and they were wondering would he actually get to the ground in time. And then, anyway, they put on runs in the the latter part of the order or whatever. And I think the final day, Lancashire were chasing something like 119 to win, and they were 9 down for about 89. Leach bowls. This is defended by Jones, and the last pair got them across the line with like a 25-run stand or something like that. And it was absolutely on a knife edge, that game. It was touch and go. Every time it looked like Lancashire were just starting to get going, they would lose a wicket. Durham came back into it, and it was a thriller. And the ramifications at the time were that Lancashire came out of the bottom 2, and there was only about 3 or 4 games of the season left to go. Durham looked like they might be going to get relegated, and as it was, Durham then turned the season around, won games, stayed up. Lancashire went down. Leach comes in and bowls again, and that's wide of the slip cordon, and that's away to the Health Club boundary. Has it made it? It's stopped. Ooh, now then, there's a clattering of sponge at that far corner of the ground, and they run 3. The score goes up to 22 for none. So Lees comes back on a strike. Jones now moves on to 8. Lees on 6. Yeah, Durham also. I remember that was the first time we'd gone on holiday to the lakes, where we go 2 or 3 times a year to this place now. And I took all my kit, went from Lancashire up to the lake, quite depressed at the situation Durham found themselves in, prepared for the this is defended, the quarter-final, I think it was, of the One-Day Cup at Headingley. Durham just squeezed in when other results went their way, and of course Durham won that and then won the final that year as well and stayed up, so it actually turned into be a very good season. But in the August of that year, after that match, it looked like things weren't that good, but then suddenly it all turned out well. So I hadn't really commentated on a championship match like that since then, I would have said, until last week. Leach comes round the wicket and bowls, defended, runs up to mid-off. So have we got the members' forums on tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, there is a members' forum on tonight. Yeah.
So who's on?
Oh, I know Tim will be speaking, our
right.
CEO,
Tim Bostock, right?
And then we've obviously got a few players. I think Matt Kuhneman, our overseas player, is going to be speaking, along with Bas Deledy.
Right.
And Brandon Glover. So some of the newcomers that have come into the squad will be sitting on the stage and getting interrogated by you, Marty, no doubt.
That's quite a busy lineup, that one, then, isn't it? So, excellent.
It's been good. I think the last 2 members' forums we've had some good turnout. And
well, Ash did one of them, didn't he? Because I was off that week. So it's just nice to be able to get people back in the room again, isn't it? It is. For all the ones we did on Zoom and whatnot.
We had a nice opening this morning of the Memorial Garden back, which was good.
I did a little video with Reverend Ron, who I've known for many years, and we went round and did a little video around there at about 10:15. So the Remembrance Garden near the main entrance as you come in is gate 2, is it?
Yeah, it looks really nice now, and it's something that's been in the pipeline for a couple of years. I think COVID put a halt to it, but there's been quite a few people putting a lot of work into that, so it's nice to see it come to fruition.
Pennington bowling to Jones. It's played to point to Donovan. You're no run there. Yeah, we're just saying, you know, when you mentioned Muriel's husband who'd passed away, and you know, there's Roy who died over the winter as well, and one or two others. So a nice place to go and just remember people. And there's a little sort of memorial garden at New Road as well, across towards the riverside. Some little plaques in the soil there as well.
Yeah, I think most grounds have them now.
Pennington in again. Played nicely by Jones off the back foot. That's out through the covers now then. The outfield's slow and it's a bit wet, so I don't think it's going to make it to the rope. It won't. They'll run 3. There's acres of room on that side of the ground. They're playing on pitch 5, which is way up towards the pavilion. I would imagine probably the first 3 wickets there are just nets, are they?
Yeah, well, that used pitch, as you can see, which obviously the listeners won't be able to see unless they're on the streaming, was the pitch we used for the Durham University game.
Yeah.
And we've used that a few times for the nets, but I think our next pitch is a couple of pitches over. What, 7? Pitch 7?
Yeah.
It's looking a bit green at the moment.
Yeah, they were working on that yesterday. Pennington to Lees gets a bit of a leading edge there. He's looked to drive that back past the bowler, but it's come all the way down towards deep backward square leg, and he's going to get 2 runs. What's the situation with the nursery ground at the minute, Marcus? Because I was having a butcher's round there last summer. When do they envisage they'll actually be able to play games there, and who will be playing there?
Yeah, we'll be looking to get... Oh, the weather's been dreadful. So Mark, one of our groundsmen, has done a fantastic job over the last 12 months and turning around that nursery ground, and the nets have got to an excellent standard. We're looking to play some junior girls and boys games this year on the pitch.
Pennington in. This is played to mid-wicket by Lees, no run.
The biggest challenge, Marty, is that it's still, if people know the area we're talking about, it's still very much an open thoroughfare.
Yeah.
So it's not hasn't got any security fencing or perimeter fencing around it. So it's open to, you know, local kids having fun, organising football games, etc. So sometimes it gets a little bit of damage on the outfield or on the square, but you know, until we get that surrounding fencing up, you know, we kind of have to deal with that.
Pennington to Lees from the Lumley end. That's a dot ball played up to Finch at mid-off. The security is an issue at the minute, isn't it? And there's been 1 or 2 forays in here in the last year or so. People who weren't invited.
But it's a great facility, Marty, and like I said, Mark, who's been a long-standing grounds person with us, you know, he was allocated that kind of space, and he's taken it to another level, and it's fantastic. So we're continuing to look to invest into that facility and be a great.
Pennington bowls played up to Leach at mid-on this time by Lees. End of the over, so Durham 27 for none here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Martin Emerson with you, Dave Bradley, Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket, with us for a few minutes on this first morning.
Yeah, we've got such a great, strong club network that's obviously produced a lot of Durham players over the years, and England players, but also we're seeing that depth and talent come through in the girls game now, which is fantastic. There's a lot of clubs that have, you know, committed a lot of coaching resource and created some great programs for the young girls. I think born out of the All Stars a few years ago, and we're seeing that talent now coming into our Durham pathways. And the nursery ground is going to be, you know, a breeding ground and a facility that we need to get to a level to be able to produce these players. Not just for Durham, but for the Northern Diamonds and for the England team.
Yeah. Leach bowls defended by Jones. I think Keith Allen's daughter's involved in that setup now, isn't she, from Alnwick and Lesbury Cricket Club? But my daughters were invited to the Pathway coaching a couple of years ago, and I was surprised they got the invite because I didn't think they were anywhere near that level, and they were turning up with their batting gloves in a carrier bag, and it's coming from other clubs as Leach bowls, and Jones plays it back past the stumps at the bowler's end, straight as a die, that one. He's going to get 1 run there. I thought there might be 2, but just the 1. Yeah, so there were some children coming from the likes of Gateshead Fell and Shotley Bridge who had all the kit. And at the end of it, the girls were told they weren't going to be taken further at that period in time, and I think it was quite a relief from them, actually, because they've played a little bit of cricket at Whitburn, but it's in its infancy, really.
Are they still keen on the game?
Yeah. So they were invited back to the pathway last year, and I just said I think we should leave it for the time being. Well, maybe in a year or two. Leach comes in and bowls, squirts away off the edge of the bat, and that's gone down towards third man. Third man is vacant. The pub is open for first time today. Orders at the bar. 2 runs for Durham. So yeah, and the little one's done the All-Stars, and she's keen to get that going again. I'll tell you something about that All-Stars, right? A great idea. What a money earner for the clubs that is, when hundreds of parents are turning up on a Friday night in the summer.
They're a bit thirsty.
And they're a bit thirsty. And basically the cricket club becomes a giant beer garden. But there's loads of kids were doing it last year at Whitburn. Leach around the wicket, he bowls. And this has gone off towards the cover area this time to D'Oliveira, no run there.
I think a lot of clubs have benefited from the COVID pandemic, where if you remember getting back into both guys sitting outside, so a lot of clubs now are kind of built for that outdoor space, which is great. And like you said, on a Friday night at certainly Gateshead Fell Cricket Club, you know, you've got 100 parents there, all having a bit of a sundown, and when the weather's good, it's good for the revenues of the local clubs, which is really needed.
Yeah. 30 for non-Durham. Leach bowling to Lees. That is defender Lees on 10, Jones on 12. I mean, the kids' presentation evening as well, you could hardly get in the door. So
Whitburn do it well. I know that, you know, through doing a bit of stuff in the local cricket with Gateshead Fell with my kids in the under-11s, I know Paul Shields, involved at Whitburn, has done a fantastic job with Smithy. And, you know, I think from a junior cricket club, it's a fantastic club. Every time we go there, we're made very welcome, and there's always the tuck shop going on. And
this is a no ball. In fact, I actually I messaged Marge this morning to see what the secret was to her hot dogs.
Do you like a hot dog, Marty? Do you?
Well, it's my daughter's having two of my daughters having a joint birthday party this afternoon, so my missus is going to have to make 25 hot dogs. So Marge gave me a few tips, which I've forgotten to pass on to my missus, so I'll do that in a few minutes when I come off air. As Leach comes around the wicket and bowls, this is defended on off stump, and that is the end of the over. 32 for none. Anything happening at the minute then, Marcus, Durham wise, that you want to draw attention to?
No, I mean, it would have been nice to be, you know, reflecting on a win down at Sussex, but I think we've started to show the brand of cricket and the style of cricket that Ryan and the team want to play, which is great. We were obviously on the wrong side of that result, but speaking to the players and the staff on their return, you know, they were very, very optimistic and positive about how, you know, the environment is and how they feel they're playing their cricket, and they were very much looking forward to getting amongst this game against Worcester this week. So, you know, that's a good place to be, and hopefully we can get some validation and a bit of a confidence with a victory, you know, if not over Worcester, very, very soon. So, you know, we're very optimistic about the season and the way we're playing.
No, I reckon that's a 4. There's an edge here from Jones off Pennington's gone down to third man. Haynes has slid in. He's clattered into the rope there. Just as I looked down, it had already happened. I think that was a 4. And he may not necessarily know, but he's covered in mud now as well.
But you know, as we've said at some members forums, since Ryan's arrival and the pre-season has gone fantastically well. You can't question the work and the effort that the players have put in. We had a very good tour of Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
So we've had some fantastic preparation, and the players have, you know, like I said, the environment and the feeling amongst the group has been
Pennington to Lees. This is defended. On the scoreboard, it says that last delivery was a 3 rather than a 4, but... And
I think the players will learn a lot from the game against Sussex. As much as it was a great game of cricket, and like we kind of just said at the start, that there's probably a couple of moments in play that if we were slightly different, we would have probably buried Sussex a little bit more than we did, and being able to go into that last day with a lead of 300, which I think would have been too much. So, but that's all about, you know, evolving as a team, and you know, this week gives them an opportunity to move and improve on that.
Pennington bowling to Lees. It's a shortish delivery. Lees cuts it out to Oliveira in the cover area. I've had an email from Paul Chubb. Hi Marty, watching on YouTube. Great to hear the voices. Weather looks cold and damp. Our builders are busy cutting bricks to key in the new build. They're having a new extension built for Allison down there at the boundary in North Allerton. In comes the bowler again. This is defended. Christopher says, I've just watched your video about the Gardens of Remembrance, and you mentioned Roy, who passed away. Is that Roy who went to all the games home and away from Burnett Field? It was indeed, yes. Yes, he was from Burnett Field. And Paul's been back and says the YouTube stream looks good. Yeah, they've got a new kit. They were installing it all yesterday and testing it all out yesterday, and new computers as well.
It looks good. Yeah. We've got a third-party company that's coming in and helping with the production, so I think it's quite evident on the stream. It looks great.
In comes the bowler again. This is left alone by Lees.
And again, these things don't just happen overnight. There's been a lot of hard work from David Jackson and Sam Blacklock and his team, and Richard Dowson is, putting this together. And we had a few teething problems in and around that Durham University game, but it's certainly been ironed out now. And I think looking at your iPad, Marty, it's coming across really.
Yeah, it's nice and clear, isn't it? Dave, do you want to jump back in at the end of this over, and then I'll come back on for the update at 12, and then we'll get Ash on a little bit later on as well, as Pennington comes in here. Last ball of the 8th over, 35 for none, driven by Lees. That's a nice shot. It was a slightly wide-ish half volley, and he's absolutely dispatched that to the boundary pass point with a plum. So he ends that over with a 4. It should have started with a 4, but it was given as a 3. So Durham 39 without loss, and I'll see you all a little bit later on.
Thank you, Martin. Martin Emerson, appearing today by kind permission of the National Trust. How are you, Marcus? You all right?
Good, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Yeah. I'm amazed we're playing. At 10:30, I thought early lunch.
And the cloud cover was so low, and that miserly rain, but it just lifted, didn't it? It has. It's the breeze has got up, and the clouds have lifted. There's a bit of sun kind of burst through.
What do you reckon? Would you have bowled first?
Look,
Leach in bowls and played defensively away on the offside by Jones, who has 15 to his name.
It was interesting. There was a few discussions within the Durham setup, as you can imagine, and Worcester would have had those discussions too. Without a doubt, this is a bat first pitch. And what tends to challenge that is overnight rain, covers being on. It was raining at the time of the toss pretty much.
Yeah.
There's rain forecast today. And sometimes it's quite hard to, win and bat in these conditions. But it was one of those ones where, from our point of view, we're quite happy to lose it and let Worcester make the decision.
Leach in again, pushed away on the offside. No run again. But no great alarms for the batsman here. We're in the 9th over?
Yeah, I mean, I expected it to nibble a little bit. I think the first couple of hours could be a little bit difficult. And sometimes with this Duke's ball, it's around 10, 15 overs where that lacquer comes off and it just starts to move around a little bit more. So, none for 39 is a good start, but there's a lot of hard work to go in the next hour or couple of hours to kind of set up this innings.
Leach in again, and Jones is thrown nicely off the back foot, punches that away through the offside. Oliveira is scampering after it. I don't think he's getting. He just about gets there, just short of the rope, and they've come through for a couple. On another day, I think we'd have had probably 4 more boundaries.
Yeah, it's a bit. I mean, we've had a lot of. All over the country. We've seen Gloucester off today, and the sun's shining, so it's obviously the ground is very wet down there. But we haven't avoided it. We've had a lot of rainfall in the last month, and Vic and his team have done an outstanding job on the ground. But you're right, it's still a little bit slow. It'll quicken up once it dries out over the next couple of days with a bit of sun. But you're right. There's probably about 3 that traditionally would have gone into the rope.
But modern grounds, as Leach comes in and bowls again, and this time played defensively down to the ground, no run. Total at the end of the over is 41 without loss. No, it's not the end of the over, so in fact it's nowhere near the end of the over. 2 balls to go. Yeah, modern grounds, they drain so well, don't they? You know, there was this edict, I think, came out from the ECB 10 or 15 years ago to say you've got to get these grounds sorted, and they do. I mean, years ago, turn up this morning and see it's pouring rain, you would have thought
you got the day off pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
But you're right, I mean, a lot of the grounds now have got amazing drainage, sand-based outfields.
Leach in again, and Roderick, I was going to say whips the bells off, but he actually dismantles the stumps. He made sure there was going to be no doubt in the umpire's mind that he'd taken the ball, and there is no run. Well, you're saying there about the ball. What's the difference? You know, people will say, oh, you know, you talk about the reader ball, you talk about other balls, the Kookaburra ball. What's the difference?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I don't know too much about the readers and the Dukes. From my days back in club cricket, they were pretty similar, but you know, the Dukes and the Kookaburra, you know, there's some difference there.
Leach in again, turned away nicely off the pads. Probably only going to be a single. Is that Finch? In fact, they're coming back for 2. That's good running. Roderick has to dive to take the return from Adam Finch, who's probably, I'm not going to criticise him for being a bit slow getting across, because he might have felt a bit slippy underfoot.
Well, it is a bit slippery, but it also throwing into the wind there, so some good running from Durham.
Alex Lee's 3,000 first-class runs for Durham, says the scoreboard. It's been a good sign, hasn't it?
It's been a great sign. Yeah, look, Lee's fantastic addition to Durham. You know, he's come here and he's just got a huge appetite to perform and make runs, and you know, you can see that. You know, this is into his 5th season now, to have 3,000 runs already is, you know, just shows how well he's been going. And we saw him earn the recall, earn the selection for England last year, which is great recognition for his performances for a number of years. And you know, he'll be doing everything he can through, you know, playing well for Durham and getting, and hopefully winning games for us with his bat, to force his way back into that England side.
Here's Dylan Pennington bowling his 5th over. He's gone for 13 so far. Did bowl a couple that went down the leg side for boundaries, pushed away into the on side. Tell me about Matthew Potts, because everybody kind of arrived, didn't he? And everybody was going, "Oh yeah, ooh." You know, you'll have seen so much of him.
I mean, didn't he arrive last year?
Didn't he?
My goodness. Yeah. Look, I think we knew that talent was there. You know, he's was probably more successful in the white ball game for us in T20 cricket and 50 over cricket, and there was just trying to get that consistency in championship cricket, in first class cricket, from his previous couple of years to last year. But he burst onto the scene last year when the pitches were quite flat around the country.
Around the wicket goes Pennington, and he's driven again to mid-wicket. That might that's going down the slope. It might well make it. It's slowing up, and once again it stops about a yard or a metre, if you want modern measurements, from the boundary. But they go through for 3. A comfortable start. This for Durham, 46 without loss.
And if you remember, I'm sure a lot of the listeners remember, because the amount of ball changes we had last year, that unfortunately with Dukes, there was just this bad season of balls that tended to go out of shape and go very soft. So that helped the batters as well. But Matthew kind of rose to the top of that and was just bowling such a consistent area, and hitting the deck very hard and bowling great pace. And he was very relentless, and he was bowling like an international bowler, and that was just a huge breakthrough summer for him.
Yeah. Here's Pennington in bowls, pushed away into, where's he gone? It's a post in my, Jake Libby is at cover point. No run. Now, one player on each side today been told not to play by the ECB. What do you make of that? I mean, for me, they played one game this season and they're rested by the ECB.
Yeah, look, you know, if I'm sitting purely as a Durham director of cricket, I'm pretty gutted that one of our premium bowlers is not playing.
Yeah. Pennington in again, 3 slips crouch, and this is turned away on the leg side for a single. There's a bit of work there for Finch going from mid-wicket round towards square leg. 47 without loss, Durham.
Yeah, there's probably a couple of factors. You've got to work back. Obviously, Ben Stokes made it quite public that he wants, you know, 10 to 12 bowlers in the country that is his quick bowling stable for the Ashes? And so if you work back from that, there's obviously a number of bowlers, that they've identified and are trying to look after, working back from that first Test match in the Ashes. And I guess you're naturally going to have a few injuries along the way with those bowling stocks, but he's trying to have that depth, and obviously Bryden is one of those.
Pennington in again, wraps the pad, the big appeal, but no interest at all from umpire Adam. I'd have thought.
A bit high, I think.
Yeah, it was going up over the top, above the roll of the pad.
And obviously Tongue is an extremely talented bowler as well. It's great to see come back after a pretty awful injury that kept him out for pretty much a full season, wasn't it? And he's had a good tour of Sri Lanka with the Lions, so he's obviously been identified as a promising bowler that could be part of that stable. So they work back. There's a lot of sports science. You've got people within the high performance structure of England that are looking to manage these bowlers throughout the next couple of months.
Pennington in again, pushed away on the onside. They're going to go through for a quick single. I say a quick single. It was pretty straightforward. Both batsmen were of the same mind, out to wait mid-on, and that completes the over. Durham are 47 without loss. Live cricket coming to you from Chesterley Street today, and I think we're going to see the first bowling change. Ben Gibbon going to come in.
And the other thing to add, just to give some context to the listeners, certainly the Durham listeners, is that Bryden Cass is on a bowling contract with the ECB. So financially, they contribute 75% of his salary. We contribute 50%. So, there's an element of kind of a joint ownership of the asset of Bryden Cass. So they certainly have a lot of input on how he's managed, and we've got to work closely with the high performance team of England for both parties, and Matthew Potts is an incremental contract, so again comes under the same banner of being looked after by both us, the county, and also the England cricket team.
So central contracts work. I only ask that because I know rugby are looking at it now, that England will control the players and they won't play international this week and a club game next week.
Yeah, central contract, that's slightly different to the Potts and Cass situation. The central contract, like for argument's sake, Woods and Stokesy essentially contracted. Now, we have contracts with Ben Stokes, but they kind of lie dormant. And his earnings, and he's fully paid by the England cricket team, so obviously they take full ownership of Ben.
Yeah. Talking about Ben Gibbon with his first ball of the day, it's wide of the off stump, and that's smacked away for 4. That really was a nice, juicy gimme. The 50 comes up here for Durham. I thought I beat the scoreboard then. That's 10 over, so it's a very comfortable start, a very good first 40 minutes. We started here at 11:15. As I say, rugby have got this problem because they think their players are playing too many games, and obviously concussion injuries coming through in rugby as well, so they're trying to work things out. Gibbon from the Finkel end in and bowls. This is a better delivery from him. There's an inside edge as a call as well. So they scramble through for a single. Good call from Jones at the non-striker's end. And they pick up one more, 53 without loss. Now Durham. Ben Gibbon last week at Derby, I think it was about his third ball. It was wet. He slipped. And it really put him off. And his first 2 or 3 overs were not great.
Is that when their back foot slides underneath them and they kind of fly down the wicket?
He went flat, and I think it rather put him off a bit. And he didn't bowl well at the start, but he's a very promising young bowler, I think, and he's one of these that's come through minor counties cricket and been given an opportunity. I'll have to go and shoot off and do an update type thingy in a minute, so I'm going to spoil your day, Marcus, by getting Martin to come and sit in here. I'm sorry about that, mate. No. Ooh, that's a better ball. Goes past the outside edge and through to the wicketkeeper. Mr. Mark Emerson, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at no cost to the taxpayer, will be joining us soon.
I hope there is some cost. I'm not doing this for nothing. I've had a tweet actually, Marcus, which I've just spotted, which I thought I'd read to you. From John Shenton. As Gibbon comes in here halfway through this first over, that's defended by Jones. He says, I'm watching the lads on YouTube from Perth, West Australia. Just to let you know, Marcus, it's cold and wet here, so you're missing now. That's John. And Derek says, good morning, Marty and Marcus. Ellie is loving her cricket world. Being part of the North East Warriors was a mission. Marcus was there when Ellie got her first 50 for Gateshead Fell.
Played very well, Ellie too.
Yeah.
Lovely family.
In comes, I'll just turn that down. In comes Gibbon, bowls. It's gone off towards backward point, no run there. Well, Derek, who's a dad, is a massive cricket fan, and if you ever come down to Durham, you might see him sitting in the stands with a fez on, and normally in a like a big sort of tartan type.
Got a nice big beard too.
Yeah, it's not really a kilt, is it? Because it's a bit longer than that, isn't it? No.
I think they do a lot of walks for charity as well.
Charity walks.
Charity walks.
Gibbon in. Last ball of the over. He bowls. This is played towards backward point, no run there. We went up theirs. Must have been the year when Christmas just before lockdown, and drove up to Northumberland to have a pre-Christmas dinner with them, which I think was probably in November. And they had their Christmas early each year because Derek gigs around the country, so he's normally very busy. And then, ironically, after we'd gone all the way up there, we then all drove all the way back down here, and he played a gig on the seafront of that, quarter of a mile from our house. So,
I mean, they're a committed family. I mean, I think they live up Northumberland way.
Yeah, it's right up Northumberland, yeah. Pennington bowling here too. Lees start of a new over, 53 without loss. So Durham getting to 50 in the 11th over. Another positive start. What did these two put on last week at Sussex? 142, was it? Yeah, 142.
I think Jones is a natural stroke maker. You know, he hasn't changed his game at all compared to last year, where Leesy's probably tempo's gone up a little bit.
Pennington round the wicket. Lees plays the ball back to him. He snatches it with his left hand, then pretends to throw the ball with his right. I think there was obviously the potential there with Michael Jones, but in his first few starts for Durham, struggled to get to 10. And then one day down at Nottingham, I think it was, he made an 89 towards the end of the season, and he's not really looked back from there, has he? No. Got a double 100 against Middlesex last year.
He's super impressive. You know, if he's not on England's radar now, he will be by the end of this season.
Pennington in, bowls, and it's gone through to the keeper. It's a nice smart delivery, that one. Played a miss there from Lees.
Yeah, I think sometimes, Marty, you get players that come into first class cricket and they just need that confidence innings just to kind of get that self-belief and that validation that they belong out there. And I think Jonesy was one of those ones that, you know, like you said, had a number of opportunities and didn't quite get past that 10 or 15 runs, but looked quite good. And that was a real, you know, I guess breaking moment for him against a very strong Nottingham bowling attack in that last game to get that score. You know, enabled him to go into winter feeling a little bit more belief about himself.
Yeah. Pennington in. This is defended.
And then last year was his big breakthrough year, and you know the challenge for Michael now is to you know back that up, so to speak, in his kind of second year, you know, with us, you know, and build on that great year he had last year. And I think we've already seen that down in Sussex. We've seen him start very well today again.
Yeah, got a half century last week. 83, was it?
Yeah, is it?
Yeah. Pennington balls to Lees. Lees defends. The ball runs up to mid-off now, and there.
He enjoyed a bit of experience in the World Cup in Australia.
87 he got, yeah.
You know, with Scotland.
Yeah.
So that again, he had a nice innings there. So again, playing at a big tournament, big stage like that is great for these guys to balance.
12 one-dayers for Scotland now. Good experience to have to go out there as well. This is a maiden so far, and there's one delivery left of this over from Pennington. It's his 6th. Will he continue after this or have a little breather? Here he comes from the Lumley end, driven by Lees, and he's found D'Oliveira in the covers. End of the over. It is a maiden. Right, update for Radio Newcastle. Yeah, Durham put in. We've had a damp morning, quite a bit of rain, so we had a slightly delayed start. But incredible that they got going at 11:15 rather than just 11 o'clock. So I wasn't sure at one point if we'd see any action this morning. And they've done quite nicely so far. They have 53 on the board. Alex Lees on 23. Michael Jones at the other end on 20. Dylan Pennington is making his first appearance of the season for Worcestershire. Paul Coughlin has been brought into the Durham team because Durham have been told to rest Bryden Cars. And Scott Borthwick's back as well after a finger injury. Saw him miss last week. Commentary on this one on the BBC website and the Sports app. Gibbon starts a new over from the Pinker end. Dot ball to start things off there. It's a good start from Durham's point of view. Sun's actually shining at the minute, Marks, isn't it? There's shadows out there.
Yeah, it's good. It's good when we're batting. Plenty of sun, please.
Jones has faced 25 balls for his 20. Plays that down into the ground. It bounces away from off stump, but comes back up towards his leg, so he just flicks it away with his right foot. What times is lunch? The normal 1 o'clock? Yeah, it is, right. 4 balls left of this over. Then what I'll do is we'll get Ash on for the first time today, and he can bring his forensic eye to proceedings. BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Hereford and Worcester with you. Around the world on the BBC Sports app. As bowler comes in again here, and that's driven past point, and that's away along the floor for 4 towards the TV scoreboard, but it hasn't quite got there. It's slowed right up at the last second there. For a moment it looked like it was just going to hit the boundary without any problem whatsoever, and then suddenly it just eased up as if it had a little bit of spin on it.
Quite a few teasers this morning, isn't it? It's got a metre or so from the rope.
Still a bit of dampness in the outfield, isn't there? You can see where some of the marks on the grass where the tractor's been and whatnot. The sponge things, who had the job of putting them round the boundary last night? Because they weren't there when I was here yesterday.
Oh, there was a team, needed a team. It was a good effort from the guys last night and this morning.
Gibbon bowling to Jones is on 22. This is turned past square leg. Now that should go for 4, but again, it's slowing. Height of the summer, that will be touching the front of the stand. Instead, it stops about 5 or 6 yards inside the rope on the riverside boundary. The run 3. Yeah, 58 for none.
Neil Robson and Richard Dowson and the facilities team worked hard yesterday afternoon, this morning, and got it out. Obviously, it's the toll barones, as they often get called. It looks fantastic. I mean, you only really see this whether international matches or televised blast matches. So to have them in domestic games is great. Obviously, there's a commercial element to it with 2 of our sponsors that are plastered all over them.
Yeah,
no doubt we'll be seeing on the stream.
In comes the bowler. This is played away. Who's the fur? I haven't heard of one of them.
Well, we've got Dapperbet, which is one of our major sponsors of the T20 and Aztec, which is a printing company that we're affiliated with and great supporters of Durham.
Well, the betting firms and printers are available, ladies and gentlemen.
I was waiting for that, mate.
Yeah, it's quite colourful, isn't it? They're in little blocks of black. Is it blue or black?
No, it's black.
Black and red.
That colour, yeah. Box of 10, I think.
Comes in, left arm over, balls, good ball, very good ball, played and missed by Lees. It's just left the batsman at the last there. Have you run out of them, or is there a deliberate gap on one side?
I think there's a little hole there due to the inclement weather and getting the covers on and off.
Okay.
But I reckon there might be a little silver lining to them as well, that the ball should stop majority of the time when it hits them, rather than running into the gutter or further away. So our overrate would be better.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah, course of a day, we should be saving a few minutes, hopefully.
I was talking to the lady who was up with Sky last year, and she was packing them all into a van, and it was a massive Mercedes long wheel van, and I mean, basically it was full, and I think she had about 400 of these things. So that's a job, putting them out every day and then packing them away again. Right, well, I'm going to step aside. We'll let Ash come in now, and then be back with you a little bit later.
We have Finch coming into bowl from the end. Jones plays it down to mid-on for no run. Yeah, so I was talking to Richard Dowson, and he got a few of my Park View boys in to help with the...
with little Scotty, was it?
Yeah, absolutely. Jack Scotty used to be on the academy. A couple of the boys there, which is good. Good work experience for them.
Yeah.
But really good start here for Durham. 58 without loss. Put into bat on what looked like a pretty tricky morning, losing the toss. Worcester would have been quite happy to insert, and I'm sure Durham would have done so had they won the toss. As Finch bounds in, and Jones clips this beautifully off his legs, but straight to the man at very straight square leg. He's a little bit in between square leg and mid-wicket there.
I was saying earlier, Ash, like, there's no doubt this is a bat first pitch.
Yeah.
And it was just tested by the overhead conditions this morning. And
absolutely.
I think Scotty would have been umming and ahhing, but, you know, I got a feeling he would have batted first.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I think, okay, we're only 58 for none, and there's a lot of hard work to go into this innings, but, you know, the start shows that it's not impossible to bat on it. It looks like a decent pitch.
Seems to be a bit of pace and bounce in the pitch as well as Finch comes in, and that beats the bat and carries beautifully through, as we've just talked about. It's Roderick behind the stumps.
That's it. I'm not talking about the pitch or us playing well, because as soon as I've said that...
that was an absolute ripper. Yeah. From Finch. 3 slips waiting in place. This is a conversation I had with Rushy over the winter about gully. Never seems to be a gully in cricket in England, and they reckon they went through the stats really hardly last year, and that I think they got 2 dismissals in gully in the last year or something like that. As Finch comes in, this one's a bit fuller to Jones, and he gets an outside edge all the way along the ground, and as Ali stops that in the slips.
I think with that one, mate, is that you either need to have some real pace in your bowling attack, so someone bowling like a Mark Wood. But in Australia, you got a lot more pace. A lot more bounce. So when you got more bounce, you're going to get more catches kind of going slightly wider. Where England, the nicks always tend to go quite fine. So you'd always have a 3rd slip rather than a 2 in a gully. And that's just the nature of the conditions in this country.
Absolutely. As Finch again comes in, and Jones tempted to have a little bit of a dart at that one, pulls the bat away at the last moment, and again carries through comfortably to the keeper at around waist height. And you mentioned earlier around the ground staff and stuff like that. Like, this ground looked amazing right now for the conditions, and we've seen pictures from Bristol yesterday where half the ground was underwater, and there's no play there today, unfortunately. But Vic and the boys have done brilliantly to get this ground in this condition. As Finch comes in, Jones crouching down, a flurry of hands pushes this one out to backward point, and that's a maiden over. And Durham still 58 without loss. A really good start.
Yeah, you can't fault the team. You obviously got Vic, who's in charge of the main ground, and he's been. I mean, I've seen pictures. I've looked out in my office in January, and you feel he could go out and play. He really looks after this great ground, and it's looking in really good touch. We've had so much rain the last 4 weeks, so to kind of be at where it is at the moment is a credit to him and his staff. We've got Ben, who works out in the nets and continues to produce fantastic nets for our pro squad. And like I alluded to before with Mark out in the nursery ground, has turned that around the last 12 to 16 months to be a fantastic facility, and we'll continue to invest in that and trying to give him as much support as possible.
Absolutely. As Gibbon comes in, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who pushes this nicely with a full face down to mid-on for no run. Yeah, just touching at the nursery nets, especially the run-ups. So the pitches were pretty good, but the run-ups were pretty much unusable. Huge sand base there, and Mark's done amazingly well to turn that into a really good facility for the academy and younger players.
Yeah, I mean, for both the boys and girls, pathways to be using turf nets is fantastic. The pros even got out there a few times last year, and they're a fantastic net. They are, and not surprisingly, with the skill of Mark as the groundsperson in control of that.
So it is Gibbon again. Full and Lee's pushed this one back, fielded by Gibbon for no run. Yeah, and it's just a good feeling around the club at the moment, even despite the disappointment of that result last week. I think we all saw you touched on it again earlier, and Ryan has done it at every opportunity, which I absolutely love his passion, the way that they really want to play the cricket. And I think there's just a bit of a buzz around the place at the moment.
Yeah, big time. I think that's, since Ryan's arrival, the last kind of 3 months, he's been working a lot.
As Gibbon comes in, and this one, a really nice length there, beats Lee's on the outside edge and comfortably through to the keeper.
You know, he's been working a lot in the group, and you know, he's made it very clear from the day, you know, he kind of arrived the style of cricket that he wanted to play, and that's something that is great for any coach to kind of come in with their philosophies, and but the players have got to buy into that, and then they've got to be able to kind of execute that. And I think buy-in is no doubt everyone's bought into that, and they're really excited about the way that they want to play their cricket. And I think we saw a fantastic game of cricket down at Sussex, and it's just being able to kind of adjust that little things that they can take control of those games.
There's Gibbon over pitches this time, and this one's pushed out to D'Oliveira in the covers, who scrambles around and prevents any run.
You know, and I think we'll see that from this Durham team. I really do. I'm really confident in the group. I mean, the skill set, I guess, has never been questioned. Our talent and our emerging talent has always been there. It's just transferring that and those individual performances into galvanising as a team, and really getting confidence and belief in the way we play, and that then going into results. And you know, I think we saw some great signs in Sussex, and excited to see what the next 4 days brings.
As Gibbon comes in and Lees tucks his one off his hip, as we can hear Jamie out in the crowd shouting how's that, even though he's a huge Durham fan, for no run. And I guess looking at that, individuals, and I'm going to pick out one who's one of my favourites, and I love to watch him bat, is Graham Clark, who has been around this club, which seems like forever. And his style in the middle order probably really suits the way that this team wants to play their cricket. So he's probably been on the outer for the last few years now, especially when it comes to red ball cricket. White ball, he's been exceptional. But the way he kind of attacked that, and he'd obviously be disappointed not to go on and make a bigger contribution, but the way he attacked that innings was outstanding. As Gibbon left arm over the wicket to Lees. We now see a deep point in place, which is probably a sign of Durham's dominance in this early part of the game. But that ends the over, and that, ironically, is a maiden over.
Yeah, I think you'll see, Thorpe, that this Durham side will, you know, if in doubt, they'll take the more positive approach.
Love it.
And positive decision rather than a conservative one. And I think Clark, and like you said, the brand of, or the style of cricket and the way we want to play 4-day cricket moving forward, you know, someone like Clarkey batting at that kind of 6 and 7 position that can come in and really counter-attack. And I think we saw that in evidence in the first innings. Down at Sussex, you know, was he 6 sixes? I think he
no 4 6
no 4 6 sixes. So you know, and his character is kind of fitting in nicely to that kind of philosophy as well. So
as Finch comes in, this is punched nicely. We seem to be hitting a lot of really nice shots to the fielders at the moment, which would be a bit frustrating. The run rate's just dropped a little bit, and the boys probably just need to settle in here, as Worcester probably had their best period of the morning so far.
Dare I say it, Thorpe, it looks like there's a bit of a cloud.
Naughty, doesn't it, to our left?
There's no ground staff on the boundary yet.
We haven't lunched the boys, I reckon. That's Finch. Tall right arm over the wicket, and Jones leaves this one outside off stump through to the keeper. Yeah, there looks like a bit of weather over the pavilion coming our way. But so far we've been lucky. I'll now drive into the ground this morning. The weather was brutal, and I didn't think we'd get any play at all. And then we'd started, 15 minutes late, I think, which is incredible. So far, 15 overs into the day, 58 without loss. Lees 23, Jones 25. Just hope that wind keeps around to keep pushing the clouds through. I think it's probably the key to today. As Finch comes in, and there's a little tickle, and Jones, just as I've said, that Worcester have had their best period of the day. They picked up their first wicket. Little tickle there from Jones. He pushed at one, a little bit wide of off stump after he left one very similar to the ball before. And a tickle through to the keeper, and Jones has gone for 25. Caught Roderick bowled Finch.
Yeah, it looks like, I said it last over, I'm going to put the mocker on him, but you know, Finch is he's the first bowler for Worcester that's come on. He's got a bit of extra pace. He's got a little bit of extra movement, bit more bounce. We saw a couple of balls beat the bat in the previous over, and again that one looked like a ball that just left Jones. I don't think he did too much wrong there. It was just that extra bit of bounce and a bit of movement away, and just caught the outside edge. So just shows that, you know, you put your back into it in this pitch, there's always going to be something there for you.
Yeah, it looks that way, and like I said, they just started to build up a bit of pressure, a few maidens in a row, and that, yeah, absolutely right. He hasn't really followed it. He's played the line, and it's just got a faint edge through to the keeper, and a little bit of reward for some good work from the Worcester bowlers for their last 15 minutes, I guess. Probably since I came on. Maybe I'm the curse. And Marcus is leaving us now, mate. Thanks for really joining us this morning. That brilliant to hear from you, and obviously Ryan last week down at Sussex. It's great to have that input from the club. So good stuff, and good luck for the rest of the match, mate.
Thanks, Thorpe. Always a pleasure. Cheers.
Cheers. And the new batsman is Captain Scott Borthwick, striding out to the pitch. And we're just going to do a little bit of musical chairs here as Scotty takes his guard. And really good reward there for Worcester picking up their first wicket.
I have to say, I was typing a report for the BBC website, and when I started the report, it was 58 for none. By the time I finished it, it was 58 for none.
Yeah.
And I thought, bit of pressure starting to tell here. And just as I hit go, it's been a decent start from Durham this morning, having been put in.
Oh, I'll blame you then.
The wicket.
Yeah, so you can have that. Scott Borthwick missed last week due to a finger injury. I believe he's playing with.
Yeah, he is.
A little bit of discomfort.
Finching, and it's gone through to the keeper. He showed me it the other day. He's had a lot of finger problems over the years.
Yeah.
And he said he split his finger playing against Durham Uni, but then when they went and had an X-ray, there were bits of chip.
Yeah, there's a couple of little fractures in there.
But he said some of it apparently was old stuff.
Yeah. It happens. You spend long enough in the slips and copper them on the fingers when you bat, and you tend to end up with some ugly-looking fingers.
Yeah. So he said he wouldn't be in the slips this match. So. Yeah, but this is at the moment a wicket maiden on the back of two other successive maidens. A play in a miss there from Borthwick as that swings away towards the keeper.
It's carried beautifully through at the keeper, isn't it? Really good period in the match here for Worcester after an excellent start from the Durham openers, putting on 58.
I was just wondering if it was starting to rain there, but
a couple of spits coming through. Do you think?
Possibly.
It's a grey cloud. Looks quite low, lurking over the pavilion. And the wind's bringing it this way.
Last ball all the over, and it squirts away through the slip corner. It hasn't got the legs. The outfield's really slow today after all that overnight rain, and that would normally be a 4, and instead it's a 2. It goes over towards the entrance to the pavilion. The players' steps. They're playing right up the square at the start of the season, as they always do here.
Yeah.
So the boundary rope is quite close to the fence at the front of the pavilion. There's only a gap really of maybe about 3 or 4 yards, and they've got sheets just beyond that boundary rope. This side, a good 30-yard job or so, and we're seeing the ground staff
just starting to lurk, aren't they?
towards the covers from the verb to lurk. Brothers is just having a look at the sky.
I had to apologise to Brothers this morning. I didn't recognise it.
3 o'clock, what? It's going to rain at 3. Right. No.
Bang on, 3 o'clock.
2 runs at the end of that over then. So Durham 60 for 1.
As Gibbon comes in from the Finkel end. This one's allowed through to the keeper by Lees. Still a deep point in place. I'm not sure if he could be better used here after they've just built a little bit of pressure. Maybe they don't want to leak a boundary, even though they've been quite hard to come by, as Marty said, with a slow outfield today. He's out on the big boundary towards Lumley Castle. And it's still a decent sized boundary over towards the pavilion. It's Sussex last week, wasn't it? That looked tiny.
It was quite small. That probably about the minimum.
As Gibbon comes in, and Lees absolutely laces that through extra cover, and that will no doubt hit the Toblerones, as we've talked about. Tom Seymour's work in the marketing office paying off, as we have sponsored Toblerones on the boundary, and a glorious 4 through extra cover for Lees. Moves the score on to 64 for 1. Moves him on to 27.
Got loads of stuff to catch up on here, because with Marcus being in, I didn't really have this. No, there's the rain on the window. I didn't have the chance to read through some of the messages.
It was good having Marcus in, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Ryan last week.
Yep.
As Gibbon, as the rain starts to fall here, and this one is off the thigh pad of Lees, and will dribble out to backward square leg for a leg by. Yes, a leg by. 65 for 1.
Derek says, nice lineup, Marty, Marcus and Ash. Obviously Bradders as well. And he says, and the YouTube's the best I've seen for any of the games.
Incredible.
Perfect for winning the championship, really. Hopefully make it there on Sunday, says Derek.
just got a really nice message there from Mark Wood saying he's homesick.
Who's homesick?
Mark Wood.
Where is he?
He's be in India.
All right.
How's it going in Murrah?
Is he watching?
He is watching on YouTube.
Right.
He's over in the IPL at the moment as Gibbon comes in to Borthwick, who pushes that one down. Again, a little bit of bounce, which is nice to see here at the Riverside.
I just never get the chance to see much cricket elsewhere around the world. Just haven't got the time. 3 kids and whatnot. And
when you no disrespect, when you spend all day here, the last thing you probably want to do is want to go home and watch a bit of IPL. No disrespect.
My sporting sort of release is watching a bit of cycling, for instance, you know. But Gibbon comes in bowls. Yeah, so I haven't seen any of the IPL.
Yeah.
Never saw any of the Big Bash. And Liam O'Brien, who was with us on commentary the other day, who plays for the England disability team, basically watched, I think, every Big Bash game there was, him and his brother, during the winter.
It's a good effort, that.
I think I just don't have the time. Get up in the morning, you've done the school run, you're away in the car to work. And
absolutely. I was talking to Bradders about this, actually, and I keep my eye on the scores and stuff like that. I know Woody, in fact, took 5 from his first outing.
I just texted you to tell you.
No. Scott Borthwick as he comes down the wicket, and a little bit of miscommunication there. Last thing you need is a run out, especially on a bit of a greasy square. But yeah, he's doing quite well. Took a 5 from the first one, and the players are going to go off the ground now. As the rain gets a little bit heavier, and they have been summoned as the tractor starts up. But yeah, the last 4 or 5 games have gone down to the last ball.
Yeah.
In fact, the other day, one guy hit 5 sixes in a row.
I watched that over.
Yeah.
There were 3 or 4 full tosses there.
Were there?
Awful bowling.
But still got to hit them over the fence, I guess, and that's,
12-27. It's a heavy shower, this, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it might blow through. I think there's a bit of blue sky and might be catching the tail of something maybe behind us a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
There's a bank of dark clouds building up to the north as well, but that again is sweeping around behind Lumley Castle. Jamie seems quite happy to be hearing the tractor out on the ground.
One of the finest pieces of broadcasting I've ever experienced was from my colleague from BBC Hereford and Worcester when he once described what we were looking at New Road. Really dark, brooding skies, and he says that sky's as grey as a welder's flannel. And you nicked it, did you? You nicked it. See, all the best lines are nicked, aren't they? Fantastic. Anyway, somebody then emailed us to ask what a welder's flannel was. So, this might just be, as Ash was saying, a temporary preview because the wheeling the cover's in position, but the umpires haven't gone off yet, and I think this might blow through before anybody's even sat down in the pavilion. Bernard says modern drainage means damp pitches are largely history now. Too often teams are scared to bat first, but they give up the best batting conditions of the 4 days. A damp outfield is inevitable after recent rain, but after a good start we hope for 300 plus today, he says.
A lot of common sense in that.
Right, back to the emails. John Hutchison is over in Chilly Bolton. Happy new season. I trust you enjoyed your hibernation and are looking forward to the trials and tribulations of yet another season. Hopefully it will be a successful one for Durham with some silverware in the autumn. How are the lads, says John. Andrew Hutchison says it's raining in Newton Hall.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
And he's gone.
rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance and transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people. Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage.
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
As Finch comes into bowl to Lees, and this is a bouncer. Maybe the first one I've seen today, actually.
Yeah.
That one's gone through nicely to Roderick behind the stumps. 2 men out. There's a man out on just in front of square on the leg side. I don't mind this, a little bit of tactics. Lees has looked very comfortable out there so far, so why not change it up? They've slowed his scoring down. So now his strike rate's down into the 40s. Like I said, this is a really good period in the game for us. So they've just took their first wicket. They've come back after a small rain break. They'll be looking to push ahead and maybe take 1 or 2 more before the lunch break. As Finch comes into bowl. And Lee's comfortably in behind this one as he pushes that one back down the pitch. 65 for 1.
Something has just occurred to me. And when we used to sit here a few years ago, you used to be able to see in the distance flats. Was it up at I don't know.
Gateshead
fell. Yeah,
Yep.
you can't see him anymore, which means one of three things: my eyesight is failing, the trees have grown up, or they knocked the flats down.
I think it's a combination of the first two.
I think. Yeah.
As Finch comes into ball, and this one beats the outside edge as Lees withdraws it, and yeah, as Marty says there. Might just be if you have a look in between the two flagpoles, you can probably just see the top of them through.
Oh, yeah, I can now. Yeah, yeah. I'm in Specsavers 9:30 Monday. I am actually. Yeah.
But you're right. Yeah, the trees have definitely got a bit taller.
Yeah. There are other opticians, by the way, folks, that you might wish to attend.
Yeah, so that rain seems to have swept away now, and we do have a bit of blue sky and some cloud above us. Maybe a bit of sun poking through as Finch comes into ball again, and this one's pushed back down to mid-off again for no run.
You were saying, Ash, local leagues have all been called off already this weekend, local games.
The majority have. So the North East Premier League has been pushed back at least a week, I think, and they'll probably reconsider. But the forecast looks pretty good after today, so I think we'll be okay for next week. The Durham North East Cricket League, they voted to go ahead with their fixtures, so I'm assuming there's going to be some that are really going to struggle to get on, and some will.
Yeah.
As Finch comes into ball again, and this one's allowed to pass through. Good pace and bounce there from Finch, and that ends the over, 65 for 1. And I believe the North Tyneside League, so there's a few, obviously, leagues around here. They're having a meeting tonight to decide whether they go ahead with a postponed even start. NYSD, which is North Yorkshire, South Durham, have also pushed theirs back. So
yeah. Yeah, our little club, we called our first team game off yesterday. Never done that on a Wednesday before. It's so wet. It's just... There you go. Playing cricket in April. I mean, never used to start cricket. I'm going back 1,000 years now. Never used to start cricket until after the FA Cup final.
Wow. Yeah.
And that was like the second weekend in May. Yeah.
It's getting earlier and earlier. I think it's definitely something recreational cricket needs to look at.
Yeah. Here's Ben Gibbon, left arm over in bowls, and that's cut away, and it's a very good stop by Jake Libby at backward point, diving to his right. That looked as if it was going to go away down the slope for 4. Really climbed into that. Had a big problem last week at Derby, Ben Gibbon, when he first came on, that he was bowling way too short, and I think he went for 3 boundaries in a row. Billy Godleman, I think, hit him for 3 fours or 3 balls. He's had a new lease of life, Billy Godleman. He seems to be smashing it everywhere these days. He's given in and bowls, and this is down the leg side. It's probably gone off... it's gone an edge. No, it's gone off a pad. I'm just waiting for the umpire to signal, a couple of leg buys. Takes Durham to 67 for 1, lunch is at 1 o'clock today, although we've lost a bit of time. We haven't lost half an hour. Umpire not happy where Ben Gibbon's feet are landing. Left arm over. Just a little bit of a friendly chat on this occasion, but I think Rob White might be giving an official one if he can't keep off the track.
What are your thoughts on that, the danger area?
You know, it often confuses me. Is Gibbon in again and bowls, and this is eased away this time to Libby, a much more comfortable stop than the last one he had to make no run. I've always looked at where the feet are supposed to land.
Yeah.
And then you go out on the start of the last day of a county championship game, you think, I'm not sure. It puzzles me. I think, has he really landed in the right place?
I don't mind them running in the danger area. I think the way the pitches are so flat, bring the spinners in, give them more of a chance.
Yeah. Gibbon in again and bowls, and once again defensively. This time played away on the onside. Joe Leach chugs into field. I know, was it last week, Parkinson? He turned one out of the rough, and it must have turned 2 feet.
Yeah.
So, as you say, brings them into the game, doesn't it? I mean, Worcestershire not got a frontline spinner in this game. Dolly will come on and bowl a few overs.
Aussie's leg spin, doesn't he?
Yeah. Normally, if the over
leg spinners. Yeah.
Normally, if the over rate's very good.
Yeah.
But he took a couple of wickets last week, and that was useful. Here's Gibbon in again, and this time that's a good ball. Just draws batsman Borthwick forward, and the ball eases through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, I'd say he's an interesting character, Ben Gibbon. He's been given a chance. He's not one of these that's come all through the academy systems of counties. He bowled a really long spell last season, about 13 overs.
Right.
I said to him afterwards, he said, Matt, you play club cricket or minor counties cricket.
Used to it.
You're going to bowl 15, 16 overs in a spell. He's away again. Last ball of the over. This is down the leg side, taken by wicketkeeper Roderick. Durham a 67 for 1. The one man out today, Michael Jones, caught by wicketkeeper Roderick after bowling of Adam Finch for 25. Lees has 27. Borthwick has 2. You listen to live commentary from Chesterley Street, brought to you by the BBC and other organisations. And
everybody's jumping on.
Everybody's on the bandwagon. Yeah. Anyway, you're almost welcome, and it's lovely to see some cricket. As I say, 10:30 this morning, I thought, nah.
I thought we were in trouble.
I thought it was early lunch.
Absolutely. It's Finch. It was another over of his spell. Bowls to Lees, and this one's off the pads and pushed out into the leg side. They'll push hard for 2, and Lees says no.
Who's that?
It's we've got a super fan. I'm going to call him Jamie. He's if you have a look over towards the pavilion, you can see him standing up and clapping.
Oh right.
So Jamie,
I got him.
Absolutely doesn't miss a game for Durham, and he'll shout and scream and support whichever side. Actually, he just wants to see wickets. Yeah, he likes 2s as well, so he'll shout for 2s. And yeah, we have to remind him every now and then that he's a Durham fan. But he's brilliant. He actually came and supported my local non-league side as well the other week, and we let him out and gave him some kit, and he led the teams out and gave him a match ball and things like that as well, which is really good. As Finch comes in, and that absolutely squares Borthwick around. I don't know if it's come off the back hit, but that is an absolute snorter. I think our stream's a little bit behind there, just to try and grab a replay.
He joined in afterwards, the bowler, so he had the same view as
beauty. That
the umpire would have had the same view as him. So I suspect
Worcester slips with hands on heads, because that was really turned Borthwick inside out. And again, just a little bit in this pitch, a bit of pace and bounce every now and then. Finch is getting plenty out of it. He's got 1 for 3 so far. He's looking very dangerous. 68 for 1. I nearly went 1 for 68 there. As Finch comes in, and this one again does exactly the same thing, and Borthwick holds his pose a little bit, but that's an incredible piece of bowling again from Finch. So we've just got it on a bit of a slow-mo here.
He's got real pace.
He's hitting some rhythm here.
Yeah.
In this spell.
Yeah, just short of a length. And doing a bit.
That's carried through around head height. Yeah, it's hit. The one before hit Borthwick on the back hip as it went through to the keeper, and the ball after it was pretty decent as well. So Borthwick under pressure here, just back in the side after, as Martin and I were saying, a little bit of a finger injury where he's got a couple of bits of messy bone in one of his fingers, and
extra slip coming in.
Yeah, we've got 4 slips in fact, as Finch comes in, and this one's again hits the leading edge. So he's found a nice length here, just making it uncomfortable for Borthwick, who's new to the crease. 15 balls under his belt. He has 2. And Durham 68 for 1, and that pressure just ramping up a little bit here, and that will encourage everybody in the Worcester side watching those last few balls fly through to the keeper.
Excuse me, got a hiccup in the middle.
I was waiting for some real words of wisdom there.
Oh, you wait a long time for that, mate.
There's Finch with his tail up here from the Lumley end, and again squares Borthwick up. He's looking to turn this to the leg side and gets a little leading edge out into the offside for no run.
Yes,
Finch is bowling nicely here.
Well, he's got Borthwick in not 2 minds, but he's got him in a bit of a mind, hasn't he?
Marty's just showed us the batting averages for the top order at Middlesex. So we've got Sam Robson on 2.33, former Durham player Mark Stoneman on 1, and overseas player Peter Milan averaging 2. And again, this is pushed out into the offside by Borthwick, who rides that one a little bit better and scamper through for a single, and the end of an excellent over from Finch. Durham 69 for 1. So yeah, if you watch anything from the game last week, they were 4 for 4, I think, at some stage. Middlesex, all top order had 0.
Yeah.
And they scrambled through in the end to get some kind of total, and I think unfortunately for Mark, he got a pair actually in his first game of the season.
Ben Gibbon to continue. Where are we? About 14 minutes till lunch. You mentioned your non-league club. Who's that?
Chesley Street United.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
What league's that then?
Northern League 2.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I've as Gibbon races away and not played defensively, goes through to the wicketkeeper. They're bowling well, these two.
The tails up, haven't they?
Since the demise of our rugby club in Worcester this winter, I have to go out on a Saturday afternoon, unless it's Six Nations rugby. You can stay in and watch that. So I've been watching a bit of local football. Enjoyed it. Good fun.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Turn up at 10 to 3. You don't have to queue up. You've got your 50 quid for a seat.
Absolutely.
As Gibbon is in again and bowls, and this time squirts away slightly outside third of the bat to backward point, no run. In fact, we were down in Pembrokeshire at New Year, and a Saturday afternoon. It might have been New Year's Eve. It was, I think. I had to go out and watch a bit of sport, and football match. Haverfordwest County were playing Pontypool United.
Sounds like a ripper.
So I go along. The bloke on the gate said, £3 for pensioners. I said, "Oh, right, okay, mate, I'll have some of that." And it was I really enjoyed the game. As Gibbon comes in again and bowls, and and that cuts the batsman in half. And well,
another one off the hip, I think.
Yeah, they're appealing behind the stumps. Really came back. Wicketkeeper Roderick didn't appeal.
Yeah, the bowler wasn't that keen, but the slips were up.
No. It's a really good spell, this.
Bowling well.
Yeah.
Might be just the lacquer's come off that ball now, and it might be doing a little bit more, or...
Yeah, maybe the roller will have worn off a little bit by now.
But they've definitely into some rhythm.
Away goes Gibbon. This ball is wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper.
That's like an absolute mile the ball before. Sorry, brothers.
No. Yeah, just showed the replay. 69 for 1. Yeah, where was it? Oh, so I go and watch this football match, and the bloke said, "Have a go on the raffle, sir." He said, "Sound like Rod Gilbert." "Have a go on the raffle." He said, "It's a big raffle today, New Year's." I said, "All right." So I put my name on the tickets. Half time, guy in the PA is going down the winning numbers in the raffle today, as Gibbon races away again and coming forward defensively, pushed away on the onside by Borthwick. Won't pick up anything there. So he reads my name out. Blue ticket 161 or whatever it is, Mr. D. Bradley. I thought, oh, great, I won a prize in the raffle. So I go around to see the bloke, says, "Got my ticket here." I said, "What have I won?" He said, 4 tickets for any home game this season.
What more would you want?
I said, "Mate, I won't be back here till next Christmas."
Redraw.
Thanks ever so much. So I gave them to a needy person.
Fantastic.
But I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. As Gibbon is in again and bowls wide of the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, grassroots sport. They're pleased to see you. You get a cup of tea at half time, and yeah, it's
absolutely
good.
No, I absolutely love it. So,
what do you have a coaching role there? Do you?
Oh, loosely. I sit on the bench and shout at people.
That's must be a Premiership manager.
It's a skill in itself. But with my role, so I'm lucky to work here at Parkview, which are based at the Riverside, and cricket doesn't fit in with the school year whatsoever. So I've literally got my first games coming up now. My kids started in September, so throughout the winter I get involved with the football, and luckily we've got a national semi-final next week as not Gibbon at all. It's Finch comes in and pushes this one onto the hip of Lees, who tucks this away nicely out to deep square for a single. And we've made the national final of another competition, so we actually get to play at Accrington Stanley.
All right.
So the boys will be there in early May.
Oh, well done.
And that team then plays Saturday football in the Northern League 2 as Chesley Street United. So they're about mid-table there. They had a rocky period and then they've pulled away from the threat of relegation. Our home ground is actually here, so over the back of the pavilion here. However, this year, due to the inadequate floodlights, we've been unable to play here, so we've had to ground share. over in Sunderland, but next year we will be back here. So looking forward to that again. 2 games of the season left, I think, and around 9th, so pretty comfortable.
Good.
As Finch comes in and Borthwick again squared up, pushes this one out into point for no run. But it's brilliant. I like it. It's good watching kids develop into men playing, some pretty
team sport,
some decent players who've come down levels and they're up against it and get kicked to bits, and they try and put their skill into play and get around some of the other sides. But it's a good learning curve for them, looking to progress a bit further. So,
but best thing in the world for kids, team sport.
Oh, absolutely.
Any sport, whatever sport you're playing.
Absolutely. Got a couple of the Durham lads walking around to the nets. Kipak's bags on. Ross Whitfield and Harry Crawshaw. A couple of the rookies here.
Steve Harmison, he was managing the football team.
It's funny you should say that. He was up at Ashington, so his brother Ben is their captain and leading goal scorer at the moment.
Right.
They're looking at potentially being promoted out of Northern League 1.
Right.
Oh, Big Ben, banging them in. He's transformed as Finch comes in again, and Borthwick allows this one through to the keeper for no run. 70 for 1. But yeah, Ben's going well, and it's really good. So there's a lot of cricketers are mixed in with that. So you come across familiar faces each week, and they're all looking, "What the hell are you doing here?" and things like that. And then I shout at them for 90 minutes, and then we go and have a beer, which is what it's all about for me. So love it, absolutely love it.
It's you take it seriously, but once the final whistle goes, that's it, isn't it?
100%. That's Finch coming towards the end of a really good spell here. Hits Borthwick on the thigh pad or the backside as this one trickles down to fine leg, and Leach bustles in and prevents a second run. 71 for 1.
Yeah, I can walk down to my local.
Oh, awesome!
And they play a decent standard, and there you go. Get a decent crowd. They've had 600 for a couple of games this season, but I think they're still in with a chance of the playoffs. But and it's the same thing, a few old mates are around, and we relive the days when we
absolutely
when we attempted to kick a football in the direction we were facing. didn't always work,
and keeps you out of IKEA.
Yeah.
Finch comes into bowl, and this one's allowed through to the keeper, and that ends the over. Durham 71 for 1. Finch has lovely figures of 1 for 9 off his 5. He's bowled very well. Is that 1 for 6? That's a dodgy colour for that for me on that scoreboard.
It's a 5, I think, mate.
Yeah. It's been very miserly. You're absolutely right, because if I look across and look at his economy rate, look, there's 1. So he has 1 for 5 off 5, 2 maidens. Has really put the Durham batters under pressure along with Ben Gibbon. It's a really good spell, this. Durham are looking to get through unscathed for another 6 minutes to the lunch break.
Gibbon 6 overs for 14.
They've been good, these two.
Away he goes. Gibbon from the Finkel end. Bright sunshine. In bowls. Cut away, but cut into the ground. And Libby has a comfortable stop at cover point. The flag of St George on the top of Lumley Castle Hotel is... It's not fluttering away, it's being blown away from the flagpole. So that breeze coming, as it normally does here, it comes from left to right across in front of us.
Yeah, it's proud up there, isn't it? St George's Day on Sunday.
Yeah, oh, don't start me on that. Should be a national holiday.
I agree.
Here's Gibbon in again, bowls, fullish length this time, punch back down the pitch. Gibbon himself does the fielding. Yeah,
I've always found that really bizarre that this country celebrates St Patrick's Day more than its own national day. Absolutely incredible. Right. But that's just me. Yeah. But in fact, I'm sure it's not just me. I'm sure there's a lot of other people feel as strongly about that.
At least 2 of us. yeah. It's a national day. Make something of it. Here is Gibbon in again, and this is cut away. This time he does time it nicely, and Libby turns, but I don't think he's going to cut that one off. Even this slow outfield's not going to stop that one. Races away down to the third man boundary. There is no third man, so that's not going to get cut off. Nice shot.
Yeah, it was just like an old-fashioned late cut, wasn't it? Just tapped it on the top of its head and raced away down to third man. Long boundary down there, isn't it?
It is. eases that little bit of pressure as well that these two had put on. So total goes to 75 for 1. Just a reminder, lunch today is at 1 o'clock, although we've lost a bit of time to the weather. Gibbon in again, and this time no action really from the batsman apart from lifting the bat up and letting it go through to the wicket keeper. Decent bunch of folks in today. There was a chap. Oh, he's back down there. Now he's got his dog down here in a pushchair.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah. He was
Jack Russell by the look.
Little Jack Russell. I saw him come in this morning, but he's been huddled up. So the dog's in the pushchair.
It's probably the worst place in the ground to sit in the shade.
Oh yeah, you want to be down the other end, don't you?
Absolutely.
The sunlight. Gibbon in the sunlight is in and bowls and forward a little apprehensively and indicates that the ball maybe did a little bit in the air then. Pushes it away. He's got a flat service for the pushchair. Very well pointed out there by my colleague, Mr. Emerson, who's an expert on doggy pushchairs. In fact, when he's on Mastermind, it will be his chosen specialist subject. But he's enjoying the cricket, and the dog's enjoying the cricket as well. He's having a day out. Gibbon to complete his 7th over, and coming forward, just turned the ball, just drifting onto leg stump, so helps ease it on its way to pick up a single. Lee says 29, Borthwick has out. The one man out this morning, Michael Jones, who was caught by Roderick off the bowling of Finch for 25, when the total was on 58 in the 16th over.
This will probably be the last one, I would have thought, before lunch. It's an important over. Just discussing there, Azhar Ali and D'Oliveira, what to do on the leg side. Borthwick has been squared up a couple of times from Finch. There's going to be 4 slips in place, a backward point, an extra cover. Square leg is going to come in. Mid on and a fine leg. This is it. We've got a couple of minutes now, so this will definitely be the last over before lunch. The impressive Finch currently has 1 for 5 off his 5. Bounds in from the Lumley end. And this one is on the hip of Borthwick, who tucks this nicely onto the leg side down to Leach. Comes round and prevents a second run. Best place to bat at this stage is definitely at the non-strikers end just before lunch. 77 for 1 as Borthwick moves on to 9. Lee's on 29.
Yeah, scamper up the other end.
Yeah, a little bit of a field change for Lee's. As 4th slip comes out into a more of a cover point than a cover. It's pretty square there. And square leg drops back towards the boundary. Keep Vic Company down there in front of the covers. As he bowls now, and this is pushed out to that man at cover point for no run. 77 for 1. As we head towards lunch, there's some clouds building up over the pavilion there. You wouldn't be surprised to see the groundsman hanging around here. It's the ice cream van in the background.
He's not going to sell ice cream going at that speed, is he? Is that Eric Walker, isn't he? Never going to sell ice cream going at that speed, lad.
And Finch now decides to come round the wicket to Lees. And Lees pushes at this one and is beaten outside the off stump. Again, another fine delivery from Finch, who's had some real rhythm in this spell. He's probably deserved more than the 1 wicket that he's taken so far. But himself and Gibbon have really put the brakes on Durham. As the clock heads around to 1 o'clock, and Marty will be doing an update for BBC Newcastle shortly. We have 3 deliveries remaining before the lunch break. And it'll be Finch around the wicket to Lees, who stands tall, bat raised, and he lets this one through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, we have seen about an hour and 40 minutes more cricket than I thought we would today.
Yeah, when I turned up, didn't look like there was going to be much play at all, and then, like I said, the clouds seemed to part, and then 15 minutes later we were out there playing.
Look how dark it is to the north of us.
Yeah.
See the gulls.
Some build-up as comes in. This one does catch the outside edge and runs down to third man. I don't think it's going to go for 4. In fact, they'll probably just settle for the 2. In fact, if I was Borthwick, I definitely wouldn't be coming back to face the last ball before lunch.
No.
And they do settle for 2, and 79 for 1, as you said. An hour and 45 minutes of cricket so far. 24 overs will be complete after this one. As Durham looking to head into lunch, 1 down after being put into bat by Worcester. Worcester winning the toss, and with overhead conditions, I think most people would have bowled. I think Scott Borthwick, apparently Marcus was saying, was thinking about batting. But you definitely want to be batting first here at the Riverside. And last ball, and that is pushed out into the covers, and that ends the session as the players leave us for lunch. Durham sit on 79 for 1, Lee's on 31, and Borthwick on 9.
24 overs gone, is that right?
That's absolutely right.
Yep. Right, so there you are then. We'll be back with you in around about 40 minutes' time.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance and transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people. Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
diversity
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart. In concert.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance. And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people. Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage.
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance. And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generations.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people. Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
diversity
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable. Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programs are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart in concert.
hopefully I'll break into like the APP and get like a couple of games, then hopefully can get like a contract with the academy and that hopefully. So see how I do this season, how it goes. Yeah, so I think I'd really like an APP contract or leave the academy. But then we've both been put forward for the Younger Trials, North of England team. I'd like to be able to say that being named in that team. I'm sure it will be as well. Yeah.
Okay, thanks guys.
Thank you, lads. See you later. See you later.
Welcome back to Chesley Street for the afternoon session on day one of Durham against Worcestershire. Durham resuming their first innings on 79 for 1. Scott Borthwick, the skipper, on 9, and he will be on strike. Alex Lee's on 31. 1 wicket to fall this morning was that of Michael Jones, caught behind off the bowling of Adam Finch for 25, having put on 58 for the opening stand with Lees. We've had all 4 seasons of one day today, and we've got bright sunshine now. And I've left my sunglasses at home.
Oh.
Future's so bright, I've got to wear shades.
Tish-tosh.
Joe Leach to bowl. Bowled 5 overs this morning, none for 22. Bowling here from the Finkel end, right arm round to the left-handed Borthwick. Flicked off the legs and away down to fine leg. And there is a fielder out there. He'll get 2 runs. The ball is just not running to the boundary today. But the sun might help.
I noticed at lunch the ground staff were out
they were
in some of the outfield because they've got to do it while they've got the opportunity.
Yeah.
So that might
just quicken it up in a couple of places. They obviously didn't have time to do all of it.
Leach in again, comes in and bowls. No ball, signalled. As Borthwick defends as that. Finch right down the far end, fielding it fine leg.
Let him turn around.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got 3 in the slips.
Yeah. I'm surprised he's gone back to Leach post lunch. I suppose he is your foremost medium pacer, isn't he, Joe Leach? But I thought that Gibbon and Finch bowled very well. Really staunched the runs and took a wicket.
Put a bit of pressure on, didn't they?
Yeah.
I told you, Leach's figures none for 26 as he comes into bowl again. Turned by Borthwick to mid-wicket, no run there. Pennington, none for 18 from 6 overs, 2 maidens. Gibbon, none for 19 from 7 overs, 3 maidens. And Finch, 1 for 8 from 6 overs, 2 maidens. So he's kept it really tight. And there was that spell where the wicket came in the 16th over, and the 2 overs before that had been maidens. I think they were the first maidens of the day, actually. Just there was that little period where Durham was stuck on 58 and then the wicket came, so a little bit of pressure built. Leach comes in and bowls. Borthwick forward to this one, pushes it to D'Oliveira in the covers, who picks it up at the 3rd time of asking. If you want to email, it's weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk or @MartyCricket on Twitter, or what are you on Twitter?
I am at Bradders at BBC, but that bit in the middle is AT, so it's BRADDERS AT. BBC.
Yeah.
Goes back a long way.
Yeah. Since before Twitter began. Ooh. Bit of a false shot there from Scott Borthwick here. Just looking at this one again. Just wonder if the ball's held up in the ground a little bit. He's played it one-handed. Inside edge onto the thigh pad, and it's gone past leg stump and come to rest on the ground just behind him. In comes Leachy bowls, and ball played by Borthwick, the backward point on that occasion. Mentioning the advertising Toblerones around the ground here, where it's thought it might be the first county championship side to actually bring them in for day-to-day games. Normally you would only see them on TV matches or internationals. And I see that the Premier League has decided today it will remove sponsorship from betting companies from the shirts of Premier League teams next year.
Right. Okay.
In comes Leach, cut by Borthwick, stopped at point by Jake Libby, and that is the end of the over. So 2 runs down at the start, down a fine leg, and then a no ball. So 4 from the over. Durham 83 for 1. There was meant to be a whistle-to-whistle moratorium on sports betting advertising, wasn't there? And as somebody pointed out a few weeks ago, a particular player scored, and while he celebrated, he had a betting company on his shirt, and there were adverts for about 5 or 6 betting firms in the background on the advertising hoardings during the whole period of celebrating the goal. And I did an interview with Hugh Turbeville from, is it Wisden or the cricketer? Wisden, isn't it?
Wisden.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, because I've got nothing against it as such, but watching test matches with my daughters, and every advert was for a betting firm. And he wrote about it in Wisden.
Adam Finch, indeed it is. Opening from the Lumley end post lunch. Full length delivery. Lees comes forward, plays it back down the pitch. Yeah, because any sporting club in this day and age will take the money from anybody, won't they? Almost. To put their name on your shirt. So it's funny because I look at some of these things on particularly football club shirts, and I think, who the hell are you? I've never heard of these companies. But then I suppose the point is that I Google it to see who they are, so that it's done the job, hasn't it? That the advertiser has done his job.
If the firm exists.
Here's Finch in again. Oh, that's a good ball. That is a good ball. Just draws Lee. Been a good contest this between Lees and Finch. Just draws him into the shot, and then it just fades away into the gloves of wicketkeeper Roderick. 3 slips at the moment. Azhar Ali, Haynes and Pollock are the 3 slips.
There's an investigative sports journalist who I follow on Twitter who did an investigation into some of these currency companies and whatnot.
Yeah. Here's Finch in again, pushed away on the offside, and there is no run.
I think there was one famous example of a particular football team's foreign cryptocurrency partner, and there was no evidence this firm
even existed.
Yeah.
No. The other thing that goes on is you can get a pallet full of stuff that's been returned to a certain company. And a very good friend of mine invested about 30 quid in one of these so-called pallets. He got a pair of earphones. Here's Finch in again, played down the pitch. Finch himself fields, which you could say you could pay 30 quid for a pair of earrings, but these were not 30. Not earrings, earphones, earbuds. That's the word I'm looking for. So yeah, be careful, folks. As my granddad used to say, if it looks as if it's too good to be true, then it is too good to be true.
If it looks like chicken and tastes like chicken, it's probably turkey.
Yeah. Here's Finch turning, hurtling in, and this time Lees is forward solidly, pushes out to D'Oliveira at mid-off. The trees on the far end in the park just beginning to turn green. There's still some white blossom on some of them. I presume those are the fruit trees. But the others, just that little hint of green. It's walking with dogs the other day. The hedgerows are just beginning to change colour. Beautiful sunshine at the moment. Bright blue sky.
Last week in Sussex, we actually had a high pollen count for one of the days.
Ooh.
Tree pollen.
Finch to complete another good over, and this time doesn't draw the batsman into the shot. So Finch has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 wicket for 8 runs. Good effort, his first appearance of the season. Worcestershire just changing the balance of their team a little bit today, leaving Adam Hose out of the lineup. So playing an extra bowler, really. And Finch has justified his selection so far. 83 for 1, Durham.
Leach from our end of the ground, the Finkel end. Right arm round, comes in and bowls. That's through to the keeper, left alone.
Is the ghost of Lumley Castle still around?
If you believe in such things.
Yeah. Was it the West Indians?
No,
or the Australians,
wasn't it?
Got frightened by a so-called ghost.
Yeah. Which brings me to quite a funny story. As Leach comes into bowl. Defended. It's 10 years ago now, this season, since Durham hosted its only Ashes test.
Yeah.
And then on the eve of the test match, 5 Live did a show from Lumley Castle. And I was invited as a guest. Harmy was on the stage. I think Freddie Flintoff. Graham Fowler was there.
Right.
And they invited this ghost expert.
Oh.
So that immediately got me suspicious. 83 for 1. Leach comes in and bowls. Oh, good ball. Through to the keeper it goes. Tight line there. Anyway, everybody's having a laugh on the stage and all the rest of it. And then they asked this guy if he believes in ghosts, and he said no.
And he was the ghost hunter.
And they said, "But you're the ghost expert." And he said, "Well," he said, "I'm here to explain why people might think they see ghosts." And he came out with a very plausible explanation as to what may have happened that particular night. As Leach bowls, defended. I can't remember who the player was. It was one of the Aussie players. Thought he saw a ghost, and he said, and it was a very well thought out suggestion. When you're playing at the highest level as an international sports star, adrenaline's flowing through your brain, your veins, not your brain, well, your brain as well, and you're up a height, and then sometimes when you come down afterwards, depending what the levels of adrenaline are, you can't actually hallucinate and see things. In comes the bowler. That's cut off the back foot by Borthwick, and he'll get 2 runs there. D'Oliveira got a hand in the covers, but couldn't stop it. It rolls all the way down towards the boundary on the river side of the ground, and fielded by Libby. And it made sense, you know. They've been playing in a day-night match, England against Australia here, a tense game. And then they asked him 1 or 2 other questions, and he just basically kiboshed the whole idea of ghosts. Said there's no real evidence to suggest any of this is true. And they were like, well, you're what kind of ghost expert are you, you know? They bowl. This is defended. Leach bowls, defended. End of the over, 85 for 1. Anyway, they sort of gave him short shrift and off he went. And I felt a bit sorry for him because I thought what he said was common sense. Anyway, he departed. And then about 15 minutes later, I was behind the scenes. And this guy comes in and says, hello, I'm so-and-so, so-and-so. And they said, who are you? And he said, I'm the ghost expert. And they were like, what?
So the ghost expert wasn't...
Yeah. Hang on, if you're the ghost expert, who was that other guy?
Was it a ghost?
And by the time they went to look for the other guy, he'd mysteriously disappeared.
Here's Adam Finch coming in, bowling from the Lumley end, and forward goes Lees, pushes away into the offside. Lees has 31, Borthwick 13. One man out, Michael Jones caught Roderick, bowled Finch for 25 when the total was on 58. It's a bit like the guy who was introduced on BBC News as a... Was he?
Oh, yeah.
He was on the Beatles.
And he was a
taxi driver. Yeah. That's a great bit of... Great bit of film, that is.
Yeah, when they ask him a question, he sort of shrugs his shoulders like,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Here's Finch in again, and that's a nice shot. Lovely cover drive, just leant into it, punched it away. D'Oliveira will just about cut it off because it's going uphill, as it were, on a dampish outfield. On another day, that might well have been Ford. Got him go to 85 for 1. Borthwick has 13. Those couple of runs takes Lees to 33.
Anyway, there was a reason behind what happened that night.
What, the ghost or the ghost hunter?
The ghost hunter versus I don't believe in ghosts.
Here's Finch in, and this is played down towards third man. That's going to race away for 4 as well. That might not have made it at 11:15 this morning, but the sun has dried it out considerably.
And the ground's been cut.
Yeah.
Anyway, what had happened was the second guy who turned up had written a book about the ghosts of Lumley Castle and ghosts of this area, apparently. And it had been a local bestseller. And so he'd been approached to be asked if he would come on the show. And I think when he was originally approached, he was away on holiday.
Finch, right arm round, left-handed Lees, 91 for 1. Durham staying on 91 for 1 as the ball is pushed out to mid-on.
So anyway, the producer who'd approached him then thought, I better find somebody else in case we don't hear from this guy. So then booked a professor from Durham Uni to come as the backup. In the meantime, the producer then went on holiday. The guy who'd written the ghost book then got in touch to say he'd come along. So nobody realised there were going to be 2 people to talk about ghosts on the one night.
Here is Finch in again. That's short. He's got an edge on this. It's blown. It's landed about 2 yards inside the boundary at fine leg. Joe Leach, who's fielding there, must have thought it was coming his way for a short while, but Finch getting that one in, getting the bouncer in against Lees. Which he did a couple of times before lunch. But Lees goes on to 41 and 95 for 1 here, Durham.
The first ghost expert looked the spitting double of the actor Terence Stamp.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, the man who didn't believe in ghosts got on air, and the man who did believe in ghosts didn't, because by that point they decided they'd moved on from ghosts.
Finch leaps in again, and Lees plays defensively out into the covers. D'Oliveira scampers along to field. Leach at fine leg throws his cap and his jumper over the boundary rope and jogs in to begin another over. 95 for 1. Durham Lees 41. Borthwick on 13. It's funny because I found the other day the great stitch-up that they did, Brian Johnson did on Jonathan Agnew, when Agnew had stitched Johnson up to something, and he got Fred Truman and Jack Bannister to do a mock 10-minute interview with Aggers. Here's Leach.
Comes in and bowls, played away by Borthwick up to mid-on, no run there.
It was supposed to be a trial television interview.
Right.
So Truman and Jack Bannister, the two guests, so Aggers was talking. They were talking about the lack of young fast bowlers in England, and Truman went, "Oh, I don't know anything about that, but I can tell you where the best fish and chip shop is." And something like that. Yeah. And they just talked nonsense for 10 minutes. And of course, Aggers thought he'd spoiled his whole TV audition.
Leach bowls, cut, or an attempted cut by Borthwick. He's gone down on one knee there as he tried to play a ball, which has gone through to the keeper. There's a beautiful statue of Fred Truman on the marina in Skipton, in full flow, which we were there in February last year because we've been staying in a cottage in Settle.
I know.
My wife's from Skipton originally.
What's the pub in Skipton? Is it the White Swan?
There's a few, isn't there?
The White, I think I stay in the White Swan. There's a Heritage Railway, isn't there? Nearby.
A what?
Heritage Railway, an old railway line.
Oh yeah. Well, that's that went.
Not the Settle one.
No. This is turned by Borthwick to mid-wicket square leg area. No run there. Fielded in the end by Ben Gibbon, the left armer. Yeah, the railway is the MC Steam Railway, and so when I first met Ju, her mum was living in MC.
Oh right.
And as he came out the train station at MC and walked straight up the hill, West Lane or whatever it was called, a man lived up at the top there. So
doesn't it go to Goatland, which was
no,
it's not that one, is it?
No, that's the North York Steam Railway.
That's it. Yeah.
It's a canny walk between the two of them. This is a dot ball. Yeah, the Goatland Railway. That's there's a mate of mine.
Heartbeat.
Yeah, Sean is an engineer on that railway, so he lives down in Goatland Village. So that's the North York Moors Railway. So that goes all the way down to Pickering. That's a beautiful train journey. That. Tell you what else is nice if you've ever had ever get the chance is the railway line that goes down to Whitby. In comes Leach. He bowls a late leave there, I think, from Borthwick. Just watch his hand movement here again. Yeah, he's pushed at it as it's gone past him actually. Yeah, the Esk Valley Railway. So,
yeah.
Basically, the railway comes down the coast from Sunderland down to Middlesbrough, and then south of Middlesbrough, there's a little village right on the edge of the Cleveland Hills called Great Ayton. You can park there and get the train, and it winds its way down through all these beautiful little villages in the North York Moors. Each ball's defended, Leal Home, Gromont, and then it continues down. I forget the name of the Goatland, where Heartbeat was filmed, and then gradually it drops its way down into Whitby. It's a lovely, lovely journey.
So Gromont is Grossmont.
Yeah.
But it's pronounced Gromont.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to have to pronounce something else for the listeners of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Get a good friend Ash could dive in.
Yeah, the other steam railway is mentioned in there in Skipton is the MC Railway, which goes down to Bolton Abbey, the Duke of Devonshire's pad, which was where the famous wedding took place. As Finch comes in and bowls here, right on round to the left-handed Lees. That's gone through to the keeper. Next ball is played by Lees down towards long leg. It'll flick off the hips. 1 run. Yeah, so the Bolton Abbey, there's the hotel there. Probably the Devonshire Arms, because most of them are named that. So Raquel Welch, the actress, her son Damon married Fred Truman's daughter Rebecca at Bolton Abbey. Many moons ago now. Article in the Yorkshire Post, when cricket met showbiz in the sleepy Yorkshire Dales. Pinch round the wicket to Borthwick is on 13. Borthwick on top of that one, plays a 2.0 run. (1991) the wedding. They didn't remain married for long, and then cited the pressures of being the children of famous people. It was then revealed after they got married in Bolton Abbey that they'd secretly previously married in a private ceremony in Los Angeles before that. Finch to Borthwick, that's through to the keeper. Just moving the ball away here. Right arm round, and Borthwick protecting the off stump as he plays it that, but it just leaves the outside edge of the bat and goes through to the keeper. (96 for 1 Durham) as Finch comes in again. Balls to Borthwick, that's through to the keeper as well. It's a very good testing over this from Finch. Borthwick just tucking the bat inside the line of the ball there. Reminder in the county championship these days that there's a new rule in place with regards to bonus points from a batting point of view. The first bonus point now comes at 250 rather than 200, and they run until 450 rather than 400. Finch in, and an attempted drive from Borthwick, playing a miss there. It's been a very testing over and a very good one from the bowler. A bit wider of off stump that time around, so he's trying to lure Borthwick in. Borthwick on 13 from 57. Lees on 42 from 88. Start of this season last week, Lees with a half century at Sussex and an opening stand of 142. With Michael Jones. Leach to start a new over. I'm just going to do an update for Radio Newcastle very shortly. Leach 2, Lees on 42. Bowles gone down the leg side, and good take from Roderick. Here's the update. We've got beautiful sunshine here, and that is quite in contrast to the start of the day when it was wet and miserable and we didn't think we'd see any play, but they did actually get going at 11:15. By lunch, Durham put in by Worcestershire 79 for 1. They'd lost Michael Jones for 25, but now they are 96 for 1. Opener Alex Lees is on 42, Scott Borthwick at the other end on 13, and there's commentary of this one on the BBC website and the Sports app. Well, that is a dot ball. Played back by Lees. Listeners might be interested to know it's slow past the Metro Centre.
It is. It's always slow past the Metro
It
Centre.
is.
I've never gone past the Metro Centre at any speed.
Yeah, I remember when they brought in the 50-mile-an-hour speed limit round there, and I said I'd love to be able to get up to 50 miles an hour around the Western
I love that when you sat in the
What a
road.
dream.
Yeah, it's going nowhere. 50 miles an hour limit.
Ooh, bit of a false shot there from Lees as he looks to cut a ball from Leach.
Did that not bounce?
It's bounced and it's then stayed really low, hasn't it?
Yeah. So Roderick took it on his bootlace.
Yeah. This is the 148th first-class match for Alex Lees, and he went into it with 8,440 runs, including that 79 at Sussex last week. Made 651 in 7 matches last year. Leach balls again, and that is cut, and that's gone to point, and it's stopped by Libby. bright sunshine now, Bradders.
Lovely.
And then out of the west, the
bit of cloud build.
mingingness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tina says she's enjoying the new commentary and the great pictures. Love the infills. Is this the correct term? Infills?
Infills, good word. What did you say that rope was this morning?
The diffuser rope.
Diffuser rope.
Yeah.
Very good, that. I was trying to remember that word. Write it down.
Leach bowls. Oh, yeah, after that. That's been walloped straight back towards our end of the ground, and it smacks into the spongy foam. 4 runs. I tell you what, that's the 100 runs up for Durham. Lees wasn't far off actually being caught and bowled there.
Well, I wondered about that because Joe Lees kind of covered up, didn't he?
Yeah. Say, when it left the bat, I lost sight of where it had gone. I thought he'd skied it, but he's hit it like a shell around about waist height, and it's gone flying past the batsman. Threw his arms out, but couldn't stop it. 100 for 1, 30.5 overs. Looks to pull that through the leg side, they're appealing. And no, says the umpire. End of the over then, 4 from it.
Very good afternoon to John Walker, listening to us in Malaga today.
Nice.
I think he's listening. I think he's watching as well.
Whereabouts is he in Malaga? Is he in?
Oh, don't know. I'll have to find out.
Our former rugby commentator, Kevin Williams, who you know.
Kevin? Good lad.
Kevin lives in a little village north of Malaga, up the hill from Nerja, called Frigliana. Beautiful little village, all white stone-washed houses.
Is he well?
Yeah.
Ah, good luck. Shared the commentary box with him a few times. Here is Finch to begin his 10th over, bowling right arm around bowls, and this is... Oh, and he's gone, caught and bowled. It really just squared Borthwick up. He was looking to turn it on the leg side, took a leading edge, and a decent catch in the end from Finch.
It's come off the toe of the bat.
On his follow-through, managed to dive forward and take the catch. Reward there for Finch. Bowled a very good spell. But Borthwick goes for 13. And Durham are 100 for 2, I presume, although the scoreboard doesn't tell me. They are 100 for 2 in the 32nd over. But, yeah, just reward, I think, for Finch today.
Well, that previous over was an excellent one, wasn't it? And I think he won the duel in the previous over, and Scott Borthwick there just trying to pull that ball through the leg side, and I don't know whether he stopped on the shot or not, but it's come off the toe of the bat and looped back towards the bowler, who, with him being quite tall and with the arms he's got, was able to dive and manage to catch it two-handed, whereas I think had he been smaller he might not have got there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, good wicket.
David
Beddingham coming in for the Durham. What did he get? Borthwick 24, was it?
13, you said.
13, I said.
Yeah, you did.
Why did I write down 24 then?
I don't know. I wrote 13 because I was listening to you.
Probably because I'm insane. Yeah, the Met Office, sorry we keep on about the weather, but the Met Office forecast for this area says at 3 o'clock it should be chucking it down with rain. It probably won't be.
What percentage is it offering?
Something like 90, I think.
Is it?
Yeah. Here is Finch then, bowling to the new batsman who is forward, pushes into the offside, and D'Oliveira does the fielding. What are you pointing at?
I'm pointing towards Hebburn, Dave.
All right. Well,
I reckon it's larruping down in Hebburn.
Yeah, so that's past us, isn't it?
Yeah, and probably Wardley.
Well, good luck to them, I say. We shall sing For Those in Peril on the Sea for them. Finch, tail up, real tail up here. 2 for 19. His 10th over. In he comes again. This is wide of the off stump. Loads of time for the batsman to note its direction and lift his bat. Breeze blowing across the ground. You can probably hear it on air effects. Might need actually the Durham flag above the stand has lost its bottom bit of cord, whatever that may be called. It's fluttering away by a single cord. And the Cross of St George on the Lumley Castle Hotel has not ceased to blow all day. Next ball from Finch, and it's hitting the pad. I would think we're at a very strange angle here, but I think that was probably missing the leg stump. And the umpire Adnam thought exactly the same thing as well. Well, he probably thought the same thing.
What was that?
It sounded like a steam engine.
Didn't it? There's a fairground over the other side of the road in the Riverside Park. I wonder if it was something on there. It did sound like a steam engine.
The man with the dog in the pram sounds like a Roald Dahl book. The man with the dog in, I think, has gone around the other side to sit in the sunshine because he's not here now. Perhaps his dog said it's going to be cold here, Gaffer. Finch in, 3 slips go down, and this is pushed away into the offside. D'Oliveira, the skipper, cover, puts his hands up in the air as the batsman reached into that one.
Asking questions is the boy Finch. Taking 2 wickets as well, 2 for 19.
And lunch came just in time for him to have a blow and change his socks, put his feet up. Yeah, that's very dark over the back of there. It's like a 2-day bruise.
That's a train going through Chester Street when here now.
Next ball is turned away down towards fine leg, and it's gone to the boundary. Very well timed. Finch for once losing his line and giving Bedingham a boundary to get off the mark. He has 4, Lees has 46, and Durham have 104-4-2. So that wouldn't be a steam train on that line, but it's moving around from somewhere to somewhere. They do occasionally, the old steamers go up the main line at the end of our road. Making a lot of noise, mate.
Yeah.
I've not heard that much noise.
I don't think that is it. It's not a train, is it?
It's not a steam engine fair somewhere around here, is it? That isn't making a noise. What is it?
I don't know.
There's probably a tea trolley going around the ground.
Maybe there is a steam engine going past us.
Oh,
that's a steam engine, isn't it? Leach comes in. Balls to Lees, who flicks it off down towards fine leg for 1. Where is it? Then must be over in
not a ghost
Riverside Park.
Steam engine, is it?
Yeah. Quite a nice noise.
A mystery. If anybody knows what's going on around Chester Street today, put us out of our misery. Well, not put us out of our misery, but tell us what happened. I think that was
might be the ghost of Fred Dibner.
Knocking down a tower somewhere.
Yeah. 105 for 2 here on the BBC. Leach right arm over to Bedingham. Bedingham guides that one round the slip cord, and that looks like it's got the legs to go for 4. There's a chase on, and it may have been stopped again.
Jack Ames, eh?
Yeah, hammering in there. Oof. Well, he puts a hand on it as he absolutely clobbers into the Toblerone. And now the advert's upside down. You've got a little white patch where there should be an advert for a firm.
Only 2 slips now for Lees. There's a fine leg gone down and a third man.
Leach in. And this is defended by Lees, who's on 46 from 96 balls, 95 balls.
Don't like the look of that cloud building up, mate.
Well, that cloud's up there. I'm not worried about that.
No.
But it's not too bad across towards the west at the minute, which is where the weather's coming from. So the north of us, it doesn't look the best, but beautiful sunshine here at the moment. Leach around the wicket now with a bouncer to Lees, who just ducks out the road of that one.
Good knock this from Lees. Hard work. He got 97 balls for his 46. He's had to work really hard. I thought Worcestershire's attack early on, didn't quite get it right. Dylan Pennington didn't get it right. He bowled 2 down the leg side that went for 4 byes, both of them. But then the arrival of Finch and Gibbon calmed it down a bit, and then Leach back on post lunch.
Leach in, played straight by Lees off the back foot up to mid on, no run there.
Joe Leacher was one of her guests at the Worcester Cricket Society this winter, and he was very good. He was very funny and told some good stories, and yeah, been a good winter. To be finished off next week with Glenn McGrath as our guest, former Worcester player.
Leach bowls with a short one, which has gone down the leg side. Now, last week there were 2 wides given against Matt Kuhneman because he was bowling left arm and he was trying to go into the foot ruts, and batsman let the ball go down the leg side and he was wided. One of them went for 4. Now, I don't think him doing that, and he was looking to try and get turn out of the ruts, is any different to what Leach has just done there. He's deliberately bowled a bouncer down the leg side so Lees can't hit it. That isn't a no, but that isn't a wide.
It's a new edict to the umpires, isn't it? If they think people are deliberately trying to bowl a wide. Dylan Pennington is on, so Finch has been relieved of his duties for now.
Durham will probably be quite happy to see that.
Yeah, Pennington bowled 6 overs for 18 earlier in the day. Probably the quickest of the Worcestershire batsmen. Beddingham faces him. This one is off an edge, but it goes along the floor, and in fact it hits Jack Haynes on the ankle and bounces away, and they come through for a single. Genuine edge, but kept down. Soft hands, as they say.
That do dishes.
Aye. We had a quiz the other week. We had a round on old advertising jingles. And what did they advertise? Only the crumbliest, flakiest chocolate.
Yeah.
And you'll wonder where you...
That was Toblerone, wasn't it?
No, that was Flake, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
And then...
I was just being silly there, Dave.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah.
I can never tell when you're being silly.
There's the punchline, you see. Heated up for you.
And there is no run. You'll wonder where the yellow went.
Don't know that one.
You brush your teeth with Pepsodent. That's an old.
Can you remember the one where it goes on and on and on and on and on?
No.
That was used to be a company called Ariston who made washing machines, didn't they? I think, and videotape and stuff like that.
Yeah. Back to the cricket. Here's Pennington bowling and pushed away into the offside. No run on this occasion for Leeds, who remains on 46. There you go. Just got 2 slips now, Worcestershire. 2 slips, fine leg, third man, cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. So somewhat more defensive field, particularly when Lees is facing, because he's been in a long time. Can Pennington remove him? Not with that ball he won't, as it's flicked away off the pads. D'Oliveira does the fielding. One more to the Durham total, goes to 110 for 2, and Lee's personal tally goes to 47. The ageless Alan Richardson.
I was going to say, is that Alan Richardson?
Wandering round the ground. He tells me he's ageless.
Yeah. How old is he now?
103. I don't know how old is he there. Must be.
How old was he when he packed in?
Oh, he was late 30s when he retired. Yeah. By Jove, he was a good bowler. Pennington in, bowls wide of the off stump.
Did his knees get him in the end?
Yeah. He actually said that probably towards the end of most seasons he was about 80% fit. So, you just get the physio to give you a jab or whatever just to get out there. I think a lot of players were like that as well. I think wicket keepers in particular. In the days when They played 30-odd championship games. I think by the end of the season, their fingers were pretty shot. Next ball, that's a good ball. Just reaching for it, Beddingham. And Roderick takes end of the over, and Durham 110 for 2, Leeds 47, Beddingham 8. Live commentary from Chester Street. I'm Dave Bradley. Martin Everson is alongside me this afternoon.
20-odd years ago now, and it's definitely more than 25 because I've been at the BBC for 25 years. I don't think I've been in a courtroom in the entire time I've been at the BBC.
In a courtroom?
Yeah, whereas for the majority of the 10 years before I joined the BBC, I spent a lot of my life covering Crown Court and Magistrates Court.
The local court reporter.
Yes. So sentencing days on a Friday at Newcastle were always busy. Here's a Leach coming in the ball to Lees. Lees plays the ball towards mid-wicket, 4-1, and moves on to 48. And Durham move on to 111 for 2.
I thought when you said that you hadn't sort of been arrested.
No. Yeah. They were all just unprovable.
Yeah. Well, as long as the sheep didn't give evidence, you were all right, mate.
Oh. Anyway, yeah, one day I'm sitting in the press box and I'm looking at this guy in the dock who's a prison officer, and I think, he looks like Alan Brown, the former Sunderland midfielder.
All right.
So during a break in play, I went up and said hello. As Leach comes in, that's edged along the floor by Beddingham. They're finding the edge of Beddingham's back quite a lot here.
Oh, yeah. He hasn't settled in, really, has he?
Anyway, I said, "Are you Alan Brown?" And he said, "Yeah, why? Who wants to know?" And I said, "I used to watch you at Roker Park."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, a Sunderland fan." Because back in those days, you see, I think Newcastle United were doing well under Kevin Keegan. And anyway, we got chatting. And there's a reason I'm going to tell you this is about knee injuries.
Okay.
As Leach comes in and bowls, this is defended because Alan Richardson's still down below us. And basically said he was happy at Sunderland, and then one day he was called in. He's being sold to Shrewsbury.
Right.
And he said, "I don't want to go to Shrewsbury." And they said, "Well, you're already going. It's a done deal. Ian Atkins is coming the other way. You're going to Shrewsbury." So off he went to Shrewsbury, and then he said his career more or less came to an end not long after that. And he said it was the knee injuries that just took their toll. And he said back in the day, you would have an injection in your knee on a Thursday. This is defended and runs up towards mid-on, no run there. So Friday, you'd be in a lot of pain. Come Saturday, match day, your knee would have settled down.
Yeah, you could play.
You could play a full 90 minutes. By Sunday, you can hardly walk. And back in that period of time, 70s, 80s, when he was playing, cortisone injections were 10 a penny.
Yeah.
And then they discovered these injections could actually do more long-term damage than good.
Yeah.
And now, I think in an entire player's career, you're only meant to have something like 5 of these injections. Leach bowls, and Beddingham plays that to deep gully, no run, going along the ground. So that was the end of him. So he ended up becoming a prison officer. I think he ran a pub for a while, like they all do. Well, they did back then. They don't need to anymore now, do they? Now they retire and they buy a small city.
Yeah. Yeah. I was saying that the other day when I was a kid. Footballers and cricketers got paid a bit more than my dad got paid, which was fair enough. And then if they had a benefit or a testimonial, they could buy a pub or a tobacconist.
Mm-hmm. Nice shot from Beddingham. He's found the middle of the bat with that one, and that's punched off the back foot and away through the covers for 4 to the steps to the dressing rooms. Nice shot. What did your dad do?
He was a farm manager, and then he was a market gardener. And he would literally be turning over in his grave when he sees me gardening. Because is
that with a cricket? Is that with a cricket bat or with a hoe?
A bit of both. I put plants in and I look after them, and sometimes they grow and sometimes they don't. But it always amazes me how things appear in your garden that I have not planted. I'm thinking,
Your Honour.
Well, yeah, yeah. I didn't know what it was. Oh, I thought it was a chrysanthemum.
That's what that smell was, Your Honour.
But it's weird. Isn't it? Things appear and appear again next year. I don't look after them.
Yeah.
But the things I do look after don't always grow. Anyway, back to the cricket. Here is Dylan Pennington. He's in and he bowls, and this is turned away off the pads. I think turned away off the pads, a little straighter than that by Lees, who is on 48. to D'Oliveira, who takes a long look at the ball. I thought he was going to take it over to the umpire then. We haven't done an umpire ball inspection today. Blimey, we've had 36. This is the 36th over, and the fielding side have not taken the ball to the umpires yet. There's a deep square leg set, which suggests that Pennington may dig one in. And it's not this one, because this is a full length, and that flies past the outside edge into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. Every now and then, it's still getting a bit out of it. I say still getting a bit out of it because we've had a bit of sunshine on this pitch, and you would think that a bit of sunshine on the pitch eases it. I was listening to a thing that Christopher Martin Jenkins did that long ago about the Laker Test match when he took 19 wickets. And he said it was a wet wicket. Nothing happened till the sun came out. It started to dry it off. Next ball is pushed away on the offside. There is no run. Of course, the Australians were very unhappy that the pitch had been prepared, I suppose is the word I'm looking for Lakers spin. Well, it certainly worked. Matthew Waite at mid-off is doing some warming up here, so I would suggest that he might well be entering the Worcestershire attack fairly quickly. Had a decent game down at Derby, took 4 for in the 1 innings. Here's Pennington again, and this is pushed out the aforementioned Waite.
We have an issue in our garden, Dave.
Oh, what's that?
The lemon tree.
A lemon tree?
Yeah, it's not looking well.
Oh, really? Lemon tree, very pretty. The lemon flower is sweet, but the fruit of the poor lemon is impossible to eat.
Well, there might not be any fruit this year. That's how bad things are.
Well, I don't know. Apart from putting it in your gin and tonic, don't have much use.
In a chicken.
Yeah. Next ball pushed away once again on the offside. And there is no run. I'm going to have to... Oh, I'm all right for a minute.
I've found this nice little series of videos on YouTube recently where a woman takes you through her favourite six seasonings.
Could you say that a bit clearer, because people might be listening in the car?
Six seasonings. So
okay.
One of them is a garlic lemon chicken with herbs.
Garlic lemon chicken.
Very nice. And they go down well with the kids.
And this will be the end of the over, because this is the last ball of it, and Pennington bowls pushed away to mid-off. That is the end of the over. Durham are 115 for 2, Lee's on 48, Beddingham on 12. A maiden over from Pennington.
It is third in 8 overs. Runs per over currently 2.5. Well, at the minute the sun is shining here in Chesney Street. It looks a pleasant day. Not necessarily t-shirt weather, but it's around about 10 degrees. In fact, that is t-shirt weather over in the Northwest Terrace, because there's a man there in just a t-shirt and jeans, and you can see the arms on shows. A few people in t-shirts over there, so I was wrong. We are going to see a change of bowling as well. So Waite is going to come in and bowl. Matthew Waite is right on medium. This is his 18th first-class match. He has 44 wickets, best figures in the county championship. 4 for 35, Worcestershire against Leicestershire last year. Took 4 for 50 last week at Derby as well, as he comes in here, right arm over. First ball nearly gets a nibble from David Beddingham as he's pushing at that one outside his off stump. Waite left Yorkshire last year in August for a 3-year deal with Worcestershire. He's been at Yorkshire since under 13s. Comes in and bowls again, defended by Beddingham. Forward to that one. Bowling from the Lumley end, our end of the ground. In past the umpire. And that is played nicely by Beddingham. He pushes it out towards the cover boundary, pavilion side of the ground for 2. Again, the outfield just not fast enough for the ball to reach that boundary rope. And the rope there is really only about 3 or 4 yards in from the fence. It's interesting what Marcus North was saying earlier about these boundary sponges. As this is played by Beddingham past square leg. Leach chases after it. He'll get 2 here, down towards the river side of the ground. And he said the sponges will stop the ball racing off the field too many times and disappearing into the guttering around the edge of the ground or getting damaged at the foot of the stand. So they'll pay for themselves, because a corky's about 60 quid these days, isn't it, Ash?
Very expensive, mate. Very expensive. Especially when they're replacing them every 5 to 10 overs, like they were last year.
Yeah. Here comes the bowler. Pushed off through the covers by Beddingham, a misfield. That will get him a run. Who was that fielding out there?
Gibbon out there.
Who was the Yorkshire kid who did he get a hat-trick in a T20 here? Or he got a fifer in a, you remember?
Nah.
Were you not there that night?
Might have blocked it out of the memory.
It was about 2 years ago. Durham just collapsed. They were doing quite nicely, and then this spin bowler came on. I think he was his. I think it was his debut as well. Here comes Waite bowls, and that is driven nicely by Lees out into the cover area. That is 50. Comes in 110 balls. So the second match in a row where he's got to his 50, 7 fours, and that is the 61st time in first-class cricket that he's reached a half-century.
Very good innings from Lees. Brings up his 50, 110 balls with the 7 boundaries. He's looked in good touch. He's been beaten on a couple of occasions, but in general has looked in real control out there. And brings up another important 50 for Durham. Been excellent since signing for us up here in the northeast. Become a real leader in the team. Those runs got him into the test side. And at the moment he's just on the fringes of that again. But thankfully for Durham, he's leading our batting very, very well. 50 not out again. Beddingham, who's looked in good touch since he's come to the crease, is on strike. And he defends this ball from Pennington out into the leg side for no run.
We were just saying it initially in Beddingham's innings, they were finding the edge a bit, weren't they? Ball wasn't quite coming onto the bat the way I think he was expecting it to. I don't know if he's just batting slightly further out of the crease now.
Potentially. He was playing very late from what I was watching. And none of them in any danger of carrying to slip. But he's timed the ball as well as anybody so far today in his brief innings. He's on 17 as Pennington comes in. Nearly put the kiss of death on him as he has a whopped outside off stump as he tries to nail that one through the covers. But that's what you're going to get with Beddingham. He will look to push the scoring rate on and look to score at around a run a ball. And with that, it was obviously the risk and reward. Sometimes he will present a chance, but when he's in full flow, there's not many better to watch.
No play at all today in Division 2 in Bristol between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire.
Did you see the pictures there yesterday?
I didn't know.
Oh, I was underwater. As Pennington comes in. This one just keeps a little low outside the off stump as Beddingham allows it through to the keeper. Yeah, from the pavilion out onto the ground, it was underwater.
There's been a little bit of play in Leicester, and Leicestershire playing Derbyshire today, and they're into the 5th over there. Leicestershire 20 without loss after Derbyshire put them in. In Birmingham, Warwickshire playing Kent. Warwickshire 40 overs into that one, 137 for 2. At the Oval, Hampshire 125 for 6 against Surrey after choosing to bat.
And Pennington again into Beddingham, who drives this beautifully through mid-wicket. Just leans on that, and you'll get 2. Again, on a drier day, that might have gone all the way to the boundary. But lovely control there from Beddingham as he just eased that one through the leg side.
Nottinghamshire It's raining in their game against Somerset.
No quips on the weather, mate?
They lost their opening game on their return to the Division 1 after 3 years away. And they hadn't won last time they were there. They hadn't won in about 30 matches or something at the period of when they came down and then continued their winless run. I think it was 32 matches before they eventually got a win.
Pennington right arm over the wicket. And this one's fallen on the legs, and Bedingham, I think, this time will get 4 as it races away towards the members' area. A little bit falling a little bit straight there from Pennington as he's striving for a little bit of pace and rhythm. Following on from the good work of Finch and Gibbon earlier.
Not
partnership starting to develop. Sorry, Marty.
Yeah, Notts 40th over there, 145 for 1. At Chelmsford, Lancashire 103 for 6 after choosing to bat against Essex, and Middlesex are playing Northampton.
Pennington, again, this one outside the off stump. Just struggling for his line a little bit here in that over, as that one's allowed through to the keeper, and that ends the over. Durham on 128 for 2. Bedingham on 23. Lee's on 50.
Middlesex were put in by Northampton are 112 for 9.
Good start to the year for the Middlesex batters. Kev will be enjoying that.
Has there been a steam engine in the...
I have no idea. Certainly some random noises. I thought a policeman had pulled somebody over at one stage, and then I heard you guys mentioning steam engines. I'm out.
Now, the weather affecting other parts of the country. I did an interview with Reverend Ron Smith in the Garden of Remembrance this morning at about 10:15. As Waite starts his second over of the day, played by Lees down towards vacant third man. And Libby chases it up towards the far end of the ground, 2 runs. Yeah, they were having a little ceremony this morning to officially declare it open. It's been created over 2 years, and I said consecration, and then Dave said no, that's not the right word. As I thought, no, because it's not holy ground, is it? So Dave came up with a very good descriptive word: opened.
Okay.
And then
there you go.
I listened back through the Revs interview a little bit later on. Ron, who's somebody I've known for a long, long time, comes up with his beloved from York to watch Durham, and formerly of Chesterfield back in the day. And he said it was just a short service, it was a blessing.
Lovely.
So that was the technical term. So at that point in time, it was chucking it down, and we were sheltering under the eave of the main turnstile to come into the ground. So I then thought we wouldn't see any cricket today at all. And we've seen a lot more than I thought. Wait in again, defended by Lees. Now at the minute, it's gorgeous sunshine here. To the north, a wall of blackness. Very steely looking sky there. And it's 20-3. And Dave reckons it's going to clobber down at 3 o'clock.
Oh, he's just changed it to 4, he reckons.
Oh, has he changed it?
Mystic Dave.
Moved the goal.
Mystic Dave.
Mystic Dave. Yeah. Well, what happens is some of these apps go by what is known to be happening as Waite bowls again.
Oof.
Punched down into the ground late there by Lees. That came up on him a little bit. Others have a mixture of sort of predictions, but then they can suddenly change when they realise they got it wrong.
Seen the crystal ball on his desk?
Yeah.
It is a filthy bank of black clouds.
It is. Right,
that
well.
we're staring at right now. And over 12
to Net Weather, which has all the different cricket ground locations, it's suggesting rain from around about 5.
Oh, Dave's crystal ball. It might be on daylight saving.
Yeah, maybe. So it's saying no precipitation until at least 5, and then 0.88 millimetres. Wade in again, balls. And Lee's looking to push the ball through the leg side there. And Bedingham was a little bit daydreamy. I think he was wondering what the umpire was going to say to that appeal.
Just fell across that one a little bit, Lee's there. And Bedingham, I don't know if he was concerned with the appeal or not, but didn't set off for the run as Lee's did. It caused a little bit of confusion, but they're comfortably through in the end.
Just a reminder at the close of play, whenever that might be today, because if they go at this rate of knots, and by the way, if we get there, tees at 350 regardless of overs remaining, so it could be quite a late finish. There is a members forum which I'll be hosting a little bit later on, and Tim Bostock, the chief executive, will be there along with 3 new players. In comes Waite again, played by Beddingham, up to mid on no run there. So there's Matt Kuhneman, the Aussie spinner, and the 2 Dutch lads who've recently arrived who will be there as well. So could be quite busy. You did one a few weeks ago.
I did. I stepped into your big shoes, yeah.
Well, it was. I was off work that week and looking after the kids and whatnot, using up what was left of my annual leave. So
I was a bit intimidated, actually.
Were you?
Yeah.
Who intimidated you?
Just the whole members.
Oh, that was it.
Last time I was in front of the members, I was getting shouted at and the old moans and groans and where have you signed this lad from and all that kind of stuff. But no, it was good. It was a good night actually, and Marcus, Scott Borthwick, and Ben McKinney.
Yeah.
Spoke very, very well. As Pennington's going to come round the wicket this time, and Lees just plays a little bit away from his body and gets an inside edge down into the ground for no run. But yeah, to be fair, Dave Jackson got up first and took all the heat with the various what's happened with this part of the membership and this, that, and the other, and took the heat well and truly off me. So I rambled on for a bit and introduced the lads and got their thoughts on the season ahead.
You work here all the time now, don't you? So it must be quite interesting being in your office every day, looking out on that ground through months of bleak winter.
Yeah, it is. As Pennington comes in and Lees pushes this one back to the bowler. Yeah, I mean...
Can you remember a particular day this year where you suddenly thought, it looks like spring out there today and you could be, be playing cricket out there?
February.
Yeah.
Ironically, it was some beautiful days there.
Wasn't it one of the driest Februaries or something? And then March was one of the wettest, wasn't it?
Just as they really started to ramp up the preparation, I don't think it stopped raining since.
It was the wettest March since 1981.
April's followed pretty well too.
I think February was one of the driest.
Pennington round the wicket to Lees, and this is short and not timed to Lees as he tries to pull this one down out into the deep. It's trickled out to mid-on for no run. And yeah, and backing up a little bit what Marcus said earlier around the ground staff, they had this ground ready on it from an outfield point of view in February. It looked immaculate, and then you would get the frost and we had that little bit of snow, and then from there we've had all the wet weather. But you get to see how much work goes into putting this ground into its shape. That's Pennington again. Right arm round the wicket, and Lees drives this one through point, and he'll pick up another boundary. That's a glorious shot from Lees. Just a little bit of width from Pennington. Lees allowing to put his hands through that and picks up another 4, moves him on to 56.
We were talking about steam railways earlier, and Bernard, who worked on the railways, has emailed another War and Peace from Bernard. This will take 4 days to read.
I need pictures, Bernard.
He said, I think Harrison Ford might have had a connection to a so-called Nazi train on the North York Moors Railway, which was painted like a German train and filmed on the North York Moors about 2 years ago.
Right. Wow.
Was that not when they were filming?
He was around, wasn't he? As Pennington comes in, and this one's short and pulled away powerfully by Lees. And that races away to the longest part of the ground for another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries from Lees as he just starting to get motoring. And that was short and beautifully put away.
I can't remember if it was last summer or the summer before. Harrison Ford was spotted riding a bike.
Time out in Newcastle or something, wasn't
it? He'd been seen up around car parks, up around Bamborough Castle and tea houses up in Northumberland. Then he was spotted on the cycle path along the River Tyne. I think North Shields, and then along the banks of the River Tyne in Newcastle. And people were following him, and he started to get a bit fed up with all the attention he was getting. And I was trying to see what bike he was riding. Turned out to be about 12 grand's worth. But he was filming an Indiana Jones.
It's the last one, isn't it? That's
sequel. And they filmed at Bamborough, and I think they did film at the North York Railway. And then around about the same time, Tom Cruise was on the North York Railway because he was filming a Mission Impossible. Part of which, I think, they crashed a train into a disused quarry either in Derbyshire or Leicestershire.
Nice. So back-to-back boundaries. The umpires have just had a quick look at the ball there, but they've thrown it back to Pennington, who is now in again and around the wicket. This time Lees defends. He's on 60. And the score is 139 for 2.
Yeah, just reading a bit further down Bernard's email, he thinks the train was crashed into a quarry in Derbyshire. I can't remember if it was Derbyshire or Leicestershire, and the reason I say this is because Durham played both sides away within a week of each other last year, and it was mentioned during both matches. Now, where I was staying in Leicestershire, near where my mate Mark lives, there's a quarry near there which has got all kinds in it, and people go diving. There's buses and all bits of kit in there, and you can go and dive around. So
there you go.
Yeah,
for a train wreck in a quarry.
Yeah. I'll come back to that in a minute as the new over's beginning from weight. None for 9 from his 2 previous overs. Bedingham just defends this one. It runs up to Oliveira at mid-off. Dot ball. He says the North Yorkshire Moors Railway spent a lot of cash to develop their own lines and platforms at Whitby rail station so they could run steam trains from Pickering to Whitby. The network rail service fits in with the steam trains, as once it's past Gromont, it can run to Middlesbrough or further, fitting in on the National Rail Network. Well, yeah, I mean, I saw a train recently. There's a bowler comes in again here, and this is defended. So a few weeks ago, the kids were off school one day. I can't remember why, a strike or something like that, and they'd gone up to the Metro Centre. So I was looking online to see trains home, and there was the train that day must have come from Carlisle and was going all the way down to Whitby. So nice little day on the tracks if you're the train driver there doing that route.
Nice at either end.
Yeah. What's that noise? In comes the bowler, and is cut by Bedingham, and that's away for 4, effortless. Past point and up to the end of the pavilion. Sounds like somebody's out there with a drill or something, isn't it?
Might be Bradders getting the next weather forecast.
Is it?
That was glorious.
Putting his weather balloon together.
Yeah.
There, that noise.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know, might be repairing the steam train.
Sounds like a drill. Somebody maybe fixing some seats or something.
Possibly.
Wait in. Slower ball. Played by Bedingham up to Oliveira at mid-off. No run. I was on the North York Moors Railway on my 40th birthday.
There you go. I think I was in Turkey.
What, when I was 40?
No, not
do you remember that? I've never been to Turkey. 143 for 2. Bedingham plays this up to mid-on this time, no run. Where did you go in Turkey?
It's such a good question. Marmaris, I think, maybe.
Yeah. Marmaris.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for that, Bernard. Again, there's about a good 90% of that email, and I just can't read on it. Not that it's bad, it's just long. I have to keep my eye on the action. Wait, bowls. Looking for the Yorker length ball there. Bedingham taps it away towards the ball. It ricochets off him, actually. End of the over. So 1 boundary from it, and Durham 143 for 2. Yeah, this is one other little pointer he makes out here. The irony about the North York Railway is that the original railway line, York to York from Whitby, was severed at Pickering by Dr. Beeching when the Beeching's cuts came 50 years ago, and that left a gap to Malton. So there you are. It's a gorgeous area. There's some lovely little villages around there: Leelholm, Gromont, Goatland, and there's a bit where the railway cuts through this big gorge, possibly somewhere like the whole of Hawkham. But if you ever watched Heartbeat, it's all that area where Heartbeat was filmed.
Good stuff. I'm going to see Gibbon. This time from the Lumley end. His first spell from just in front of us. Was impressive in building some pressure with him and Finch earlier on. Pre-lunch. And there is definitely some DIY going on out there somewhere. Unless it's my knees. Which it possibly could be. As we see it 2 slips in place, a deep point, deep square as Gibbons comes in, and this is attempted drive from Lee's, mistimed and just back to the bowler. He was the third man in place, Marty, which you'll like.
Yeah.
Leach down there, protecting the bar.
You were talking about your team this morning, weren't you, in the Northern League?
Yeah.
So I saw Colin Wilton in the pub last night, the director of Sunderland RCA.
Okay. As Gibbon comes in, and Lees this time finds the gap at extra cover. Not perfectly timed, but it is motoring there. And it's done well, hauled in there at the boundary, and Lees will pick up 3.
Anyway, Colin, they've had a troubled season this year.
Yep.
They've had a lot of problems off the pitch with finances and things like that, and an entire squad left at one point, I think. And then they've tried to get themselves back at an even keel. They've played the reserves recently. They're still in Division 1 of the Northern League.
Yep.
Colin's of the opinion if they can stay in the Northern League this year in Division 1, then, you know,
better
they
things
can push on.
Yep.
It's a brighter future. But he said they were going to announce a new manager last night, so and they have.
It's not Frank Lampard, is it? As Gibbons comes round the wicket to Beddingham, who beats him outside the off-stump. Good delivery.
It's Big Sam. He said, anyway, Sunderland RCA have tweeted today, pleased to announce the appointment of Dave Dixon as manager of the club for the 23-24 season. David and his assistant manager Callum Brown are pictured below. The start of a new era.
Best of luck, lads.
So there you are. Dave Dixon. Let's hope they can get the club back on an even keel.
It's a tough world out there, and that level, I didn't realise how much player movement and manager movement there was. And Beddingham drives this beautifully. Speaking of football, that's a great tackle from Gibbons to prevent that going to the boundary.
There's a lot of player movement. The other thing is they had to put in notice to the Northern League that they might quit the league at the end of the season, because if you don't, there's then penalties you face, because this happened right at Colliery Welfare last year. And the teams get fined, and until those fines are paid, the players who they had registered with them are not allowed to play for anybody else.
It's ridiculous.
So
there's some interesting rules in that Northern League, though. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. As Gibbon comes around the wicket to Beddingham, and he drives gloriously through extra cover. It's got some work to do to get to that long boundary, but it's going to make it, I think, and it does. It dribbles into the Toblerone for 4, and that's a glorious shot from Beddingham. But yeah, one of the things I said I was going to leave it there, and I obviously can't. They're very regimented on their, and that's 2,000 first-class runs for Durham for David Beddingham.
Nice.
Did you have that stat on you?
I don't know. My printer's not working properly.
Oh, nightmare. It's 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Northern League.
I've had the printer for at least 6 months, so it's lasted quite a long time. And 150 runs up as well there.
And the 50 partnership.
Yeah.
Milestones everywhere, and another nice delivery from round the wicket that beats the bat. And that ends the over with Durham on 150 for 2. Beddingham moves on to 31. Lees on 63. Yeah, the odd 3 o'clock kickoffs when stipulate they have to kick off at 3 o'clock. And,
that was something I'd mentioned.
Floodlights and electricity.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. It's ridiculous, because a lot of clubs have struggled for gates this year. I mean, Heaton, Stannington and Newcastle had a big crowd, but I mean, sometimes I've been at RCA and there's been about 80 there. And the cost of living's clearly had an impact on people coming to even non-league football, where it's £6 to get in. And I said, in such straitened times, it would be more prudent for the leagues to allow kickoffs at, say, midday or 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it might give you the option of going to both games as well. Support another team.
In comes Waite, and a bit of a check shot from Lees, plays it back to the bowler. I actually tweeted that at the time, and a number of people got in touch with me to say there were reasons why. But the option then is, if you can't afford the finances in the Northern League, you basically become amateur again and go into the Wearside League. But there's still quite a bit of travelling involved with that.
Oh, yeah. There's a Windscaler in the Wearside League on the west coast.
Yeah, that's on the western bank of the Weir.
Incredible.
That's a long way away, isn't it? Wait balls. This is cut behind point by Lees, and he's going to get 4, I think, here. There's a bit of speed in the ball now as it heads towards the northeast corner of the ground and hits the rope for 4. Libby in pursuit.
They did cut the outfield at lunch.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the wetness this morning, they've been unable to get on. So they have cut that at lunch, and they'll obviously have agreed that with everybody around. So that the outfield should start to pick up with a bit of dry weather and some wind, and obviously a little haircut.
I'm going to see if I did have Bedingham 2,000 runs. The printer, when I started off printing this morning, I hadn't realised it's missing some lines, isn't it? Yeah.
Shocking.
Wait in. Turned by Lees down towards long leg for 1. See, there's a whole middle line on Bedingham disappeared there.
I just claimed that was in there.
It's in there, isn't it?
100%.
Yeah. There you are. Has 1,971 runs for Durham.
There you go, mate.
So
you're all there.
There you are. This never bothered looking at me on not.
Such a nice player to watch when he's in flow.
Wait to Bedingham. Bedingham forward and plays the ball towards backward point. No run there.
I'm really curious as to where that sound's coming from now.
Somebody's putting in screwing something together, aren't they?
Yeah.
Be a cordless drill, screwdriver thing. Gotta have one of them. Here you go. Gotta have one of them.
Not my toolbox, mate.
Wait in balls, defended. Mine was bought as a Father's Day present a few years ago.
I think I've got a hammer, a Phillips head, and a couple of screws. That's about it.
Yeah.
That'll do me. I cause damage when I get hold of those. If not to the walls, to my relationship. My blood pressure rises and my temper. IKEA flat pack. Not me.
$155 for 2 now as Wait balls defended. Well, in the last week it come right on 100.
100, yeah. Yep. 55 partnership so far. Ends the over there from Wait. These two batsmen just building nicely into this partnership and have just started to accelerate probably the last 3 or 4 overs. It's an important role here. That Gibbon. We might see Finch back into the attack shortly as well, as they've definitely been the pick of the 2 bowlers. Or maybe D'Oliveira will have a crack with some of his mystery leg spinners.
You to me are the sweetest thing.
Is that what you've got on?
Yeah. Coming up with the news, can you hear that?
Nah.
Just a clown.
Oh, yes, I've got you.
Got that one there? Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Well, this weather's just holding off for the time being.
It's trying, isn't it?
Glorious Dave's dodgy weather app.
Gibbon, left arm over the wicket to Alex Lees, who cuts this away. And that's going to take some stopping from the man out at deep point, but he manages to get around. And just the single. Lees moves on to 64, is it? Can't even see that. 69. My apologies.
Matt Newsom's tweeting something about Wollongong.
Wollongong.
Yeah, you'll understand that.
Yeah. That's not far from where I was born, actually.
Weren't the World Cycling Championships there in September?
Oh, no idea.
Well, how far is it from where you were born?
A little place called Kiama. I wouldn't like to walk it, but not far. Not far at all. Gibbon round the wicket, and Bedingham drives this nicely through mid-on. There is a dive. It's got through, and I think it's going to be 3 as it holds up down in front of the health. Oh, and we've got a... Who's that fielding out there, brothers? Who's is it Paddington, who's either got cramp or might have done himself a bit of damage in the calf.
Yeah. Didn't he fall over in the first couple of overs this morning on the edge of the square?
He's struggling. That might be cramped that the way he's moving there.
Well, he had a hamstring niggle last week because he didn't play at Derby, and it was his hamstring that they were worried about.
A little bit of concern there for him.
Neil Colleen might be taking note of this, mightn't he?
As he stretches off. I'm hoping it's just a bit of cramp for him as he's just stretching there. I'm going to get underway again. It's Finch, was it?
Is it Finch? Is it?
It's given, and this is punched nicely off the back foot out into the offside for another single.
Liam Travaskis just down below us, coming from a net practice. They've got these massive bags they carry on their backs now. I could sleep in that. So it's like the size of a tent.
The wheelie duffel, they're called.
Yeah, or you could...
they're really good.
Looks like he's going to go skydiving, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It was Wollongong.
Wollongong, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So where is it then?
About an hour south of Sydney.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So what's their rugby league team then?
They play under St George Illawarra, the Dragons, who actually play my Canberra Raiders this weekend. NRL.
So you were born over there but moved to Perth?
Yeah, so Dad moved across for work.
Right.
When I was about 12, I think. We drove across, took a week.
Couldn't just commute then?
No, she was a bit far. It's around the wicket. And Bedingham again times this nicely. Just a little push, but he'll get a couple as this one goes through mid-wicket. He moves on to 36, and Durham on to 162 for 2.
Sad news from the world of fashion. Mary Quant has died at the age of 93.
Never in the world.
Yeah. He was the mini skirt and the A-line pencil skirt and everything, wasn't she?
I'd take your word for it.
Yeah.
It's a decent innings.
Ryan Campbell was saying a few weeks ago, Perth's the biggest city in the world, which is nowhere near anywhere else.
Yeah, the most isolated.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 2,500 kilometres from Adelaide. As Bedingham again repeats, timed this one a little bit better as this one heads out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It'll be hauled in. And they'll come back and complete 3. But Benningham's looked in really good touch. You mentioned earlier there was a couple of little pushes with outside edges that went straight to ground, but he's moving along pretty much a runner ball.
Wise. Is it basically the climate? It's just too dry over there and there's nothing there? Or?
It's just desert in between, yeah. Just east of Perth, you've got the hills out towards Midland, and then past that, you've pretty much got desert.
No, to the south, you've got Margaret River, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely beautiful down that way. And Lees has been absolutely bowled. Middle stump flying out of the ground. And Ben Gibbon, just as the game was starting to really meander along from a Worcester point of view, has picked up a huge wicket of Alex Lees. He's been bowled by Gibbon for 70. He's faced 129 balls, hit 10 fours. But he's now minus a middle stump as he walks off. And he'll be really frustrated, Alex Lees. He's one that once he gets a start, he likes to go on and score big runs. But that's a couple of 70s, isn't it, for him in the first couple of championship games. And an excellent wicket to pick up from Worcester.
Yeah, what was it, 79 last week, was it?
Yeah. It was just absolutely meandering along. It was a nice afternoon for Durham there, and that's come out of nowhere, that.
I haven't seen the replay yet. Is this Ollie Robinson coming in now?
That looks it. Wait. Another batter with good intent, Ollie Robinson. Little wicket keeper.
Yeah, it is Robinson. Got a half century last week.
He did. He was busy, wasn't he, and hit the ball nicely. After being on loan at Durham last season for the T20 campaign, and made the move up north this winter. Been lucky enough to spend a bit of time with Ollie over the winter. Brilliant fella. Him and his partner have made the move up to the northeast.
That's jacked quite a way back in there because it was pitching around about off stump and it's taken middle stump out of the ground.
Middle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful ball. Lees will be disappointed there not to kick on, but he's copped a good one there. Worcester pick up their third wicket, 165 for 3. And another interesting period in the game. Durham were similarly cruising along, weren't they, against Sussex, and then a flurry of wickets fell in the first innings.
Bedingham is on 39. As Wait bowls. An update for Radio Newcastle as well. Sun is still shining here in Chester Street. We thought it would have been off for rain by now, but not so. And Durham are 166 for 3. They've just lost their opener, Alex Lees, for 70. Bowled middle stump by Ben Gibbon after putting on 65 for the third wicket with David Beddingham. Beddingham, who has 40 runs on the board, has now gone past 2,000 in first-class cricket for Durham. Wickets to go today. Michael Jones was out this morning for 25. Scott Borthwick this afternoon for 13. And then Lees for 70. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. Durham 166 for 3 against Worcestershire. Right, we will bring Bradders back in.
Mystic Brothers.
Mystic Brothers.
I'll pick up from this end, Brothers. You can take the other end as Matthew Waite comes in. This is defended by Robinson. First ball. Out into the man. We've got a man on the drive now.
Can I just say, in my defence, I'm merely quoting the Met Office
You can.
app.
Your Honour.
I have no great knowledge of weather patterns.
In the northeast or anywhere. You just look up, don't you, and have a guess?
Just look. Yeah.
There's some naughty stuff kind of lurking around.
Seaweed.
Matthew Waite again in to right-handed Robinson, who again defends this one. This time back to the bowler. Thoughts on that little passage of play there before you've come on?
Well, that wicket of Lee's was a surprise.
It came out of nowhere, didn't it? Really?
Yeah. Worcestershire they were desperate for a wicket, but I think they would have been in about an hour's time.
And this one beats the outside edge, a little bit of shape away as Robinson pushes to try and get off the mark and through to Roderick behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's not a funny pitch, but every now and then there's something there, isn't there, for the bowler?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how hard the pitch is, and if it's maybe indentations are in it and grooving up, as they call it.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes there's just one with your name on it, and that was a good one that Lee's got there.
Yeah.
Middle stump disturbed as Waite comes in, and Robinson allows this one to go through to the keeper. It was a bit short and wide. He would have been tempted to have a dip at that one.
I think new batsmen in Worcester should be looking to put a bit of pressure back on them. Keep Beddingham quiet for a while.
Yeah, keep him at the non-striker's end.
I mean, we're 45 minutes from tea. 45 is it? Yeah, 10 to 4 tea today. Anyway. So another wicket before tea.
As Waite comes in, last ball, and this time Robinson, a thick outside edge just to backward point. And that ends the over, just the one from the over. Durham 166 for 3. Beddingham on 40 and Robinson yet to get off the mark.
Oh, is the man back?
I wonder if he's back.
Is he back with the dog in the pushchair? Oh no.
Must be a different one.
My wife says when her little Jack Russell gets old, she's going to put him in a pushchair. She said you'll be doing a lot of walking on your own then. Put a dog in a pushchair. Take him for a walk. What, in a pushchair? He's not going for a walk. He's in a pushchair.
Let's have a look around.
I'm sure the dog is very happy. Adam Finch went off after that. He was turning to pick the ball up at the far end, and his foot slipped. So maybe he's just gone off as a precaution. But he's been Worcestershire's best bowler today, so they wanted to get him back out there relatively quickly. Here's Gibbon bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handing Beddingham, who's forward and plays the ball away on the onside. I reckon that's a woodpecker. We can hear in the background. You can only hear it. It must be down there somewhere because you can only hear it
just on our blind side. Along with maybe the dog's got the drill, so we can't see the dog either. In the chair.
The drilling dog of Chesterfield Street.
There's a movie there somewhere.
Oh yeah. Gibbon, bright sunshine. 2 slips, the close catches. This time whipped away by Beddingham. Good stop there. I think if that had gone beyond, who's that there? Azhar Ali, is it?
Yeah.
If it had gone beyond him, that would have been away for 4. It does look to him that little bit of extra time to play the shot. That millisecond, doesn't he, Beddingham?
He's pleasant on the eye, isn't he?
Yeah. decent crowd in this afternoon. They've
if the rain stays away, it'll probably continue to build a little bit, but yeah. Touch wood. Or drills or bricks.
Next ball is pushed back. More driven than pushed, and Gibbon, not for the first time today, saves 4 runs going on his count because he dives away to his right and just parry it to Azhar Ali at mid-off. 166 for 3. Durham, Robinson yet to get off the mark, and Bedingham moving on to 40. So there's a couple of slips. Third man, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. This time, good line and length from Gibbon, treated with due respect from Bedingham, playing the ball back down the pitch.
I think the big fella's making his way back down the stairs to get back on Finch. So
right.
Maybe it was just a bit of cramp and get some of that horrible pickle juice or whatever it is that I drink.
Yeah.
Looks like he's about to come back on at the end of the over, which is good news for Worcester. So as we were saying, he was the most impressive with the ball pre-lunch.
Bedingham waits, drives, Gibbon once again does well, gets down to his right, didn't have to dive this time to cut that one off. Worcestershire without Josh Tongue, rested by the ECB, which is probably why Finch is playing today. He would probably not have been in the team unless that had occurred. So taking his opportunity. But this is Gibbon. Last ball of the over. Bedingham plays. That's a lovely check drive away through the offside. D'Oliveira's on the chase. He might just cut that one off. He does indeed. That's a long chase and a long throw back there. Probably the longest boundary on the ground today. But just, again, just had that little bit of time. Sort of got there and then played the shot, didn't he?
As if he eased it through the covers, didn't he?
Yeah, as if to say, if this does a bit, I can do something else. So he goes to 43. Bedingham, Robinson yet to get off the mark. 169 for 3. The men out today: Michael Jones caught Roderick bowled Finch for 25. Scott Borthwick caught and bowled Finch for 13. And Alex Lees bowled Gibbon for 70. Matthew Wade to continue. Had a good start to his full-time Worcestershire career. Was on loan at New Road last season, and then
100 last week, didn't he?
He did. Got 100. Took a few wickets as well.
Very handy cricketer.
Yeah, I think he impressed because he kind of slotted in the dressing room when he had that loan spell last year.
He now comes right arm over the wicket, and Bedingham drives this a little bit uppishly, but back past the bowler, and this will race away for 4. Beautifully timed from David Bedingham, and he moves on to 47. He looks in fantastic touch at the moment.
Hardly hit that, did he? There was no massive backlift.
Just got a really nice flow with the hands and the bat, hasn't he?
Yeah. Very well organised cricketer.
As I said, he moves on to 47. White now over the wicket, and Bedingham defends. Interesting field now with a man on the drive on the offside and a deep point. Just to test any slowness in the wicket. For a check drive catch in the covers. Azhar Ali in there. D'Oliveira at mid-off. Matthew Waite, the Yorkshireman, with the ball in hand at the top of his mark. Durham 173 for 3. He runs away from us here at the finger, and that's a back foot punch down through mid-on, and that's going to take some stopping as well. No, he's going to get 3 at least. He'll settle for 3, and that brings up the 50 for Bedingham off just 52 deliveries and 6 fours, and he has played beautifully so far. He gets a nice round of applause from a pretty reasonable crowd here at the Riverside.
Yeah, good knock. I mean, those last 2 shots personified his innings, really, didn't they? He hardly hits the ball. He caresses it towards the boundary. It's all timing.
Oozer's class Bedingham, and now Robinson on strike, and he pushes this out into the length side. He takes on Pennington at mid-on and gets off the mark with a single. Scoreboard just starting to tick along again there after the loss of Lees. Bedingham again Full flow for Durham.
Mentioned today so far. Well, you're still playing, aren't you?
I'm having a crack. I'm having a crack.
Enjoying it? Well, you haven't played.
I'm excited, actually. I've moved clubs this year.
Yeah.
So I've signed for Chesley Street, who was where I was when I was playing for Durham. So for an old man to be excited about his cricket again is a good thing.
Oh, mate, yeah. Yeah.
Even the wife's happy to get me out of the house again, and just maybe I'm not so grumpy the last few months. Yeah, the weather's kind of put a bit of a kill on the buzz of getting started again, but
yeah,
I'm really looking forward to it. We're due to start this weekend in the Premier League with a big match against South Northumberland as well. And unfortunately, that has been postponed as weight comes in, and Beddingham pulls this away. It'll just be the single down 2 fine leg where Gibbon does the fielding.
That's good running.
He did get back to the 2. It just took a bit of time there, and I guess it was on the wrong side for Gibbons being a left armer. Did hustle back there, so that's good running from the usually pretty casual Bellingham, as he looks like he's always in first or second gear, but he's motored through to get back for a second. Moves the score into 179 for 3. So yeah, the cricket season is off to a bit of a damp start for recreational cricket, and I think that probably needs a bit of a look at. And we talked about it a bit earlier. And why do we need to start in the middle of April? Can we not put it back a week or even 2 weeks and head into September a little bit? The weather always seems to be better at that stage of the year, anyway.
Yeah. We're playing county cricket till the 30th of September this year.
And started it nearly in March, which is ridiculous. But it's a pretty packed schedule with all these other tournaments that are thrown in as well.
Here's Ben Gibbon, started his 11th over, and this is played off the back foot by Robinson out on the offside. And there is no run, just beginning to cloud over a little bit here.
Feel a bit of a change in the atmosphere though, can't you?
Yeah, temperatures dropped a degree or 2.
But yeah, the grounds are just not ready. We saw a picture that you showed me earlier of your ground with the sight screen
that's
doubled over and destroyed.
Yeah, Gibbon in again, bowls. That's nicely cut off the back foot by Robinson, but straight to Jake Libby at cover point, a couple of metres either side. He'd have had a 4 to his name.
Yeah, ringing his hand there, Libby.
Yeah, you don't want those on days like
nice
this,
afternoon to field.
Yeah, I presume they've all got the old hand warmers in their pockets, and it's the crystal ones that you use these
look
days.
like the tea bags.
Yeah. Gibbon bowls pushed away on the offside. No run, because Worcestershire were due to play at Oxford in the Parks. That got called off fairly early because they were never going to play. It was too wet. But I remember going there some years ago at the start of the season. John Hampshire was the umpire, and it was a horrible cold day. There was nobody there. The wind was blowing across. About 3 o'clock, he called for drinks. And everybody was going, what? They said, 6 teas, 5 coffees, and somebody actually made him a hot drink in the middle of the afternoon.
Brilliant.
Next ball is driven. That's a nice shot from Robinson. He's probably only going to get 1. He might come back for 2. Waite dives on it at mid-off, but doesn't take it cleanly, and they do come back for 2. Yeah, well, it was that same game. I was getting out fairly early, and a walk out to the middle, and the groundsman was a nice chap. And I was chatting to him, about getting wickets out so early in the season, because this was early April then. And Gibbon bowls again, plays off the back foot. That's going to race away. Won't get a boundary, but should get 2. D'Oliveira slides past the ball and gets it back in. 2 more to Robinson. He goes to 7, 185 for 3, unless the scoreboards beat me. 183 for 3. Yeah. I chatted to him, and he said, "It's got a bit of a puzzle." He said, "See, just here." He said, "It's a bit of a patch." He said, "It'll be all right, because it'll, by the time they start playing." He said, "I don't know what it is. A bit of a sort of damp patch, just on a full bunger length." He said, "I don't know what it is." And next ball wraps the pads, and a belated appeal from Gibbon and the slips. Ball bobbles out. End of the over, 183 for 3. I said, that's a bit weird, that, isn't it? And he said, yeah. He said, it's a complete puzzle, he said. There's nothing wrong with the covers or anything. Yeah, I went the next morning, walked out in the middle, and said, hello, mate, you all right? He said, oh, I solved that. He said, what? He said, yeah, got here at 6 o'clock this morning. He said, there's a tramp sleeping under the covers.
Never in the world. Oh, wow.
It was creeping under the end of the covers, sleeping under there.
Wow. Yeah. Hopefully you didn't investigate that wet patch too closely.
Joe Leach is coming on, and Gareth Roderick has gone and got a helmet.
Yeah, he'd be up to the stumps. Just to create that double pressure of not allowing the batsman to bat out of their crease to Leach. Be looking to attack the stumps. 183 for 3, Bedingham 52, Robinson on 5. 1 slip. And the old ring just about.
Yeah, we'll try and...
With the 2 sweepers out, square of the wicket.
We'll try and bore him a bit.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. As Leach runs away from us here and bowls, and Bedingham pushes this out to the sweeper on the offside for another single. Moves him to 53 and the total to 184 for 3.
The good news is the dark cloud is breaking up.
It is, isn't it?
I reckon they've had a wet day not far from here, but we're all right at the minute.
Yeah, a little bit further west, I reckon. There's copped some rain, and maybe to the south. I think we got the tail of it a little bit earlier, didn't we? But pretty much got away with it. And we've seen some naughty clouds from the north kind of swing away over to the coast. There's now for Robinson to have 2 slips in place, and the sweepers come up. So it'll be Leach to the right-handed Robinson, and this is driven nicely. Straight to mid-off for no run. Very Sam Billings-like, isn't he? I know they've probably grown up and played quite a lot of cricket together, and Robinson's probably modelled himself a little bit on Billings, but very, very similar-looking players.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Billings has been on more tours than most people without playing a game. And
be a good passport, that one.
Yeah.
As Leach comes in, and this is punched nicely into the covers for no run. Yeah. I think he's decided not to go to the IPL this year, hasn't he? And decided to have a crack with Kent. I think he's leader down there at Canterbury.
The surprise for me during the winter was when, well, at the end of last season, when Michael Hogan, having left Glamorgan, we're all thinking,
I thought he was done, yeah.
Joined up with Kent.
Hanging them up. Took a few wickets as well.
Yeah.
As Leach comes in. And Robinson flirts with this one, but drives it beautifully through the covers. Effortless. As good as anything that Bedingham has played so far. And that races away to the cover boundary out in front of the pavilion for 4.
Lovely shot.
Gorgeous shot there. Robinson just allowing his hands to go through the ball. Moves him on to 9 and the score on to 188 for 3.
Yeah. Nice juicy half volley.
It was full and put away, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The risk there, there's a man on the drive in the covers. They might even put a second man in there after that shot, and the sweeper is going out now to the point boundary. There's going to be 2 there, catching in the covers, with just the 1 slip in place. As Leach comes into Robinson. And Robinson guides this one to the vacant 3rd man area. And that will go for 4 also. So Robinson, also a busy player, is off and running here with back-to-back boundaries, moves him on to 13 and the score on to 192 for 3. Bit of a one-day shot, that one, a guide down to 3rd man.
Nicely timed again.
It was, yeah. He looks in good touch.
Well, there doesn't seem to be any great demons in the pitch now, does there?
Most batters have come in, haven't they?
Yeah.
And gone well.
Yeah.
As Leach comes in, and this one is edged this time from Robinson. Not as convincing as the previous 2. And he'll scamper back for a 2nd run. As the throw comes in there. 194 for 3. Robinson on to 15, and that ends the over from Leach.
Live cricket. from Chesterley Street. You probably knew that anyway. You wouldn't be tuned in, would you? So I don't know why I tell you that, but I'll tell you anyway. From the Riverside, brought to you by BBC, local radio, and all sorts of. We're on all sorts of platforms, more platforms than King's Cross.
It's getting out there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. It still amazes me, the internet, that I can. The thing that really came home to me was in. I've got to get this right. How long have I been married? 16 years ago. I went to New York, and I was sat looking at the Statue of Liberty, listening to cricket commentary from New Road in Worcester. I thought this internet is all right.
It'll do me.
It seems to work. But yeah.
Well, along with all of our listeners from Tantoby down to Worcester, we've got 800 currently plus watching on the stream.
Oh, welcome everybody. You're watching Ben Gibbon coming in and bowling to Beddingham, pushes the ball away on the offside. And there is no run. Well, that's another thing, isn't it, that's been added to the... a very good friend of mine who can't get out very much these days thinks it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Because he's watching a game at Hove and it starts to rain, so he just flips over and watches a game from Chesterley Street or something. It's a great service. Gibbon from the Lumley end bowls forward, pushes away on the offside.
I think the quality of it's getting better and better as well. I know I spoke to a couple of the guys from the commercial side and the guys who run that, the engine room of the club, really getting all these streams sorted. And
yeah,
we had a game here against Durham Uni a couple of weeks ago, and there was a few nervous people around how this was going to be set up, and there was a few pre-season glitches as you get, and then to watch the production here as we've got on our iPads just to check replays and things like that, it looks absolutely superb.
Very good. Next ball driven away on the offside. They're going to pick up a single, a rolling, tumbling stop from a mid-off. So Beddingham goes to 54, Robinson to 15. I was amazed. I went to Old Trafford last year for a one-dayer. And we're in the commentary box, and sat next to us is a TV producer, and he's actually reacting to what we're saying. I've never had a service like that before. There's about 6 or 7 cameras as well. So must cost a fortune.
Well, they've gone big, haven't they?
Yeah. Gibbon in bowls and goes up on his toes this time and plays the ball away into the offside. Robinson.
Yeah, there's a few counties now have got their own kind of in-house setup, haven't they? The likes of Surrey and Lancashire, and I think Somerset have one as well, where they've got 3 or 4 guys in, and they put on a good show. And just, I quite like the fact that the BBC commentary is overlaid with what people are watching as well, and just adds to that atmosphere for everybody.
Gibbon bowls again. Forward Robinson pushes to mid-off. No run. Yeah, I hark back to the days when I started in newspapers, which is a long time ago, folks, when the world was black and white and the high street was lower than the river. But, we used to wait for the scores to come through on stop press in the paper. Or, I used to go into what they called the wire room.
Right.
But it came through in little dots.
Okay.
And then somebody had to tell me what it was.
Decipher it all.
Yeah, 27 for 3.
Wow.
And it was around that time. Gibbon in again. Ooh.
Out.
Gone. Yeah. Had a whopped at that one, Robinson. Gibbon picks up his second wicket. And I think he'll be a bit disappointed there. Robinson, it was a wafty shot, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Played away from his body. It was probably similar to the one he put through the covers beforehand. But Durham have just lost a couple of wickets there, and have lost a bit of momentum as Worcester have picked up a couple. The Gibbon there, double strike, 195 for 4. Robinson on his way for 15.
I'm going to shoot.
No worries, mate. And another important breakthrough there for Worcester. Just again, as another partnership was developing there. I'm going to say Graham Clark, who hit the ground well and truly running last week with 6 sixes and no 4s in his first innings. Certainly entertaining with anything short he picked up and absolutely dispatched. Sometimes the benefit of a very short boundary. yeah, disappointing dismissal there for Robinson. This is similar to what happened to Durham in the first game of the season, where they were putting themselves in a really good position to go 400 plus.
Yep.
And lost a few key wickets. And not limped, but yeah, probably didn't get to it. In fact, they didn't get to a total that they wanted. And that probably ended up costing them first innings runs, being very, very important in these games. Saw Lees go for 70, bowled by a beauty from Gibbon, and now Robinson edging behind to Roderick.
Last ball of the over.
Yeah, so Graham Clark joins Beddingham. Beddingham's looked really good, and what the crowd here will want and what all the Durham faithful will want is for one of these batters to get in and get to triple figures and push Durham beyond the 400 mark. Bit of a change to the bonus point system this year.
Yeah.
Starting from 250 going to, is it 450?
Yeah.
Rather than 200. But Durham at the moment, 195.
There.
Yeah, they were just starting to get going there. Robinson played some nice shots in the previous over.
I didn't actually see it because I was coming downstairs to relieve David. The wicked fellas were walking into the room, but I've just watched it again. And Sleech bowls here. A nice knee cut. Nice shot. Riven. Sort of a driven leg cut on one knee,
Yeah,
really, there.
That's a beautiful shot. He's looked good today, Beddingham. He's got a little bit of width there from Leach and put that away behind point. The sweeper is out. Or at a cover point position, but that one raced away towards the electronic scoreboard. 199 for 4. Beddingham moves on to 58. Durham going at around 4 and over.
In comes a bowler again. Quick single for Beddingham off towards the covers to D'Oliveira. I'm trying to remember, Graham Clark got to 47 last week. That's the 200 runs up for Durham. In 50.2 overs. He was dropped twice, wasn't he? And my notepad with all that detail in is behind me.
Reach. Yeah. I know he hit 6 sixes. I watched them pull shot.
Yeah.
First one just got over fine leg at a very, very short boundary. And then after that, he blitzed anything short. He is strong on that short ball, to be fair. But the beneficiary of the way that Ryan Campbell wants to play his cricket.
Leach, Clark, forward to that one. It's gone into the keeper's gloves. Roderick, the keeper's standing up. He's got the bails off as well.
So it's probably exactly the kind of bowler that Clark wouldn't want to face. Somebody who's coming in, bowling stump to stump. Likes pace on the ball, Clark. So this will be a little challenge for him to get started this afternoon.
I've had partnerships of 58, 42, 65 and 30, but not a really big partnership. Leach in again. Clark forward to this one. Plays it up to mid-off. So last week, Clark played in the opening game at Sussex, and that was his first county championship appearance since the penultimate game of the season at Northampton in 2021. It was a strange week. Durham had gone there, I think, having beaten Middlesex away the week before, and victory at Northants would have got them right in the promotion hunt, and they lost to Northants as this is edged along the floor and stopped at second slip. Yeah, they lost to Northants. What are you pointing at? Have I missed a wicket off?
No, you've just got Beddingham round the wrong way. He's still in.
No. That's order out. Robinson.
Ah, my apologies.
Yeah. In comes the bowler. This is defended by Clark. Now, I've done this system for years. You have the order in, then the order out, and how they were out. Because that's the way you can, for a quick update on radio, that's how it works best for me.
There you go.
And my bangled brain.
I'm pleased to see Clark playing. I mean, for years, I know he used to get frustrated with people thinking he was only on a white ball contract. And the fact that he wasn't playing red ball cricket wasn't anything other than he still wanted to play red ball cricket, but he wasn't perceived as being a red ball cricketer by coaching staff, etc. But he's got an opportunity, and he He grabbed it a little bit in Hove. He'll be looking to cash in again and try and score some runs here for Durham at an important time. 200 for 4 on the board. And Gibbon, left arm round the wicket to Beddingham. This is full and it's driven to D'Oliveira in the covers for no run.
Bernard asks, are there any restrictions of who can replace a player who's failed at the concussion protocol for head injuries?
In theory, it's supposed to be like for like, isn't it? In theory.
Stuart Dix just sent a message.
Gibbon comes around the wicket and Beddingham again drives to D'Oliveira in the covers for no run.
He and Oliver were listening in the rhubarb triangle at Wakefield. He says, I'm trying to get Oliver to have an afternoon nap. Can one of you sing him a lullaby? Cheers.
I'll leave that to you, mate.
Simon says, Jack Shutt. That's who I was thinking of, the Yorkshire
Oh,
ball.
the spinner, yeah. Off spinner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Some people asking about replays on the Durham feed. I'll tell you about that in a sec.
That's Gibbon round the wicket and Beddingham defends this out into the offside. He scrambled through for 1, looking for 2, but Libby's in there and does the fielding, prevents that second run.
Apparently they're off, but they can turn them on. And I think the reason they were turned off originally was because the old computer was very slow at processing, and so by the time it had given you a replay, something else might have happened. But I think there might be a possibility of turning them back on this afternoon for the final session, and we can see how it goes. And then try and meet a happy middle ground somewhere.
That's a good thing about YouTube, I guess. You can just scroll back, can't you?
Yeah, true.
Or scrub back as Gibbon comes around the wicket and Clark allows this one through to the keeper. Nice pace and bounce to that one. It's been a good spell this from Gibbon. 2 wickets in it.
John has tweeted, he says, cameras and new kit means quality is fabulous on YouTube today. Good. Stephen Mitchell watching the live feed from Bali. Camera feed is good.
Wow. Bintang in hand, I hope.
Camera feed is good. Commentary entertaining as ever. Hoping for a big first innings score. Weather looks decent there.
Enjoy, mate. Enjoy. As Gibbon comes round the wicket and Clark pushes this one out into the offside, and D'Oliveira being busy this over in the covers for no run.
You been to Bali, have you?
No, I haven't. It's a hotspot holiday destination, that's for sure, from people from Perth. Beautiful part of the world, but no, I haven't ventured that way.
I stopped in Singapore for 3 days on the way to Australia in 1992, and that has been as far as I've been in that direction.
Been there. Been to Singapore. It's a beautiful place.
Went to the Raffles Cricket Club.
That's Gibbon round the wicket, and Clark defends this one out for no run. So that ends the over. Gibbon has 2 for 45. Clark yet to score, Beddingham on 60.
Or is it the Singapore Cricket Club and it just happens to be where Raffles is?
I had no idea. I never ventured to the cricket club. It wasn't really something I was interested in when I was in Singapore. Played a bit of cricket in Kuala Lumpur the first year I came to England for Malaysian Airways. What a great week that was.
Was that against some notable team like Power and Cable?
No, that wasn't quite like the Pakistan leagues, but it was like an international tournament for airlines, so it was good.
Got off to a flyer, did you?
Oh,
Here comes Leach.
Oh my goodness!
This is played short on the leg side.
For those listeners,
Jack Haynes.
If there's any still listening after that, Mike Valletta and Tim Zura and Bruce Reed were part of my team, which was pretty cool to play with those guys. We played against them a little bit.
Thin end of the wedge.
Wow.
I'm running out of...
Yeah, stop. Just stop.
Just on a wing and a prayer.
Oh, wow.
201 for 4. We're approaching tea, aren't we? When's tea? 11 minutes?
10-2. Yeah.
In comes the bowler. Defended by Beddingham off towards backward point. Crucial Durham don't lose another wicket now before the break. And the weather's missing us. It's great.
Keeps darkening up and then breaking open again, isn't it? It's nice. Let's say to the north of us, you can see it drifting away.
This is actually a canny drying day, this, Ash. And if I was in the house watching these clouds coming past, I'd be in out the back garden.
You can get a few loads on the line, that is for sure.
Leach comes in again and bowls. Bowled by Beddingham up to min on no run there. It was on a day like this last year where I had my brand new golfing umbrella pinned to our circular clothesline in the garden because there was passing showers, and somebody climbed over the wall and nicked the umbrella. 40 quid that cost me.
Brothers.
90% chance of rain.
Yeah. Now, over there then.
Somewhere.
There's a 90% chance of rain somewhere in this area.
Just not over bright skies at Chester Street at the moment.
Leach in, balls.
Oh, is that a drop catch, I think?
Come off the keeper's hand, hasn't it? He's come off his finger end there. Just watch this again.
I think
I can't tell if he's got an edge, but it's whacked Roderick in the hand, and he's standing up to the stumps and he's in pain.
Body language of the fielders and the bowler tells me that there was a nick on that, I think.
Yeah,
Jamie's telling me there's a nick out there in the crowd.
Tell you what, just looking to the north of here now, well...
That's dirty.
That looks naughty up there.
Yeah.
Where's those flats again?
Just through
Ayton,
through the rugby posts.
What's it? Reckoning, isn't it? And Ayton Banks round that way. I wouldn't want to be in the top floor of that flat right now with that cloud passing you by. Don't think there's any thunder forecast though. Play to resume then. So it looks like Beddingham dropped behind on 60 off Leach. He defends the next delivery.
In a bit of trouble, I think, Roderick. Might have got right on the end of the thumb. Sometimes I get them as a keeper. They're a tough breed.
It was Roderick came from Gloucestershire, wasn't it? And I think, did he play at New Road last year? And he's having a really torrid time trying to get runs, wasn't he, at the time? Beddingham on 60. Leach balls pushed forward. Right into the covers. Ben Cox had taken some time out, hadn't he? Mental health purposes.
Fantastic keeper as well, Cox. Absolutely brilliant keeper.
Alumni of Bromsgrove School, which is where my cousins went.
Okay.
They used to go to school on a Saturday morning, which I thought was horrific.
For what? Lessons?
To learn lessons, yeah.
Ridiculous.
And they were there, I think they were there something like 6 every night or 5 every night, which was bizarre. Later on a Wednesday.
Was Cox not one of the lads who was like 14 or 15 when he made his first class debut or something?
He was doing his A levels, wasn't he? 17.
17.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, there you go.
What was that?
Mystic Brothers saying that Trescothick was his first victim.
Was he? Trescothick was 47 at the time.
And Gibbon comes in again round the wicket. Clark defends out into D'Oliveira, who's getting a bit of work there in the covers. 201 for 4.
It was so he was 17. He was doing his A levels when he was called out of class to come and be the wicket keeper. Trevor Reeve went to Bromsgrove School. Eddie Shoestring for our older listeners. He's probably been at something more recent than that. A lot of rugby players.
Gibbon left arm round the wicket. Clark drives firmly down to mid-off for no run.
In fact, the Durham chief exec, Tim Bostock, lives near Bromsgrove.
From down, yeah.
He lives in the same street as me, Anthony.
There you go.
Obviously has a place up here as well. Otherwise, that would be quite a commute, wouldn't it? That'd be further than your dad's drive.
Might have jumped on the bus.
Yeah.
Gibbon. And Clark allows that 1-2 go through to the wicketkeeper.
What's this?
Tell you what, there's some places definitely copping some rain around us, but we've managed to look at that over the scoreboard and over Lumley Castle. You can see the rain in the sky. We are bathed in sunshine at the moment.
Worcestershire County Cricket Club have sent me a list of last season's averages.
That's very kind. Gibbon, Clark drives this one, and Gibbon's been excellent off his own bowling. He's had a bit of work to do as he's tried to get the ball up and target the stumps.
So Gareth Roderick played 8 games, 9 innings, not out 3, 447 runs, best 172.
Average of 74.5?
Yeah. But I'm recalling being down at New Road, and he was struggling for runs, wasn't he?
I reckon Barnard was probably second on the list of...
Yeah.
As Gibbon comes round the wicket. Clark again punches this down to mid-off for no run.
Was it April when Durham were down there last year?
Was that when Stokes went berserk?
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor spinner. Was it Baker, wasn't it?
Yeah, Josh Baker. He's been out with a back problem since about August.
Gibbon, last ball of the over. And Clark again defends, and that's a maiden. And that might be... I'm not sure if they're going to try one more from that end, maybe from somebody else, and break it up a little bit different. But he's bowled very well. 2 for 45 from 14. And he and Finch, would, for me, are the pick of the bowlers so far today.
Didn't play...
5 minutes before tea.
Didn't play in the opener last year. Might be in the year before. Didn't play in that one.
Are you looking for here?
Just Gareth Roderick's scores. It might have been the year before when he was... Yeah, it must have been the year before. He didn't play against Durham in that game last year. Leach comes in and bowls. This is played away safely. Not too mid-off, no run there.
It's the Durham Worcester game last year. Or was that
Yeah, he wasn't the keeper though, was he? It was... oh, he was.
Is that one up here, I think?
No, that's up here.
Yeah.
In comes Leach, bowls, defended.
$200 for Ravindra.
Sachin Ravindra. 217.
96 for Borthwick. And hundreds for Rain and Coghlan.
Yeah. Both getting to 100 and over apart. Played away towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run by Beddingham. Right, there you are, Roderick. None. So this is April 2021, none 12, 22, 1, none 13, none. So you got none against Durham and none against Durham in June 2021. So yeah, he was... I thought I had memories of him struggling early doors. Defended by Clark this time. So 2 minutes to 10-2, 4. That will be tea. Leach bowls. Clark plays the ball back towards the stumps at the bowler's end. We've got blue skies to the west of us now, actually, so this big bank of nastiness has drifted past us to the north. I've just checked the camera on the back garden. There is no washing on the line.
None?
No, none.
What's Stu doing? What's going on?
Well, I mean, you know, it's a team effort. Each once again to Clark. Keep us standing up still. Clark forward and defends.
Going to rush around out there and try and get a squeeze another one in.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? So that's 55 overs gone, 202 for 4 here on the BBC. BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Around the world on the Sport app and the Thinternet and on
everywhere.
The club YouTube channels as well. Listeners down in Northampton upset to discover that Andrew Radd, the BBC commentator there, is not on the club feed. So they've turned the club feed down and they're watching the YouTube channel listening to him on the BBC.
There you go.
App instead.
Hopefully that sings nicely for you.
How do you call that? When you're all supporting each other?
Not quite sure where you're going with that, but Gibbons coming round the wicket and Bellingham drives out to the man at deep point.
It's not comradeship, is it? It's like, you know, if you're on a on a picket line or something like that. Everybody's out there supporting each other together. What do you call it?
Comradeship's probably a good word for it. Solidarity?
Solidarity, that was the word I was looking for. I had
Poland
Poland in the back of my head for some reason, and Lech Wałęsa, and I couldn't remember why. There we are, solidarity.
We'll stick with that. 203 for 4, meanwhile. In the last over before tea, as Gibbon comes around the wicket, and Clark cuts ferociously, but through backward point for 4. Gets him off the mark, and that'll be a nice feeling for him.
17th ball.
He's a busy player, isn't he, Clark? And
Normally,
yeah, and he'll have been just twitching a little bit there, being on 0, but that's a gorgeous shot there. A little bit of width, and punishes it behind point for 4.
A reminder, if you're in the ground listening to this or watching it, there is a members forum this evening at the close of play, which will be hosting. So you'll have the 2 new Dutch signings, Brandon Glover and Basteleda, plus Matt Kuhneman, the Aussie spinner, and Tim Bostock, the chief executive, at the close of play. Once I've got the end of day interviewing.
Gibbon this time defended by Clark. To mid off for no run. That'd be a good night. I enjoyed the last one, like you said. I jumped into your shoes, and to have the members asking questions and just to get the thoughts of the players. There was a nice feeling around the club at that time.
You see the picture of Astrid I put on yesterday?
On the stairs?
From when she was
fantastic. Fantastic. I had the ice cream.
Yeah.
As Gibbon comes in, and Clark pushes this one to mid-wicket. Would have been tempted to set off for a single, but decides on no run. As we build into the tea break, Durham 207 for 4 in the back end of the 56th over. Clark just off the mark, the beautiful back cut for 4, and Beddingham has been impressive on 62 not out. That's Gibbon. And Clark drives this one down, and I tell you what, Beddingham was in trouble there, as that was ricocheted off Gibbon's foot, but I don't think he was backing up that far.
He did well.
The umpire took plenty of evasive action and probably didn't see a lot of that going on.
Well, the middle stump's gone. Stuart Morley's email, he's been under the weather. He says, really enjoying both the pictures and your commentary. I'm really missing being there, but the pictures help. Hope to be back soon, but won't rush it. Thanks once again. Keep up the good work.
Get well, mate. As the last ball of the session, Ben Gibbon left arm round the wicket, and Clark defends, and will head to the pavilion as Durham end the session, as we have tea 207 for 4, Clark on 4, Beddingham on 62. The pick of the bowlers has been Gibbon, who has picked up 2 wickets in this session. He has 2 for 50, and Finch, the other wicket taker, along with, who took the other wicket there?
Gibbon.
Gibbon and Finch has 2 also.
Yeah.
Sorry, yep. He picked up Jones and Alex Lees.
How many overs left today, does it say? 40.
40 remaining. But another excellent session of cricket, and we'll catch you on the resumption of play.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance and transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart. In concert.
T here, and we've managed to dodge the worst of the weather for most of the day. Durham 207 for 4, having been put in by Worcestershire. That's after 56 overs. David Beddingham has 62 runs, and in the process has gone past 2,000 in first-class cricket for Durham. We've also seen Alex Lees score 70 as well. There's still 40 overs in theory remaining today. It looks very murky to the north of us, but where the weather's coming from to the west, we have blue skies, so hopefully we'll get most of those in. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. Worcestershire for the second half of the match between Brook and Worcestershire. Now we find 50 souls. They claim there's another 40 to go. If they count those 16, that's a full day's play.
It is. And amazing, we've had torrential rain all day. Well, all afternoon, according to the meteorological office. Yeah. Who've now put their rain back to 5 o'clock.
Right.
So,
does look like it's raining to the north,
well,
doesn't it? Looks like it's spilling off the edge of a cloud.
Yeah.
The angel of the north.
I suppose, I think if you live 10 miles away from here, you'd say, well, that was spot on weather forecast.
Yeah.
God, excuse me, I've got the hiccups again.
The weather people, my colleagues in the weather department, will tell you that it doesn't mean it's going to rain where you are. It means there's a 90% chance of rain in that particular area.
Yeah. Yeah. So it looks like Dylan Pennington's going to open up after tea. If we get
in the sunshine,
a few overs in here, this could be a very interesting session. Durham, push on, get towards 300.
Well, it's 2.5 hours worth of play left here, isn't it? So you're looking at about 20 to 7.
Pennington about to kick off and realised the batsman wasn't ready. Now away he goes, bowling from the Finkel end. Bowling right arm over to Beddingham, comes forward, pushes away into the offside, thinks about a run, but then shouts no to his partner as the ball is going almost directly to Jake Libby, who is at cover point. I'm surprised more people haven't moved round the ground to follow the sun. I mean,
well, there aren't any seats in the east stand.
No, but there's sunshine in here.
Yeah,
and there's about, what, half a dozen people in that stand?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it depends where the breeze comes from as well, I suppose.
Next ball is short, pulled away, down towards in front of square, and Joe Leach is making an effort to get around, but he's not going to get there. Lovely shot. Just sat up nicely, and Beddingham in such good form. He's not going to miss out on that, is he? So cracks that one away through what in the end was mid-wicket. That just shows how much time he had to play that shot, in that he could pull it in front of square on the leg side. So Pennington, not had the best of days today, I don't think. Not quite got it right. He started off this morning, he bowled 2 down the leg side that went away for 4 byes. I'm not sure he's actually got into his rhythm today. Leaves a pile of sawdust behind. Hurtles in, and this time forward, pushing away on the offside. D'Oliveira from extra cover goes to his left to field. No run. 211 for 4, Durham. The flag on top of the pavilion suddenly goes in the opposite direction.
Oh no, that's no good, because that would be bringing all that murk back towards us, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'm told
the castle is going the other way.
The replays have been switched on and they're working fine. So
Lovely.
There we are.
There you are, folks. Here's next ball from Pennington, pushed back down the pitch. Eventually makes its way to Gibbon at mid-off. Bowled a very good spell this afternoon, and Gibbon. I think everybody was surprised when Alex Lee's middle stump disappeared, because he looked in complete control. Gibbon got on to do something a little strange, and off he went. The wind beginning to howl around our commentary box. Here's the next one, pushed away on the leg side.
Here at Ice Station Zebra. There's something above the trees over there.
Something above the trees?
Initially I thought it might be pollen on the top of the tree, or blossom, but then I'm thinking, no.
Where are you looking?
See that man in the car park now?
Yeah, walking around.
Above his head, there's something white poking up above the tree. Can you see?
Well, it's a building in the distance.
Well, there's nothing over there normally.
Here's the next ball, which is played with more timing than I first thought. Looks to be played across that one, Benny. He's going to pick up 2. They're going to come back for 3, actually. By the time Waite has jogged down to long on to pick it up. So not a great over that from Dylan Pennington. Not the best over of his career. He's bowled 11 overs and he has taken them for 41. Beddingham's gone to 69. Clark has 4. Durham 214 for 4. Out today, Jones caught Roderick, bowled Finch 25. Borthwick caught and bowled Finch 13. Lees bowled Gibbon 7. Robinson caught Roderick, bowled Gibbon for 15. That looks like some sort of...
Yeah. Well, it is. I've never noticed it before.
Right.
So it's either just been erected, or I've never spotted. Hey? Well, I thought it might be a part of a fairground right in the park, but it looks like a telephone mast.
Further away than that.
Yeah, with transmitters on the side of it.
Another mystery.
Out towards the A1, I would say.
The mysteries of...
Dog with a drill.
The dog with a
Ghost man, that wasn't.
Ghost man, they had the flats that disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all kicking off
The
today.
disappearing ring.
Yeah.
Are we in Bermuda? This is a Bermuda Triangle. Here's Finch into the attack, bowling to Beddingham, who drops the ball towards backward point and goes for a single. Picked up by Libby. It definitely looks like it's raining just to the north of us, doesn't it? You can see the water falling off the edge of the clouds.
I tell you, somebody 10 miles from here are going to say, "Hey, you've been playing cricket all day." Madness.
Yeah. Well, that's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a wonderful British weather. What would we talk about if it didn't change every day? If it was the same, if it was scorchio every day, what would we talk about?
Finch in. Clark leaves that one outside the off stump. I think it was the two bad summers we've had in all the years I've been covering Durham. 2007 was the wettest summer on record, and then I think 2012 ran it pretty close. And there was one day during 2007. So we used to do T20 commentaries then, but only the county championship and other matches on merit. And I came to a game one day and didn't expect to see a single ball bowled, and there was hardly anybody here. It might have been against Worcestershire, you know, and they've got a full day's playing. Finch bowls, cut by Clark. That's wide of third man. And he's going to try and slide around and cut it off, and does well there in the end. That's Matthew Waite just down below our commentary position too for Clark. It was also the night against Worcestershire when loads of people left because the game was going to go into a fourth and final day, and Steve Harmison got a hat-trick right at the end of the day. 2005.
2007, Worcestershire didn't play at home after the middle of July.
Played at Kidderminster, didn't they?
Played all over the place. Yeah. Played a home game at Derby.
Finch in. Clark forward to this one. Plays it to point to Libby. No run.
Yeah. I think they played in home games in 5 different counties that season. Played one at Taunton. That always amazed me. Worcestershire played Lancashire at Taunton.
Yeah. Why
didn't they just go and play Old Trafford? Or anyway, there we are.
Penrith.
That's 16 years ago, you know.
Yeah.
Scary.
I remember that year picking Martin Spate up at Durham Services to drive to a game at Derby that we knew we wouldn't get to.
Yeah.
Finch comes in and bowls. This is played out into the covers, and our colleague Charles Collins, who was the Derby commentator at the time,
hi Charles,
he rang me up one lunchtime and he said, I know the weather forecast suggests the end of the world is coming. He said, but at the moment, mate, it's cracking the flags here. You're going to have to set off. And I said, are you serious? And he said, yeah. And he said, it's absolutely red hot. So he set off. And then he rang me as I was approaching Ferry Bridge and said, mate, I would just stop there if I was you. This is played by Clark to backward point. So me and Spatey pulled into Ferry Bridge for a bit. And the end of the world came, and Charles said, I think you can turn around and go home. And the Durham team bus arrived at Derby that night, and then they got trapped because that was the night the River Trent burst its banks and the M1 was underwater around Nottingham. And they didn't get back till something like 5 in the morning. We turned round at Ferry Bridge, headed back north, and managed to have a nice pub tea somewhere in North Yorkshire near Ripon. But I remember,
excuse me,
all these people getting off these coaches at Ferry Bridge Services covered from head to toe in mud, and they'd all been to Glastonbury, and they were absolutely filthy.
Here's Dylan Bankson beginning a new over, right arm over to the right-handed Beddingham, pushes the ball away into the covers. D'Oliveira Fields. There is no run. Yeah, I was seconded onto news. Because I live near Upton on 7, which was cut off, and nobody was
fire brigade, isn't it?
Yeah, nobody was allowed in, but I got in on the back of a fire truck.
Was that also the year when the power station at Tewkesbury got surrounded completely?
No, that was later than that.
Was that 2012 then? Was it?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Pennington bowls. Nicely played off the back foot. It's only going to be a single because Azhar Ali is patrolling the cover point boundary. Yeah, I was the first news correspondent into Upton on 7. I know it was not John Simpson being the first person into Baghdad, but it was a highlight for me. Yeah.
Well, Upton floods a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot better now. Built up the defences, but you can guarantee if it rains for 2 days, Hanley Road in Upton is shut. It's like the Snake Pass and all those. First to be shut.
It's got to be a high tide to close Snake Pass.
Yeah, I think that's snow mainly. Here's the next ball, which is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. 218 for 4, Durham.
One of my colleagues, Tony, who used to work in Look North, him and his wife have moved to Tewkesbury. We went to visit them, and they're on the estate next to Tewkesbury Marina. And I said, do you never watch the news reports of the floods? And he said, no, it's all been measured. It'll never flood here. And a few weeks later, I'm on an early morning shift at work watching live TV reports from Tewkesbury.
Yeah. Here's Pennington bowls just outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah.
And to be fair, Tony was technically right because the reporter was only on the corner of his street rather than in his street.
Yeah. Yeah, once in 1,000 years. Oh, right, okay. Yeah. Several things in life you can't control, one of them being the weather. That flag is worrying me now.
It's just hanging there by one thread, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's blowing in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and that murk's heading our way.
Another mystery. Yeah. Pennington bowls again, and this is wide of the off stump. Again, through to the wicketkeeper.
We get a bit of a sort of vortex down here in this bowl, though, so sometimes the flag on the roof of the pavilion might be in a completely different direction to what's happening on Lumley Castle. So the flag on Lumley Castle is suggesting the wind is now coming from a west-northwest direction, which would be enough to bring all that bank of horrendousness in front of us our way. And your app will eventually be right at the 10th time of asking today.
Paddington bowls. Oh, that's an airy drive. That is Clark having a real waft at one outside the off stump. Goes through the wicketkeeper. Clark remains on 6. Beddingham has 71. Durham are 218 for 4. Officially, we have 37 overs remaining in the day. But as we've been saying since about 11:15 this morning, whether we'll get them all in, who knows? But I can quite see that somebody may have looked at the weather forecast yesterday for this area and thought, not sure I'm going to bother today. And here we are. We've had 59 overs of cricket. It is chilly, though. Talking to one of the snappers who's been sat outside, he said, it's a bit chilly in the shade.
Finch bowls to Beddingham. Beddingham drops it short, goes off down towards the slip cordon. No run there.
A bit chilly by 6:30 if they're still out there. Hand warmers, a necessity.
So you've got a full social calendar this week, have you?
I have, yes, mate. Every night. Better than being at home.
You need to go home for a rest.
I will.
Finch bowls to Beddingham. Oh, he's nearly chopped on there. Well, I say nearly. From this angle, it looked like he had it actually gone off towards short leg. But a sharp inside edge there. So you're out tonight?
Yeah.
Where are you going tonight then?
A hotel in Beamish.
In Beamish? Oh, and the Beamish Hall.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
We have the postcode and the directions. We're going there tomorrow night, just outside Seaham. And then Saturday night, meeting an old mate in Durham.
Finch bowls, 36.5 overs remaining today. That's clipped off the legs by Beddingham out towards deep mid-wicket for 2.
Making full use of a lot of rare physics. Get up here quite often. I was up in Sea Houses. When was that? End of last cricket season.
My sister's got a place up there.
Lovely.
Just a village inland from Sea Houses. Is it North Sunderland or something?
Yeah. Yeah. Walk the beach at Bamborough and Breednell. Lovely.
Did you go to Dunstanburgh Castle Golf Club?
No, it's a bit posh for me, golf clubs.
No, that one isn't posh for you. You could get in there. This is one run off towards
What?
point. It's down at Embleton Village, and you've got Dunstanburgh Castle, the ruins on the cliff just below it. Did you walk along the coast there, down to is it Worcester?
Bits of coast.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Played golf there once, and the castle's on this outcrop, and you're on a par 3, and you can't really concentrate on the hole because the view's just incredible.
Yeah. Love it. Yeah, I don't know if we're going back this year.
Finch bowls to Clark, who cuts it down to wait at third man for 1. You've been to the Farne Islands? Have you been over?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
If you go at the height of the nesting season, the birds dive bomb you and peck your head.
Yeah.
You gotta
check your tides as well.
Yeah, yeah. You can't beat Sea Houses Harbour and some prawns and cockles and mussels.
Fish and chips. Traditional fish and chips.
Well, that was where my daughter Polly took her first steps.
Oh, really?
And chips are involved. Benningham's on 74, 222 for 4. It's the end of the over with a bouncer. And it's not drizzling out there, is it?
Well,
no, it's not.
There's no ground staff hovering, so...
Anyway, when she was a baby, we went up the Sea Houses with a view to going on the boat to the Farne Islands, and there were lots of thunderstorms drifting down the coast. It was the height of the summer. And we ummed and ahed, so we sat outside of a fish and chip shop, which had a bit of a covering on outside, sort of outside covered seating.
Mm-hmm.
And we decided that we wouldn't bother going to the Farne Islands because we thought we'd get soaked if we did. So we were busy trying to make plans for the rest of the day when we heard this couple.
Here's Dylan Pennington starting a new over. He's in and he bowls, and that's smashed.
Oh,
literally whacked away.
Yeah.
Dismissed, yes. I would say, by Clark through extra cover. It was too short, too wide. Boom.
Other than that,
it was a good ball. Clark has 11. Durham 226 for 4.
Anyway, we're sitting there and we're trying to work out what do we do now. And then we heard this couple say, "Oh, look at that! Isn't she cute? She wants a chip." And when we turned round, she'd walked away from us, and they were her first steps. And she'd never had a chip before, and she just wandered over and put her hand out for a chip.
Hereditary, mate. Hereditary.
I'm not really fond of chips.
Next ball is wide of the off stump. Better length, I would think, this time from Pennington. The last one was a real long hop that got booted away.
Anyway, we were like, oh my god, and they said, oh, it's okay, she never chipped before. There are her first steps.
She's never walked.
She's never walked before.
What was her first word? Chip.
Yeah.
Gives a chip.
Some might say chip off the old block.
They might, but that'd be a bit fishy.
Yeah.
We're heading up towards...
You're going to give me a right battering now.
Here's Pennington in bowls once again. Outside the off stump. Batsman leads forward. Watches it go through. And there is no run.
You've got a half past.
I have, yeah. I'm all right for a bit, though. I think it's in the sports news, so it's just past then, I hope. Definitely creeping a bit closer.
It is, isn't it?
Mate.
It is. We might just be lucky, though, that there's still a bit of blue sky to the west of us, so just depends how long this trail of muck is.
Pennington bowls once again, wide of the off stump through to the keeper. Well, that cloud over there looks as if it's coming this way now.
Well, if you look just up behind the floodlight, it's just drifting across us at the moment, but...
Sorry to keep on about the weather, folks, but it does have a major effect on cricket. You might have noticed in the past. Umpires are having just had a little look up at the sky. Pennington, 2 balls to go in his 13th over, yet to take a wicket in this Durham innings. Charges in again, and bit of a waft at that one. That was not the best shot that Clark has ever played in his career. Full of length, trying to drive it.
No play today in Bristol. It's waterlogged, so that's... weren't the Yorkies last week? They were at Somerset, weren't they? They lost the first day there because of a wet outfield.
Yeah. So they're at Bristol, are they? By what you said.
Oh no, they weren't. Who was it? They weren't because Warwickshire were, yeah. Because Yorkshire were at Division 2 and they lost to Leicestershire.
Pennington's ball in the last over, that's short and whipped away, and well, he bowled a short one first ball and a short one last ball, and they both went to the boundary. So a lesson to be learned, I think. 226 for 4.
Leicestershire 131 for 2 against Derbyshire in Leicester. They've only managed 30 overs there today. Warwickshire playing Kent in Birmingham. They are 225 for 2, Warwickshire, after Kent put them in. It's raining at the Oval, too far south to guarantee the weather. Hampshire 179 for 6 against Surrey. I think they might have been off there for a while. Nottinghamshire are playing Somerset in Nottingham. They've had rain on and off there, but they have managed to get 58 overs in now, so they took an early lunch there at one point, I remember. Notts 188 for 6. It's tea at Chelmsford, where Lancashire are all out for 207 against Essex. Middlesex are playing Northants as Finch bowls a new over to Beddingham. That goes down towards deep backward point for 2. Libby with the throw. It's a bit erratic and it misses the keeper's end by about 10 yards. Middlesex all out for 149. Northants 24 for 1. So Middlesex struggling last week on their return to Division 1. 3 wickets for Chris Tremaine, 3 for Ben Sanderson. In comes the bowler, driven back to him by Beddingham in the sunshine in Chester Street. They were really struggling there, Middlesex. They lost Sam Robson for 4, Stoneman for 3, Milan for 2, Eskenazi for a duck, Holden for 7. So they were 36 for 5, 81 for 6, 85 for 7, 93 for 8. Eventually all out for 149. Finch in his 13th over bowls to Beddingham. Beddingham forward to defend that one. One slip here, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, deep extra cover. Third man down on the boundary just in front of us. Got a deep square leg and a long leg. And a mid on and a mid off as the ball comes off the pad there. Comes down towards fine leg. Roderick chases after it. Leg by is signalled. 233 for 4, so the first batting point this year comes at 250, then 300, then 350, 400, 450, but still within 110 overs of the first innings for each side. The bowling points remain the same. Another change to the points this year. They've gone back to 5 points for a draw instead of 8. So back to what it was before COVID. Finch to Clark. Clark looks to dig out an attempted leg stump Yorker. It's wafted at it by him and it goes down the leg side to the keeper. At Marty Cricket on Twitter if you want to get in touch, or wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk on email. Told you this morning the Premier League's announced that betting companies will not be allowed to be shirt sponsors from next year. Somebody's already done the maths. As Finch comes in and bowls to finish the over. Clark cuts. That's well, that was just dispatched with aplomb. It was like, get after that, wasn't it? Square cut for 4. Made that look really easy there, Clark. And Durham are now 237 for 4. Clark has 19. Beddingham 76. These two came together with a score on 195. Apparently, removing betting companies from the fronts of shirts in the Premier League will be a cost of around about £48 million a year to the clubs.
Oh, what are the odds on that?
Yeah.
Well, most of them can afford that, can't they? Some of them obviously can't. So it's 48 million between them.
Yeah, I think there were 8 clubs, including Newcastle.
Oh, okay. Here's Dylan Pennington starting a new over from the Finkel end in Bowls and driven to mid-on, but straight to mid-on where Matthew Waite is the Worcestershire fielder.
What was the eventual outcome of the Worcester Warriors saga then?
Well, they've gone.
Completely gone?
Well,
reforming as a new club? Or?
Well, the story is they are trying to reform as a new club, but...
Because that ground's on a big footprint, isn't it, with all the facilities there?
I'm not sure the RFU will allow it, will put up with the plans as they are, but Pennington in Bowls, wide of the off stump through the wicketkeeper, but you know, the plans that they came up with, the people that took it over after they went into administration, sounded good, but none of those plans have come to fruition. So supporters are getting a bit, and of course, there's people are owed a lot of money. Well, some people are owed a lot of money because they went into administration, so they don't have to pay the bills from the last company. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's very sad.
Yeah.
As Pennington races in and bowls, and this is way steered, I would say, rather than edge down towards third man. There is no third man, so Jake Libby has to chase after this one. They come back for 2. Total goes to 239 for 4, 78 to Beddingham. Because as you say, there's a massive stadium there with
how many does the stadium hold?
About 12,500.
There's no way Worcester City would ever attract that kind of...
Well, there's a football team play on there now, called Worcester Raiders.
Right.
But I think they get about 150 on a good day.
Does Worcester City still exist?
Yeah, they play in the Midland Football League. I went to watch them play once this season. Here's the next ball pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. Although D'Oliveira sort of shades them, so maybe they thought they could have nicked one there, but they didn't. Yeah, they play in the Midland Football League. They've not done very well in that this season. They've avoided relegation, but yeah.
Is that what Reading are in?
No, they're in
the
Midland
League, no?
Southern League. So you're asking me about football now, Mark, which is highly unfair.
Well, my cousin has a husband on Redditch now.
Oh, right.
They took it over a year or 2 ago after COVID.
Oh, right.
So,
Pennington in bowls, driven out to deep extra cover, where Azhar Ali is the fielder. 240 for 4. Game kind of meandering a bit since tea, I think. I don't know. Brett D'Oliveira might think of putting himself on. Matthew Waite hasn't bowled that much today, so maybe he's the man in his mind. Here's Pennington, tall, broad-shouldered, blonde hair in bowls, wide of the off stump. Wicketkeeper Roderick takes it. Looks as if he's okay, Gareth Roderick. Now, he took one on the end of the finger, which we think was a drop chance when Beddingham had 60. He was standing up to Joe Leach, and they're always difficult to take for the keeper. But he looks as if he's probably had some magic spray on it. The wicketkeeper's nightmare, I suppose. 240 for 4. Durham Clark has 19. Beddingham has 79. And apparently we've got 33 overs left.
So that's, yeah, I said we'd be finishing about 20 to 7, didn't I? So here's Finch. He's driven out into the covers, 1 run. Deep extra cover to Libby by Beddingham. Now I said when we came on after tea, I said probably about 20 to 7. It still looks roughly around about there, doesn't it? Give or take a minute or 2. Oh, anyway, the worst of that, we've got a rainbow behind the very bizarre looking rainbow behind the castle. Can you see it? Just a breeze.
It looks as if it's trying to be a rainbow but hasn't quite made it.
No.
So that proves there's rain over there if there's a rainbow.
241 for 4. In comes the bowler. This is played nicely by Clark off the legs. Out through deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on towards the boundary rope. And a dive and a stop. Good work there. Was that D'Oliveira out there, or was it Azarali? Azarali. Don't think I've mentioned Azarali today, other than announcing the team news.
He's been skirting around the boundary.
Isabel Duncan's book.
Oh, skirting the boundary. Yeah, well done. Very good. You should never point at a rainbow, should you? It's bad luck.
Why?
Because it's bad luck. So you should say, oh, look, there's a rainbow over there, and sort of nod towards it. Apparently.
Finch in. Oh, nice shot from Beddingham. He's met that right on the bounce and absolutely thumped that through mid-wicket for 4. Well, that's a nice meaty middle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that Gray Nichols?
Well, he's looking good here, isn't he? Yeah. Beddingham. He's up for a ton. I'm not trying to talk about it. He's on for a ton here, isn't it? Ball's got a bit soft. Wicket's
53 run
wide out. And he's looking imperious.
Now, when did they come together? The 50th over. End of the 50th over, so they've put 53 on in 13.3 overs. That's pulled out towards the pavilion for 6 by the looks of things. That's gone for 6. Halfway up the stand. Shortish ball, 250 in the first batting point, 63.4 overs.
Well, they pushed on. What are they with tea? 207 for 4 at tea. So they've added 47 since tea in 6 overs and 4 balls, I reckon.
Yeah, what did you say? 56 overs have gone for tea, yeah.
And Adam Finch, who was, I thought, one of the better Worcestershire bowlers, is not getting it right now.
Benningham's on 90 now. Finch in again. Bedingham drives back at him, and the bowler stops it. So he's gone past 2,000 runs in first-class cricket for Durham today, David Bedingham. Started the day with 4,722. So if he gets another 10 on the board, that will be his 14th century in first-class cricket. He got 1,029 runs in 2021, including 300 and a 92 against Warwickshire. And started today with 1,971 runs for Durham. Finch bowls. He's leaned into this one. It's over pitched, and that's away for 4 more by the looks of things. Up to long on, and it jumps over the boundary rope now. So that's not been a bad over at all from a Durham point of view. So that's 10, 14, 15 runs, I think, that Bedingham got in that over, and he moves up to 94.
Yeah, I think Brett D'Oliveira's problem here is that Durham are getting away. Clark likes to smack it around, and Bedingham is looking in great form. So, if she's not careful.
15 from Bedingham, though. Yeah. 18 in the over, 15 from Bedingham. There was a 3 there as well.
Yeah. I say, look good early on, Adam Finch, but this is his first championship match since last May. So, maybe he's getting a bit knackered or tired, I think was the word I was looking for. Pennington. Binkle end. Leaps in, bowls. Clark drives a little airily this time. He's going to race away for 4 down towards third man, but I'm not sure that's where he was aiming. Looked through extra cover more, I would have thought. But he's picked up 4 more. And these two are really clattering along now.
Yeah.
D'Oliveira might be looking for a bit of... Well, Waite is normally quite a frugal bowler. They're putting a third man in there. A bit closing the stable door, I thought. D'Oliveira himself could have a twirl. But it's Pennington ball in hand at the moment. 262 for 4. And this one is wide of the off stump. Sometimes when our friend shouts, I think he's shouting no ball. Just wait for the umpire to signal.
Jamie's in the middle of the seats in the pavilion. He was at a Sunderland RCA game a few weeks ago, and he came up to me and he said, "Do you know who I am?" And I said, "Yeah, you're on my cricket commentaries all of the time. People all around the world know who you are."
Yeah. Pennington bowls cut, but straight to Libby at a slightly backward point position. The shadows of the floodlights beginning to stretch across the ground. The one has almost reached the centre, reached the square.
Thomas Horn heading home from work, black clouds over the metro centre.
Right, okay.
Hope it stays away. Cracking day once again.
Building up away to the left again, where we are. Pennington's next ball is played and missed. Just a little bit excited there, I think, Clark. Waite is doing some warming up, so he's going to be called upon very shortly. Interesting that Marcus North said they were quite happy for Worcestershire to win the toss because they didn't want to make a decision whether they'd bat or whether they'd bowl.
Oh, look at this. 4 days worth of lunches printed out.
Oh, mate. I tell you what, that was excellent today. What did I have today?
You went for the pie, didn't you?
I did. I had the pie today.
You got through it with a spoon and a knife.
I did. Here's the next ball outside the off stump. Got to fill these in, mate. Please return order.
Yeah.
By 11 a.m. I thought it said 11 p.m.
Is it Friday tomorrow?
I hope so. Yeah. Oh.
Graham's just asked us to.
Sri Lankan beef curry.
When tomorrow?
Sri Lankans don't want it.
Oh no. It's battling with fish and chips and the mushy peas.
Not butternut squash. Gammon steak.
Yeah, but wooden.
Oh, is it?
Wooden.
Not recommended.
Difficult to cut with wooden cutlery.
You know, it's the first game of the season.
Well, it was plastic cutlery today, wasn't it? It was wooden last year, and you couldn't get through a gammon steak with that.
Next ball is away off an edge down towards third man. Didn't miss anything while we were nattering on about the menu. Well, meat and potato pie.
Why have we suddenly gone to Mid Wales?
Well, because they have meat and potato pie.
Oh, right.
It's very big in Llangollen.
Yeah.
Great, so you got
not so much in Llandrin Dodwells.
I've
gone for the fish. I've gone for the meat and potato pie, and I'm gonna go down the roast loin of pork avenue.
It's very good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Better put my name on here, haven't I?
Put Ash.
2 dinners.
Yeah.
Very good.
Tell you what, man, I didn't feel like I ate anything healthy in Sussex last week.
It's very difficult at the seaside. Meanwhile, back at the cricket, Matthew Waite is on, and he's going to be bowling to Clark on 27 and Durham at 263 for 4. That cloud's coming, I think. Way to our left. Clouds on the way. Toughest to say now.
The Met Office has issued a statement saying, "Don't believe anything Dave Bradley tells you." Here is Waite, bowls form Yorkshireman, played away by Clark out through mid-wicket for 1. Bowling figures so far: Leach, none for 57 from 15 overs, 2 maidens for him. Pennington, none for 58 from 15, 3 maidens for him. 2 for 50 from Gibbon, 4 maidens in his 15. And Finch, 2 for 54 in 14 with 3 maidens. Waite, none for 30 in 6.1 overs, no maidens.
You wouldn't believe it, would you? Wouldn't believe it.
Comes the bowler again. Beddingham flicks this off through mid-wicket for 1, wide of mid-on.
3 o'clock it was going to rain, 4, 5, and now guess what? 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, our dog could do better, I reckon. Two woofs if it's going to rain, that'll do it, wouldn't it? I don't wish to criticise other people in other professions, but
you're going to.
But I'm going to.
David Bedingham did an interview with a cricket writer from the Press Association a few weeks ago at Media Day, and he said it's now his desire to play international cricket for South Africa and not England.
Really?
And he's been tipped as a future England player. But he says by the time he qualifies for England, he'll be 31, and he'd rather strike while the iron's hot now rather than wait until it might be too late. So Clark's on 28 as weight bowls. That was going way down the leg side. Clark's taking a few steps out of the crease to try and play at it as well. It's hitting him in the pad. That was leg stump 2, that one, I think. 2-6-5 for 4. 10-5. Thursday, the 13th of April. Day 1, Durham against Worcestershire here. Wait in again, he bowls. Cut by Clark. There's a man out sweeping on the cover boundary. And just the one run. Good throw back from Jack Haynes.
So I've gone on to another weather app now.
Have you?
All home and dry. Showers tomorrow.
Ball played back by Bedingham upfield. He's on 95. He's hit 1, 6 and 10 fours so far.
Remember the lovely Dave Callahan one day at Scarborough saying, I've got this app and it tells you exactly when it's going to rain. It's going to rain in 7 minutes. And it didn't rain all day. So I feel as Callie did on that day now. Lovely man.
Yeah, it was his the 5th anniversary of his passing a few days ago.
Yeah.
He's played the short mid-wicket, no run there.
Myself and DT had a memorial fish and chips on Scarborough cliff tops when we were there last year, which was something that Callie always did. Always went to the same chippy.
Yeah. I remember a night where me and DT, Dave Townsend, he picked me up from the hotel in Headingley and we drove across to Wetherby to take part in the pub quiz next door to where Callie lived. And Jason Gillespie was living upstairs in the pub at the time. So me and DT managed to squeeze in a cheeky little Chinese round the corner first, and then got there for quiz night.
Yeah, Callie's charity quiz. Pennington in bowls, driven straight to D'Oliveira at extra cover, who juggles with him.
This was just the village quiz. It was Wednesday night in September in Wetherby. So I did do the charity quiz in Scarborough because he had Dickie Bird as the guest of honour.
Well, it was so, let's say, biased because the question was a question for Jack Chantry, who was Worcestershire's top wicket taker in 1964 or something like that. And then Pennington in and bowls, pushed out to mid-on.
And the next question for one of the Yorkshire players, name the Yorkshire bus driver this season.
No, it was, I can't, who was the player? He said, who did Yorkshire play in the 1994 Benson and Edges Cup final or something like that? He said, oh yeah, Somerset. Who was man of the match? Me.
Oh.
And I'm thinking, this is such a stitch-up. And he said... Jason Gillespie, here's your individual question. I said, yeah, what are your initials? Yeah, what a stitch up. But great, man. Anyway, back to the cricket. Here's Dylan Pennington. He's in and he bowls, and this is pushed back up the pitch. And Pennington himself does the fielding. Now, if we are to conclude today's play, which has another 29 overs to go, although the dark cloud coming up from our left suggests we may not, Durham are going to be in a very good position.
And I think that's why they've accelerated after tea, to put themselves in that position.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they went at 3 and over from here, they're going to be on 350. And there again, Worcestershire could take a couple of wickets. It all slows down, doesn't it? Clark waits. Pennington bowls.
Run rate's 4 at the minute.
Back down the pitch, bowler himself fields. It has gone a tad dark. Oh, hovering ground star.
They were last week at Hove. They were going along at more than 5 and over for most of the innings. There was a shortish boundary on one side of the ground, but they only dipped below 5 right at the end. And I think Sussex, in comparison, went along at about 3.3 and over. James O'Donnell has emailed.
Here is Dylan Pennington. This ball, Clark is forward. Just dabs it. Looks as if he thought about leaving it for a while and then just dropped a dead bat on it and it trickled away on the offside. Yes, hovering ground staff. They're a bit like cuckoos in spring, aren't they? First one to spot the hovering ground staff. Beavers are back in Wales. There you go. There's one for you. 400 years since beavers have been, yeah. Wild beavers in Pembrokeshire. Don't know what that's got to do with the ground staff, but there you go. Wittering away. Pennington to complete his 16th over. This ball is dug out, sort of leg stumpish to mid-on, where Waite is the fielder. Pennington 16 overs, 3 made, no wicket for 58.
We had a walrus in Whitby and Blythe.
Right. Didn't he jump on the boats and made note of that from Dylan Pennington? Make holes in boats or something?
No, this one came and went again. The other one that had been around ended up in Norway, and they put it down, didn't they? Because it was, yeah.
Oh.
It got
they got towed it out to sea or something.
Afternoon, Marty, says James O'Donnell. Was hoping to get down for the next home championship match from Glasgow.
Oh, right.
I've acquired a wee dog since my last visit to Chester Street. What are my chances of getting her into the ground for a day's play?
That's all right, dog.
Right? New over from Waite, played by betting him up to mid-on, no run there.
You can bring your Jack Russell in a push chair.
Yeah, he says it's a long way to come if we get sent away with our tails between our legs. No, dogs are allowed in. Yeah. In fact, you can buy doggy season tickets here.
Can you really?
Yeah.
Is that called a Rover ticket?
Clever.
There's people leaving, you know. People drifting out the ground, Mark.
In comes Waite. This is defended by Beddingham, who remains on 95. Well, yeah, but they've been to a keep fit session at the gym.
What, those 3 blokes who walked along there? I don't think they have. I think their last keep fit session was about 20 years ago, all of them. Lights on the scoreboard are getting brighter.
That's soon going to be past us, and it's going around the back of us anyway, isn't it? What do you reckon? Is it drifting towards us rather than missing us? Oh, we'll get the floodlights on in a minute. Waite to Beddingham. He goes for a quick single up to wide, mid-off.
Is there no restrictions on the floodlight?
No. They're that powerful, they'll burn the cloud away in about a minute.
Okay.
So, when are they going to get floodlights at Worcester?
I wonder, Marty, if you could tell us as a visitor what you think of this planet. I mean...
Yeah.
Good stand, this. Getting into a good position here, Durham.
2-6-7 for 4. Clark forward to this one. Steers it through mid-wicket. Away towards the boundary for 1.
Worcestershire need to produce something here. A couple of overs of D'Oliveira, maybe. Might buy themselves a wicket.
73 runs, I think these two have put on.
Yeah.
72. 73. From 106 balls. 28.2 overs to go, coming up to 5 o'clock. Headlines in a moment. Beddingham, ooh, that was in the air for a moment or two there. Pushing in a ball from Waite, and that was around about waist high as it drifted up towards mid-off, but bounced a few yards in front. Okay, Ash back on now. Dave's only been through 17 weather apps today.
None of them have been right.
Last ball of the over. Beddingham plays it along the floor. Didn't quite time that well. It bobbles up to mid on end of the over. So he's on 96, and it's Clark who will be on strike on 30. 268 for 4. 28 overs to go. So I said if we got them in and the weather didn't intervene, I think the umpires are now going to ask for the lights to come on. Do you reckon?
Yeah, it's getting gloomy, isn't it?
Yeah, this big black cloud's just drifting right on top of us now. So somebody is going to be dispatched to the car park to open the generator.
Put the 50 pence in the meter.
Turn the little switch on.
I don't know if we're going to have a little change here. Looks like D'Oliveira is going to come on, yeah. From the Finkel end. First time we've seen spin here today. You mentioned there a little partnership. This is where Durham need to cash in on this.
A few showers around this evening, says Paul Mooney. A few showers tomorrow and then a dry weekend.
My groundsman reckons 5:45, so he's gone very specific.
Your groundsman? Which groundsman?
Ropery Lane, just up the road.
All right.
He reckons 5:45.
I was there a few weeks ago to do a talk for the umpires.
Oh, yeah, I saw you through the window, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, I was pulling faces at you. Oliveira comes in from the Finkel end. Right arm leg spin, and this is cut away by Clark. And it's going to take some stopping out to the point boundary, and it has been stopped. And they'll collect 2 and move the score under 270 for 4. Clark moved nicely under 32, Bettingham on 96 not out. And a good partnership. This is where, like we say, Durham have got to this stage and tended to lose a wicket.
BBC Weather has just tweeted.
It's Oliveira out to Clark, who pushes it to the man in on the leg side for no run.
The weather is turning at last and feeling warmer and drier this weekend.
Yeah, touch wood. We're due for some dry weather and a bit of warmth. Oliveira comes in. This is overpitched, and Clark punches this down to long on for a single.
Off the top of my head, I think Oliveira's got 8 wickets against Durham.
What about your printer?
For them as well. Eh?
He got 100 here last year, didn't he, I think?
Yeah, straight 100, wasn't it? Yeah. Got 122 in there. Remember that floodlit match?
Oh, yes, the pink ball.
Yeah.
Bettingham on 96 not out. Oliveira. And pushes this one back down the pitch to Oliveira for no run. So he's got some scouts out. He has deep cover point, deep long off, long on, cow corner and a deep square. Very, very much a one-day field. Oliveira again, and this is again pushed down on the onside for no run.
His best figures against Durham, 5 for 48 in 2015. That floodlit game with a pink ball.
Was that when did John Hastings open the batting in that? And just
he came in number 3 and smashed the ball out of shape, didn't he?
He did. As Bettingham hustles back for a second here after punching that off the back foot out to deep point.
It was miserable and cold. It was the height of June, and it was a really horrible spell of low pressure weather, and they only got 2 days playing. And then the following year, it was so warm and sunny, they played a floodlit game here against Warwickshire. They didn't even need the light on.
Yeah, irony.
And then they scrapped it as a plan because it doesn't work in this country.
273 for 4. Bettingham 98, Clark 33. Marty's just about to do an update for BBC Radio Newcastle.
Probably got another minute or so.
Hopefully something of a milestone to report.
In comes Waite to start a new over, bowling to Clark, who's on 33. He got 47 last week at Sussex. Interesting, fresh perspective and a new pair of eyes, i.e. Ryan Campbell, the coach, saying that Clark had caught his eye during the winter.
Well, he plays the way that Ryan wants to play, which is get on with it, basically. And he fits perfectly into the middle order.
Waite again comes in and bowls. Carved by Clark nicely behind backward point. It's coming towards the third man boundary, but it's going to slow. And unfortunately for him, he's put it right in the most
in the triangle
corner that he could have done. If that had gone a yard in either direction, it was a 4. But he's aimed it right at the V of the point of the boundary. So he gets...
you can blame Vic. Vic Dangles.
Yeah. If it wasn't for those Toblerones, that would have been a curved corner, not a V point. Right, Bettingham is on 98 from 112 deliveries, and he's on strike. And he is looking for his 14th century. As Waite comes into bowl, and he just stabbed this out through mid-wicket. He might get 2 here. Is he going to come back for a second? He is! And he gets a century in the second match of the season. His 14th comes in 113 balls, 10 fours and a 6.
That's a brilliant innings. I mean, Durham have batted nicely today. And if there's been any criticism, as Muddy heads to BBC Newcastle,
And as you join us, David Bedingham has just recorded his first century of the season. He's on 100 from 113 balls. It includes 10 fours and a 6. He's batted nicely today. He's also put on a partnership so far for the 5th wicket with Graham Clark of 83 runs. Clark on 36 at the other end. Durham currently 278 for 4, having been put in by Worcestershire this morning. We've managed to avoid all of the bad weather since then, but there's a huge black cloud sitting right over us at the moment, so I think the floodlights might be coming on in a minute. Otherwise, there's still 25 overs to go this evening.
Yeah, super century that. Just saying there before Marty did the update, where Durham have really needed somebody to kick on and be the backbone of the innings, and he's certainly achieved that with 100 so far. This one is now defended back down the wicket for no run.
That's his 6th 100 for Durham.
Absolute pleasure to watch when he's in full flow. And he's made this innings look very, very easy as the floodlights now start to come on here. The sky's just starting to get a bit gloomy at the riverside. We've been lucky to get so much play in today. On a good pitch. And Bedingham again defends this one from weight out into the offside for no run. He can just... Well, he doesn't look fussed at all, but he can just calm the nerves a little bit after getting to his 100. 278 for 4 now, Durham, and this is where they need to kick on and look beyond the 400 mark, where they fell a little bit short in their innings last week at Sussex. And this partnership continues to build. Clark on 36. Bedingham on 100. 70 overs complete. As we said, D'Oliveira is bowling from the Finkel end. And he'll bowl to Clark, right arm over the wicket. This one's fallen, pushed out into the offside. They decide on no run. Got dark really quickly there, hasn't it?
Yeah. I was listening to something on the radio yesterday.
D'Oliveira bowls a full toss, and this is whipped away by Clark out into the gap on the leg side. They'll look to come back for 2. Oh, I think he's cramped up again. Our mate Finch out there.
Yeah.
Yes, mate, what were you saying there?
Yeah, there was something on the radio yesterday. They were talking about facts and figures and stuff like this, and it was about the weight of clouds.
Right, as D'Oliveira comes in, and this is defended back down to allow Marty to continue his science.
Some of these clouds have so much rain in them. It was equivalent to something like the weight of 250 London buses or something like that.
As D'Oliveira comes in, and this one skids along, and Clark punches off the back foot, but doesn't beat Haynes at mid-wicket. You wouldn't like 250 London buses landing on you, would you?
No.
As D'Oliveira comes in, it's nicely flighted and defended again out into the offside for no run.
Especially if they were full of cats and dogs. So keep fit class going on in the gym.
Yeah, his head's bobbing up and down over there. D'Oliveira comes in, and this is again defended out into the leg side, and that will end the 71st over. Durham 280 for 4. Bedingham on 100. Clark on 38. Lights now starting to brighten up our little world out there. It's very, very gloomy and gone dark quickly. There's a big bank of black clouds build up over to the west. Like I say, we've been really lucky to have missed it today, the weather. Thankfully, we've seen some good cricket. Durham have been in control for most of the day. Worcester have at times fought really hard. And a couple of good spells even from Gibbon and from Finch. Got them back in, but Durham have always managed to get a partnership. They haven't been able to take wickets in clusters. Worcester. We've got Matthew Waite coming in from the Lumley end. This is defended out into the leg side by Bedingham for no run. Welcome back, brothers.
Thank you. Talking of partnerships, good to have the A team back together, isn't it?
Wonderful.
Late in the day.
What do you think of that 100 from Bedingham?
Oh, it's been good, isn't it?
It's classy, wasn't it?
Has he played a full shot? Aye. No.
He got dropped, I think. He nicked one. They keep standing up. A really tough chance, but apart from that, it's been pretty faultless.
Yeah. Yeah.
As weight comes in, and Beddingham happy to defend. I'm not sure if I just saw a couple of drops of rain there in front of us.
I just saw one of the snappers has just come in and said it's on its way.
Yeah.
It's certainly very gloomy. Well, the Met Office will be right for once in the day. I've got that right.
Yeah, she's coming though, I think. Yeah.
3 o'clock.
Like I said there, my groundsman just up the road reckons 5:45. So.
Oh, okay. Blimey, that's a bit accurate.
Yeah, very specific. As weight comes in the gloom, and Beddingham defends. The light reflecting off his grey nickel stickers out there.
Yeah.
But like we said when we turned up, we didn't think we'd see this much cricket today.
I didn't. Well, I thought no play before lunch at 10:30. And I mean, as we were saying, grounds drain well now, don't
they?
This with a little bit of slope on it as well, and they're playing at the top of the square.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
That's in great condition as well, as weight comes in, and Beddingham quite happy just to push this out again into the offside, looking to start this innings again.
Yeah, Worcester next week, home to Gloucestershire, and that will be on the cathedral side of the ground, because that's always
the driest side.
The driest bit, yeah.
Has it been? Has you been underwater this year, Worcester, at all? Or?
Yeah, we've had a big one in January.
Okay.
And then there was a bit of a scare the weekend before last.
Okay.
As the water suddenly started creeping up, but they got away with that one.
Matthew Waite in, and Beddingham just lets that one run off the face of the bat out to back point for no run. Yeah, traditional flooding there at Worcester, isn't there? It's an incredible sight, actually.
Martin, I was saying earlier, 2007, I remember, we were actually playing a one-day game down at the Rose Bowl.
Okay.
And they sent a courier down to get the car keys off all the players because their cars were on the car park at the cricket ground.
Wow.
And they needed to get the cars off. And it flooded within about 3 hours, I think.
Jeez. As weight comes in, and Beddingham clips this away off his legs. That will go out to deep square leg. Just for the single. And I think the ground staff are starting to get a little bit more interested. They've been sat out there for a while now. That ends the over. 281 for 4. Beddingham moves on to 101. Clark on 38. You get the feeling there's just a few probably big drops of rain, summer rain, that are out there.
Yeah.
The ground staff poised and ready to spring into action. And Worcester will try and sneak through.
Like greyhounds in the trees. I don't know. Worcester might not be too bothered if they came off now, would they?
No, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's a good time to bowl, to be honest. The new ball's, 8 overs away?
Oh, yeah, I suppose it is, yeah.
So they might want to try and rush through and maybe get a couple with the new ball under these gloomy skies.
Yeah. Brett D'Oliveira to continue. This will be his third over of the game, bowling from the Finkel end, so he just jogs away from us. Forward, solidly, comes Beddingham. He's probably looking at those dark clouds and thinks, I don't want to give this away. I want to be here tomorrow. D'Oliveira in again. And does this do a little bit? Or, I don't know, it seemed to didn't quite get that off the middle of the mat. Played it down to backward point. Played it solidly enough, and I just got the feeling that I can't imagine there's too much turnout there for D'Oliveira this stage of the game. Bowls this one slightly fuller length and played to mid-wicket. I'm in awe of the people who tell me from this distance, he's just bowled a flipper. I have no idea.
It's not the best angle for us here today, actually.
It's not. Well,
kind of over long on shoulder.
Yeah, this one, nice, flighting it nicely. Well, that's a bit of poor fielding, to be honest. That should have been stopped at extra cover by Ed Pollock, and it sort of trickled underneath him, so they've gone through for a single. 282 for 4. Bizarrely, just above the scoreboard, there's a patch of blue sky.
Yeah.
There, D'Oliveira in again, and this time, that's short. He got away with that one because I think Clark was aiming to put that one somewhere down over the mid-wicket boundary, but he didn't time that one at all. The old leg spinner's demise, dragging it down a bit. Bounces in again, D'Oliveira. This is a better ball, and he got very excited about that. He's bouncing around like a Weebles. What's he doing? He thought he got him then, I think.
At least create something in the batsman's head, I guess.
Yeah. 38 to Clark, 102 to Beddingham, 282 for 4. Durham, if you've just joined us, Michael Jones caught Roderick bowled Finch 25, Scott Porthwick Cutton bowled Finch for 13, Alex Lees bowled Gibbon for 17, and Ollie Robinson caught Roderick bowled Gibbon for 15. Actually, if you haven't just joined us, that happened earlier. I'm just stating the fact.
Yeah, regardless.
Yeah. If you were with us,
there was no stopping him.
No, it doesn't really matter.
Change of gloves for Beddingham and a little drink. Probably just trying to refocus and realise that this again is an important phase in this game for Durham.
Yeah, floodlights beginning to take effect.
Yeah, they are.
The shadows. No Cliff Richard, thank you.
And the ground staff are actually wandering off.
Oh.
As Wake comes in, and this is driven, not timed perfectly, down to mid-on for no run by Beddingham.
Yeah, they've lost interest.
I think they'll just let it rain.
Yeah.
Absolute sickener for the groundsmen these kind of days. They're on edge.
Yeah.
Are we on? Are we off?
Yeah.
How many covers am I putting on? And all of the above.
Is the kettle working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What time's lunch? What time's tea? What time are they going to get home as well? They're here long after the rest of us. As Wake comes in and Beddingham pushes this out into the offside and scrambles through for a single, just to keep the scoreboard moving over. And a good bit of backing up from Azhar Ali. Excited, gives his hands a little ring. As it's probably not the warmest out there. It's lovely and warm in here.
It's very nice, lovely, isn't it? Very toasty.
Comfortable.
Yeah. The thing with the groundsmen is particularly your club groundsman, everybody knows better, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you should have took a bit more grass off that. Yeah, another hour's rolling, that'd have been a good pitch.
Yeah, and then putting the covers on and off themselves. It's a tough gig.
Yeah.
As Waite comes into ball and Clark defends solidly out into D'Oliveira in the covers. Just a bit of urgency from the Worcester fielders who are probably trying to get through and hope that they can take the new ball under these conditions. Certainly the lights out in the middle taking effect.
I think if it wasn't for floodlights, we'd probably be off.
I agree 100%. Still a healthy crowd in.
Yeah.
As Waite comes into ball, and this one's clipped away out into Azhar Ali at mid-wicket for no run by Clark. 283 for 4.
Cars are coming in the car park with their lights.
Yeah. It's gloomy. No windscreen wipers, not that we could see that far anyway, but not required at the moment.
So I reckon the people 10 miles from here won't believe it.
Oh, there's been some naughty stuff knocking around, hasn't there?
Yeah.
As Waite comes in, and Clark again defends nicely down the pitch for no run. Just a bit of a holding pattern here with Worcester trying to rush through a few overs and Durham thinking, well, if it rains now, we don't want to be putting a new batsman in these conditions, especially if they do get to take the new ball. With tomorrow forecast to be a nice enough day to bat.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you what the Met Office is saying. They get it wrong.
As Waite, the last ball of his over, Clark tries to thrush a drive through the covers, but gets an inside edge and only dribbles to the man on the drive, just on the onside of the pitch for no run. So one off the over. As we said, Durham 283 for 4, Beddingham on 103 and Clark on 38.
Live cricket from Chesterley Street, brought to you by the BBC, and we're on all sorts of gizmos as well. You'll probably get us on your washing machine if you program it right. We'll get a good picture on there. D'Oliveira to continue. Taking guard again here. Beddingham, so
it's a bit of refocus.
Yeah. D'Oliveira bobbles in, ball played back down the pitch to him. There is no run. 283 for 4. Our friend keeps going all day, doesn't he?
Oh, he doesn't stop, Jamie.
The shouty
belter.
Next ball is played up on the onside. Eventually well fielded there by, who's that, Jack Haynes?
I think so. Regretting that.
Yeah, banged his knee.
As he hobbles away.
No run. D'Oliveira in again, and this is eased, shall we say, rather than driven, out to long off. Where Joe Leach is the fielder, 284 for 4. We, 284 for 4. We had a shouty lady at the rugby, or we did have when we had a rugby club. D'Oliveira in a bowls, and that's very short. Well, perhaps it wasn't as short. I think it was a quicker ball.
Yeah, just skidded on a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, Clark got inside the line of it, but realised it wasn't where he wanted it to be, so just played it out to Haynes at that short wicket. He looked.
I had the feeling he was going to have a dip there, and then just aborted mission.
Yeah. Looked at the scoreboard, looked at the clock, thought, "Hang on a minute. I don't think the captain and the coach will be too happy if I get out now." D'Oliveira floats, and then that one is short, and he's got away with that one as well, Dolly, because that really could have raced to the boundary, but it was straight to Pennington at an extra cover position. No run. 284 for 4. Yeah, she's a lovely lady, but she's right in front of it when you're doing your rugby commentary, or just where right. It's like the old earworm, when you get a tune, once you get her in, it
doesn't stop.
No. We get complaints from all over the world. It's great.
Is there any life left in Worcester rugby, or is
it's well? If there is, I think it's on life support. But
right.
I don't think it's on the critical injuries unit. But yeah, it's sad. And
Absolutely.
And they're not the only ones.
No.
I'm reading Newcastle have got some.
They're in a bit of trouble, and see Wasps are
gone. London Irish, you can. The London Irish boss says you can have it. He doesn't want anything for it.
Just take it.
Take it, and all the debts and things. Doesn't work in this country, I'm afraid. Professional rugby.
It's interesting, the system, isn't it?
Well, even Leicester are having to raise money.
Who are probably the biggest and proudest.
Exeter sold off part of their hotel to pay the tax bill. So
really?
Yeah. It's
sad times.
It is, yeah.
It's a good product. It's good to watch.
It is.
Ben Gibbons back into the attack. New ball left arm around the wicket to Bedingham, who defends this one down to mid-on off the back foot for no run.
Yeah.
And you just wonder if clubs like that are in that position, then that filtering down through into grassroots stuff, how are those clubs coping as well?
Well, they get nothing. My local club down at Malvern, I go down there sometimes, and they get nothing from the RFU. Everything that they...
It's self-generated.
Yeah.
And Gibbon from the Lumley end. And Bedingham drives gloriously through extra cover. We've seen a few of those today. And this will take some stopping as it heads along to the long boundary over to the Lumley Castle side, and that ends up into the Toblerones for another boundary to Bedingham. It was batted beautifully today.
He has. I've got to say, when I was a kid, I used to run down to New Road from school to see if Tom Graveney was batting. And this lad, he's probably not quite got the style of time of Tom, but I tell you what, he's getting close. That shot there just reminded me of just used to lean into it. Didn't really hit it, just eased it away.
And Gibbon comes in. This one's defended off the back foot by Bedingham, back to the bowler. So Bedingham moves on to 108. Durham on to 288 for 4. The partnership approaching 100. These two have looked very good together at the crease. Clark took a little while to get going. Bedingham has remained pretty constant. This is probably his slowest patch, actually, in his innings. But has batted with beautiful flow throughout the day to put Durham in a strong position. As we approach the latter part of the day, Bedingham again drives. Probably didn't time that one as well as the one before. It's fumbled in the covers by D'Oliveira, and that allows them to get through for a single. 289 for 4. And Bedingham on to 109.
I was talking to my grandsons the other week about getting in the zone. I don't know how we got around to talking about it. I said, because they play a bit of sport and they're done very well. And I said, yeah, but next week you'll go out and play exactly the same. And
some days it just happens as Clark punches this one nicely, but doesn't beat the diving D'Oliveira in the covers.
Yeah, you're in that. I read Mike Brealey's book years ago, and he was on about being in the zone, and getting out there, and just feeling so good about yourself and about your game.
Some days the weight of the world's on your shoulders, and other days you just don't even think. Like you say, you get in that zone.
Yeah.
And the last ball of Gibbons over. Left arm round the wicket to Clark, who stands upright. And this one is defended down near the stumps, and Clark with a bit of fancy footwork kicks it away. And that ends the over. Durham 289 for 4. Clark's still there on 38, betting him on 109.
I'm told that the umpires are wearing eye-hawk cameras. I think they are in all championship games, aren't they, this year? Not all of them. Okay, some of them. I know. Did a thing with David Milnes, the umpire for Cricket Society. He said they were wearing them. It's not going to be to make decisions. Do
you think it's from a disciplinary or ball tracking or?
Yeah, ball tracking thing.
Yeah.
It's raining.
It's coming.
Told you it would. At 12:10, I told you it was going to rain. So you just don't believe me.
It's 3 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, somewhere in the world it is 12:10. Here's D'Oliveira's. No umbrellas up there.
Seems to have got a little bit brighter, actually.
D'Oliveira in bowls, pushed away on the offside. Pollock jogs into field. There's no hovering ground staff.
No, they've disappeared, haven't they?
Yeah. D'Oliveira bowls, pushed away on the offside. No run. One of the great pleasures. Oh, there is one run. Sorry, I thought it was going straight to a field.
Yeah, out to the sweeper there.
Yeah. 218, 290 for 4. Apparently, it's just hitting Sunderland Bridge. It's black up to towards Weardale. Loud appeal here for LPW from D'Oliveira.
We've got a bit of bad on that.
And pilot moves. Appears to be heading north to you, but the cumulus, good word, towards you are heading east. So you might just avoid it. Weather forecast utterly pointless, as Dave has just suggested. Thanks. Is that from someone? Thanks, Anne. Is the next ball pushed away on the offside? Of course, I have no idea where Sunderland Bridge or Weardale are, but I'm just reading it out. Yeah. Well, I sounded good, didn't I? Sounded as if I knew. 290 for 4 at the cricket. Here's D'Oliveira. Oh, that's short, and he does get whacked away this time. Probably not going to go to the boundary. Good sliding stop there from Gibbon.
It's been busy, hasn't he?
Good effort. It's pelting down in Brandon. Wasn't he in Dallas, Brandon? I was going to come today, but was foolish enough to believe the BBC. Never believe anything on the BBC. Martin, you should know better. Here's D'Oliveira in again. And this is pulled away, and there's more work for Gibbon, but the ball is straight to him this time. And they'll pick up a single, heading towards another bonus point here at Durham. He keeps passing me these emails. Good crack today, absolutely tossing it down in Fishburn. Mike Ventress. Oh, that's Mike Ventress is the bloke's name. I thought this was a very long
new town.
Yeah, somewhere sort of south of Hetton Le Hole. Fishburn, Mike Ventress. Thank you, Mike. Yeah.
Thanks for the weather updates.
Yeah, thanks.
None of them really matter to us at the moment because it's still dry here.
Yeah, it's very nice of you to tell us it is. I have got a 1/2 past. I'll shoot off now. You can come and do some warbling, Mart.
293 for 4, and we are currently still playing. 77 overs done for the day. So 3 overs away from the new rock. Gibbon comes in left arm round the wicket from the Lumley end, and Clark defends his back down the wicket for no run.
10 o'clock this morning, you wouldn't have been expecting to talk about a new ball, would you?
Not at all. Not at all.
Anyway, I've got me menu back in. Yeah, that's just been in the scorer's room there, and it's raining just across towards Chester Street Town Centre, and that is drifting towards us now. So
perfect for my cricket training, which starts very shortly.
Is it? Where at?
Just at Ropery Lane there.
All right.
As Gibbon comes in round the wicket, and Clark defends out into the offside, and they get through for a quick single. Excellent one. As he pushes that into the gap between point and cover.
My last 3 visits to Ropery Lane, umpires chat, speed awareness course, umpires chat. Can't remember the last time I saw a game of cricket there.
You're more than welcome to pop in during the summer.
What are you playing in the first or the seconds?
I will be in the first. Only because I'll be selecting myself in the first. Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing changed.
Comes around the wicket, and Bettingham again gracefully drives this out into the offside, out into the deep. Now collect a comfortable 2.
And what's on your rider this year?
What's on my what?
Partnership 100 there.
That is the 100 partnership up. Yep, Clark 42. Bellingham 58 contributions in good time. In exactly 101 minutes.
It's not raining on the Riviera, says my dad. Well, it will be in a minute or two because it's going to be raining here soon. Actually, this might miss you. This is coming from northwest to southeast.
And Gibbon comes in and Beddingham pushes this one back down the pitch.
Yeah.
Seems to have fielded a lot of balls off his own bowling today, Gibbon.
Yeah, so what? That partnership's coming 163, 164 balls.
101 minutes. .296 for 4. Beddingham on 112, Clark on 42. It'll be Beddingham on strike to Gibbon round the wicket, and he just defends that one out into the offside for no run.
Right. Now, 5:30, things are slightly different. I don't normally do updates on the half hour, but at 5:30 they do a brief news headlines on Radio Newcastle. Then Pridey comes on to preview
on
that
Total
day's
Sport.
Total Sport, and that's when we do the cricket update.
Lovely.
There. Durham are 4 away from another batting point here as well.
Gibbon again fielding off his own bowling this one. Punched firmly back to him by Beddingham. Again for no run. That ends the over. 78 done here. 296 for 4. Beddingham on 112. Beautiful century from him today. And Clark. Very, very important partnership between these two. He's on 42.
18 overs left tonight.
Is that Haynes gone off? And Tongue, who thought he might have been up for a little bit of a rest, gets the graveyard shift out at deep mid-wicket.
Oliveira, right arm over, comes in and bowls. Clark licks the ball off towards mid-wicket.
Oh.
And going down ever so gracefully.
Gibbon face planting into the square.
In a massive heap. There's Ben Gibbon there.
He's been busy today.
I think he thought he was just going to glide along the surface there, but he just came to an abrupt halt, didn't he? In comes the bowler again. This has played the short mid-wicket. Gibbon's in there again.
You just have them days of
Yeah.
you. Look at that, it's bizarre. You could paint that, couldn't you?
You know the opening scene of Star Wars where Darth Vader's spaceship's chasing you? It's that sort of shape, isn't it? Cut off the back foot this time by Beddingham. Out towards the boundary on the pavilion side. The floodlights are blazing away here, and we've got really steely looking skies now.
Bizarre, bright and rainy skies to our left by the look of it.
Oliveira comes in again and bowls. That's played back to him.
Get that cloud on socials, Marty.
Yeah.
This one's pushed out into the covers by Clark for no run. Oliveira again. Clark punching back to him now. Again, another dot ball. It's Worcester trying to get through to that new ball. That'd be handy to bowl with in these conditions. Well, they've had pretty reasonable conditions to bowl in for most of the day, with Finch and Gibbon being the pick of the two bowlers. Both have a couple of wickets each. And all 4 wickets really have been partnership breakers. Hasn't been though that bang bang of 2 wickets in concession.
Didn't they have you on Total Sport recently?
I've done a few bits, yeah, for Pridey, yeah.
What were you on for recently? I'm trying to remember what it was.
My wit and humour, no doubt.
They had you on for the World Cup, didn't they?
Yeah, I was doing World Cup predictions on Australia. Yeah, that was interesting. Did a bit of a pre-season preview as well after the members forum here that night.
Here comes Gibbon. Start of his 18th over. 2 for 58 so far. Left arm round. Defended by Beddingham. Clark 43, Beddingham 113. 2 runs away, Durham, from the second batting point. Over rate is that minus or plus? -1.
I was going to say there can't be plus.
The sky has filled into the west of us.
That's ironically brighter.
Given in, Beddingham plays that off the back foot out through to deep extra cover for 1. Do you not think it's filled into the left, which means that's rain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear that about the gambling and football? Very interesting.
8 clubs in the Premier League are going to lose betting companies on their shirts, including Newcastle. Estimated it'll cost £48 million a season.
Wow. Which is interesting
In
when
lost
you look around
sponsorship,
here.
and, as Brad has said earlier, what are the odds? Oh, they don't know if I'm there or not. Yes, I am. I am ready. Here's Gibbon bowling. Yeah. Yes, professionalradio.com. Oh, so he's not coming to me now. He said he was going to get ready to come to me and then change his mind. 299 for 4. Just waiting to do this update for Radio Newcastle. There's the milkman passing by. Gibbon then coming in to bowl. Flicked by Clark. Down towards flying leg for 1. I'm not here. 300 runs for Durham, just as you join us. That's the second batting point for them today. David Beddingham's had an excellent day, although there was a little bit of a scare for him when he was on 60. The keeper standing up to Joe Leach. He got an edge and it bounced out the keeper's gloves. But since then, he's never looked back. He's on 114. It's his 6th first-class 100 for Durham and 14th in his career. And at the other end, Graham Clark is on 44. So Durham 300 for 4. And the partnership from these two so far is 105. But the weather has closed in around us. We've got this Death Star cloud above us, and if it opens itself, I think we might be swimming home. We've done really well today. They actually got going at 11:15 this morning, so we've had nearly a full day's play. And around about 10 o'clock, I wouldn't have thought we'd see anything. There's still, in theory, by the way, an hour's worth of play to go here with 16 overs remaining in the day.
Shot.
Good shot. That's away by Beddingham for 4 through to deep mid-wicket.
It's a beautiful shot, that. He's just met that as it's angled into the pads. He's whipped it away between the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4.
I disagree. The Death Star cloud only follows me. I get a bad press, don't I?
It's again, it's a bizarre sky where it's opened up and then the ground staff are now ready. What time is it? It's not far off my groundsman's prediction of 5:45.
Your groundsman said 5:30.
No, he said 5:45.
Did he?
Yeah. He's got 8 minutes to prove himself. Otherwise, he's sacked. Jake, if you're listening. Well, you shouldn't be, because you should be on a tractor or something, cutting grass or rolling the pitch. New ball available, though.
It is raining, so the new ball has been offered right as the rain comes, and I think this could well be the last action we see today.
They're going to have a crack.
Are they?
Yeah, give him the new ball there.
Let's hoist it down, look. Look at the scoreboard.
Hoist it down.
They'll not bowl this. This will not be bowled.
Are they going off? No, they're telling the... Michael says there's windscreen wipers in the car park. We couldn't see them before. But you can't. There is a shower now over the ground, 100%.
Well, that's not going to pass through, is it?
It doesn't look like it from over to the west.
This is a waste of a new corky, this. It's going to get wet for no reason.
The umpire's just a little bit nervous. And they're going to have a little chat here. I think they're going off.
There you are.
Yeah. And Jakey, you're not far off, mate. 6 minutes I'm going to give you. They've gone off and we'll probably struggle to get back on today.
I think that'll be it. An hour lost. They'll be able to try and claim back 8 overs tomorrow and 8 overs the day after. So in theory, they might not lose any. I think last week they had an extra 8 overs on days 2 and 3, having lost 25 on the first day. So
Brothers was bang on.
9.
Said it was going to rain today.
What time?
It's 3 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
As the covers come on. Just hanging around a little bit as it's very light rain, but it looks like
it's very
what's
light, heavy
coming
rain.
after might be worth just getting the full lot on and protecting the rest of the square. As David Bedingham gets a standing ovation from the few members of the crowd that are left, including that dog with the drill who's over there, seems to be on the players' race for some bizarre reason. He's trying to follow Bedders up the stairs and into the change room. But it's been an excellent day's cricket from Durham point of view. 304 for 4. As we said, Bedingham walks up those stairs with 118 to his name, and Graham Clark with an excellent 44 to his. So they've managed partnerships all day after losing the toss and being put in by Worcestershire this morning, and Worcester would have hoping to have a few more wickets under their belt with the new ball even just being available now. However, as Vic and his team put the covers on, the umpires are still out in the middle, so it's not... Maybe it's not terminal for the day. It certainly seems likely that they'll discuss it with the ground staff to look at maybe getting all the sheets on before any potential heavy rain hits. Starting to head off now towards a pavilion.
Well, Clark's got 44 to add to his 47 from last week.
Yeah. Very different innings from last week.
Yeah, he's played a very more measured role today, hasn't he? He's a little bit lighter just behind the clubhouse, isn't it? There? But across to the northwest, that's drifting our way. That looks not good.
The umpires have now stuck around in the middle a little bit, which hasn't deterred the groundsmen, who are now battening down the domed covers that adorn the pitch at the moment. As the crowd exits, really, there's only a few hardy souls still remaining. The true cricket fans in the ground. But all in all, we've had an excellent day's cricket here.
Well, this is going to ruin the members' forum, isn't it? We're now sitting around for ages and people decide they're going to go home rather than listen to words of wisdom in the...
Well, surely they'd stay around, wouldn't they? We'd normally finish... What time are we? Let's not be far off the normal close of play.
That's a train.
It's a good microphone, that.
Yeah, including a train that turned into a steam engine.
I don't know what was going on there earlier.
Right, the umpires, it's there at the middle, which is interesting because what was heading our way looked like it would be terminal. And there's still the cloud, the band of weather behind what is now passing over us doesn't look the best, but there's a little bit of a lighter patch in the cloud there. So
looks like a mouth and a mustache.
Right, well, we'll leave it there for a moment or two. Are the umpires are they waving them back on? Are they or not? Are they going off? They're waving, but I don't know if that's hello, goodbye, come back, or stay there. They're now heading off, are they? Are they taking the covers off or not? No, they're waving them back out. They're waving them back out. Right, well, now this is interesting. A little bit of rain, new ball due. They've gone back inside into the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes. So they've been off the pitch for maybe 4 minutes or so. Now they're going to bring them back on. And just as, I think, just as they start to get ready to resume, the next bit of the weather will be arriving. Been extremely lucky today that so much of this rain's missed us. Incredible. Is that you off to Chesley Street then, Ash? Okay. Thanks for joining us today, Ashthorpe.
It's, as they say in the Black Country, it's a bit black over Bill's mother's.
Yeah, and she's moved.
And she's moved, yeah. Into a care home. But you look just away to the left, where you probably can't see it. There's a nasty one coming up there. So, well, yeah, fair dues to the umpires. Would have been easy to say, let's knock it on the head for the day, but
yeah.
Oh, Worcestershire would be pretty keen to get back out there, I would have thought.
Well, they've got a new ball, haven't they? And it's going to be a bit greasy now.
No, it's not great.
No? Been up for about, what, I wrote 5:40 as they were going off, but I think it was possibly a little bit earlier than that. See you, lads. So, been off about 6 or 7 minutes, maybe? It's raining again now, though, I think, Brad.
Have they lost half an hour yet today?
No.
If they lose half an hour, they start losing overs, don't they?
Well, they can gain them back tomorrow, though, can't they?
Oh, yeah, but not on today's
No,
play.
well, they lost 15 minutes this morning.
Yeah. A little bit.
And they still had 96 scheduled for the day.
Yeah.
So they are coming back out.
Joe Leach is racing across there like a
It's the fastest I've seen him run. He's going to hand his jump out of the umpire.
Well,
got Rob White, the umpire at our end, and Hassan Adnan, the former Derbyshire player, at the far end. Match referee is Wayne.
Let's see where these lads go, these ground staff boys. Where are they going? They take those covers off. But well, batsman on the way as well, so we're going to get some more cricket. Remarkably. I know you're very good at making people at home here in Chesterley Street and in Durham. It's really good that you've got a chair for me, just like my chair at New Road. It sinks after a while.
Might be something to do with you. I'm going to go for you as the common denominator.
Well, to such an extent, I've got one in my little office at home. Does the same now, just to make it all. That's very good. Thank you very much.
There's a bright hole in the sky over there, in the cloud.
Joe Leach is in and bowls.
You know what? I thought he was just coming in for a walk. I didn't think he was actually going to bowl.
No. Anyway, pushed away on the offside. That all looked very casual, didn't it? I thought he was just measuring out his run up. Anyway, he kept going. 304 for 4.
Right.
That's weird. There's a massive black cloud with a bit of light behind. Sorry, folks, that we keep on mumbling on about the weather all day, but it is pretty important in the game of cricket. Does have a big bearing on the day's activities. Leach bowls again, flicked away off the pads. That could well race away for 4. That's very nicely timed, and cracks into the table of rounds. 4 more to the Durham total. Joe Leach just, I think he and Dylan Pennington will say they've not bowled as well as they would have hoped today. Not quite got that rhythm and bite about it. But a couple of wickets in the evening gloom. Leach rumbles in again, and this time wide of the off stump. And that's taken very low down by Gareth Roderick. Almost second bounce. He had to tumble and roll, and did well to grab hold of that. Where the pitch is, that the bounce is playing up much at this time of the game on the first day, or where that Leach bowled it a little bit wider and it just didn't bounce, I suspect is the latter is the more likely. Off he goes again, Leach, and pushing forward. Ball trickles away on the onside. No run.
We're now looking, if the weather holds, at about a 10 to 8 finish here, aren't we?
10 to 8?
10 to 7, sorry. 10 to 7.
Oh, you frightened me then, mate. Yeah. Table book for 7:30.
So are you eating tonight in Durham?
Oh, no, Beamish.
Oh, yes. It's lovely there.
Yeah.
Fond memories of that hotel.
Oh, okay. Don't go into that.
Well,
off goes Leach, and bowls wide of the off stump. This one comes through very nicely. A nice height for Roderick. Just moves across in front of Pollock at first slip to take it.
I've been to a couple of weddings there. Martin Spate got married there many moons ago. And then my cousin, who sadly died a couple of days ago at the age of 38.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
That's very sad.
So her message to you, if you're a woman, is get you smeared.
Oh, yeah. And the neck ball, that's a good ball from Leach. Just draws the batsman forward and then it goes past the outside edge of Clark's back and through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, and if you're a bloke, get your prostate tested.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Cost you nothing.
Mm.
That's the end of the over, and Durham are sorry, this is not medicine day on Radio 4. Durham at the end of that over are 308 for 4. Those car lights shining
obvious, aren't they?
ever brighter as vans and cars come in and go out of the ground.
I think even with the floodlights on, the light could become an issue, you know.
Yeah, it could.
Although there's a huge hole in the sky here. It's almost as if we're at the eye of the storm. Look at that.
Yeah, weird, isn't it?
That's roughly over Beamish Hall. Yeah. There's a nice pub there. They brew their own beer there.
All right.
So, can't see the definition in the players' faces here as Gibbon comes into bowl to Beddingham, and he's appealing for LBW, and Beddingham's out as he played across the line. The new ball brings a wicket in its second over, and that little rain break as well. I said it was just, chances are they're back in the pavilion, just interrupts the flow of things. Beddingham is out for a very good 118, but he was playing across the line there. I bet that in a second they'll go off a bad light or something here.
Yeah. That's probably the poorest shot he's played.
Mm.
Played it right across the line. But great innings. Very impressive innings, I would say.
113 partnership. So 1 over and 1 delivery with the new ball, and Beddingham is out.
Yeah. Well, I think Worcestershire will be disappointed in the way they bowled with the new ball this morning, but what they put on 113. Gibbon getting some reward for his efforts today. What's he got now? 3 for 64. Wow, another wicket here for Worcestershire, and they'll be very pleased they came back out.
Is it raining again now, Dave?
Well, I'm not sure. There's nobody moving.
Mm. Every time I look up at the scoreboard, it looks like there's stuff flickering out there.
We haven't got too many people to act as rain barometers. There's not many on the ground, so if it does start to rain, we'll have to spot them.
Jonathan Bushnell is the new batsman. Did he make his debut against Worcestershire last year, Jonathan Bushnell?
If you say so.
Yeah, debut in the draw. Against Worcestershire here, he made 66 and took a wicket.
All right.
Give it in. And that has gone through to the keeper. This is very strange. We're looking at Armageddon, north, Armageddon to the east.
Well, it's
a huge hole in the cloud, which looks like the centre of a hurricane to the left of us.
That sky over there, it is like being in the centre of a storm, I would imagine, because it's dark all around. The centre is quite light. But a weird day.
Gibbon in left arm over, that's left by Bushnell.
Lights are reflecting off the back of a black van as the floodlights as it leaves the ground. Very jolly fellow on the gate this morning when I came in. Showed him my picture. He said, "Can you take your cap off?" He said, "I'm only joking." No, he's right. Nice chap. He'll know me tomorrow.
Given in from the Lumley end, Bushnell plays this to short mid-wicket. So Bushnell, this is his 6th first-class match. He's got 259 runs at an average of 37. Got 16 and 27 at Sussex last week and took a wicket there. 66 in his debut against Worcestershire last year. Got 16 not out and 24 not out in a draw against Middlesex, 35 at Derby. And 37 and 29 in the last match of the season last year against Notts. In comes Gibbon and... oh, he's out. He's gone for a fifth ball duck, caught at backward point. Now, this is a crucial period of play here for Durham because the umpires have brought them back out after the little rain delay in dark conditions, and they've lost 2 wickets to the new ball. So he lasted 5 deliveries, Bushnell, Libby with the catch.
Yeah, he really reached for that, didn't he? It was at this stage of the innings and at this time of night, it was probably one he will reflect on the fact that he should have let it go by. But Gibbon now has 4 for 64.
That was a double wicket maiden.
Yeah. So it was 308 for 6. So, it's a funny old game.
Funny, isn't it? You get a partnership of 113 and then a partnership worth nothing. Ben Rain, the new man. Got 100 in this fixture last year against Worcestershire with...
always seems to have got runs
with
against
Paul Coughlin getting 100 the following over. The two of them their highest scores in that match. It is raining now.
You keep saying that. Nobody's moving.
It is. It's raining now.
Leach in, right arm over, bowls, and gone, another wicket. Just reaching for that one, Clark, and that's gone through low to the right for wicketkeeper Roderick. And, well, this is a strange old days cricket. Durham have lost 3 wickets. I make it in 5 balls. And Clark goes, batted really well, but...
It was the first ball of the last over, then the last ball, and then this ball. 7. Yeah.
What a strange game this is. So, 1 or 2 people who went when the first little shower came and the covers came on have gone home. They're going to look at the score, or maybe they're still listening, but they're going to look at the score in the paper tomorrow and think, what's that all about?
This is actually a damaging period of play from a Durham point of view.
It is. Yeah.
There's Paul Coughlin coming out now.
Be interesting to see what well, they won't say it because they're not allowed to, but it'd be interesting to see if you could get a reaction from the Durham camp about the light and everything else. Now the umpires are talking to each other again now as the new batsman comes in.
This happened to Durham 2 years ago at Essex. The umpires should have taken them off. This big black cloud came over and they lost 3 or 4 wickets in the gloom. Then they took them off, and just when everybody thought that was it for the end of the day, they then brought them back out and they lost another wicket. And all the progress they'd made all that first day at Essex fell apart, and they eventually lost that game. And you look back to that period.
Well, from a Worcestershire point of view, 308 for 7 looks a lot better than 308 for 4. There's the time. Oh, I'm going to have to nip off in a second. Do one of them update things. So, Leach. And that, I've got to tell you, this is off an edge and flies down into the slips where Haynes gets a finger to it but can't stop it running away for a single. Joe Leach's 400th first-class wicket for Worcestershire. He took some for Durham when he played for them at the university, but his 400th first-class wicket for Worcestershire. So, well bowled, Joe Leach. So, Coughlin off the mark, and Durham are off 308. which has cost him 3 wickets. Bizarrely, there's blue sky coming up over the pavilion now. As Leach is in again, and this is turned away down the leg side, only for a single though. Just flicked away off the pads. Who sat down at fine leg? Could be Azhar Ali way down there in the gloom. Well, we got 13 overs and 3 balls left officially in the day. So if we get a full day's cricket in today, I will eat my proverbial hat. Leach in, bowls driven nicely. Good stop. D'Oliveira down to his left. Nicely timed that by Coghlan, but D'Oliveira, I was going to say, stretched himself on the turf, but it's not too much for him to stretch, but he got down. Good
Durham were 308 for 4 and then became 308 for 7 in 7 balls. So 3 for none in 7 balls.
It's a funny old game, this. You never know. Leach bowls and little inside edge-ish, I would say, down to fine leg. Got enough on it to steer the ball away. And Coghlan has 2, Rain has 1. Leach has 1 for 64, and he's about to bowl the last ball of his 17th over in this game. Going to come round the wicket, angle the ball into the left-handed Rain, who is forward solidly, pushes away on the offside. I've got to go and do things for other people.
Do you?
I shall return.
Window cleaning, stuff like that.
Bit of ploughing.
311 for 7. Might just be getting a slight bit lighter here. But looking around, it's just, you're never far from what looks like the next nasty bit of weather. But incredible today. They went off for about 4 minutes at one point, then about 7 or 8 just now. And here we are, 83 overs in. 311 or 7. Gibbon coming into bowl to Coghlan, who's on 2. Coghlan leaves this one, goes through to Roderick, the keeper. There's 2 slips in place. But, first slip, we've got Ed Pollock, and then next to him, Jack Haynes. Just down below our commentary position at 3rd man. And we've got Matthew Waite. Got a backward point as well. D'Oliveira in the covers, got a mid-on, mid-off. Fine leg, Leach is at fine leg. There's a deep mid-wicket as well. Something has put Coghlan off and he's sent the bowler away. Something's put him off. And there's a car driving past the back of the sight screen. Probably just saw that in a gap to the bottom left-hand corner of the sight screen, and there's a little bit of a gap between the sight screen and the edge of the health club. Here comes the bowler. This is played away safely by Coghlan towards point, picked up by D'Oliveira. Now the car that's just put him off's come back in the other direction now and has stopped right next to the sight screen. And he's going to reverse into a parking spot with his headlights on. He's got his windscreen wipers on as well, tellingly. He's reversing in. Possibly wide enough away for Coghlan not to be bothered by it this time. Gibbon in, that's a leave. Oh, Sean Dixon, the former Durham man, LBW to Brett Hutton for none. Somerset 2 for 1 against Notts.
There you go. All kicking off there.
3 dot balls so far in this over from Gibbon, the left armer. Coghlan with a leading edge It's gone completely in the opposite direction to where he was looking to play that. He was looking to try and steer that out through mid-wicket. It's gone way out towards deep extra cover. Brett D'Oliveira chased it, got the ball, tried to stand up, and he was like Bambi on ice there, sliding around all over the place. Anyway, Coghlan is off the mark. That brings Rain on to strike. Sorry, Coghlan's already got a couple of runs. Rain is on strike on 1. Coghlan has 3 from 7. Rain's faced 2 for his 1. 312 for 7.
I suspect, I'm just looking it up, it's Ben Gibbons' best figures in first-class cricket.
In he comes, he bowls. What's he got now? 4 for 65?
Yeah.
And his previous... Where is he? 4 for 87 against Glamorgan. Last year. He also took 4 for 127 at Durham last year as well in a high-scoring draw.
Correct.
And 2 for 94 against Durham on his debut at New Road. 3 wickets last week at Derby. Here he comes, bowls. Rain on top of this, plays it safely off towards point. End of the over. 312 for 7. 1 run from it. Does seem a little bit brighter at the moment, and I think what I was describing, that hole in the clouds now right behind the pavilion. So a little bit of light coming there, but...
we are remarkably going to get a full day's play here, you know.
Which is quite incredible.
It is. Amazing, Jeff. It's going to be Joe Leach from the Finkel end to bowl, pushed away on the offside by Coghlan. You're not going to believe this, folks. The sun is coming out. It's mocking us.
Look at the flag on the pavilion now. It's just being held by one piece of string, isn't it?
We're being mocked by the weather today. Weather mocking.
I have to say, it is quite a privilege to be able to see a flag on the top of Lumley Castle. So the fact of the matter is that the last flag blew away during Storm Arwen, and it was never replaced during last season.
Oh, right.
Probably ended up in Denmark or somewhere.
Next ball from Leach. Just away on the offside. Doesn't cost much, does it, to put a flag up?
I don't know if the flagpole vanished as well, from memory.
Ooh, that would be a fair old storm.
Oh, it was. Well, hundreds of thousands of trees came down across the north. Power cuts for 2 weeks in some rural areas. Loads of structural damage. They had to bring the army in the end.
When was that? How long ago?
It was November, December, not winter gone, the winter before.
Oh, right. Leach in bowls, pushed away on the offside to Libya, backward point. No, right.
Quite a few cable ends came down around the Roker area where we are, and across Sunderland and South Shields and whatnot. Cars crushed. The roof of the pavilion at South Shields Cricket Club peeled off just like a can of sardines. By a very violent storm. 98-mile-an-hour winds recorded in Northumberland.
You can't control it.
No.
The Leach, I mean, say the Leach, I was going to say something else, pushed away on the offside. I remember being in Scotland on the cliffs in Durness in a motorhome when Storm Callum hit.
When was that?
We did it, well, we stuck it for a day.
Yeah.
I don't know, 6-7 years ago. Stuck it for a day, and then there was a cavalcade of caravans and motorhomes leaving to head south. Well, it was a bit scary.
I bet. Were you in your camper van?
Yeah. Leach bowls again, and this is a good ball again from Leach. Goes through into the gloves of wicketkeeper Roderick. Batsman Coghlan definitely played at that one.
The floodlights at Hebburn Town got blown down in Storm Arwen. And then what was weakened in that storm but didn't actually come down then did a couple of months later when we had 3 really nasty storms in 1 week during February half term a year ago.
Is it Leach to complete his 18th over, and this is played out to mid-off, where Dylan Pennington is the fielder. Leach has bowled 18 overs and taken 1 for 64. Yeah, is it the weather's has changed and weather patterns are getting or different, or is it because they get reported more?
I think it's a bit of both, isn't it? But
yeah,
I mean, there was a period when every bad storm was blamed on global warming or climate change, and people seem to ignore the fact that we do get bad weather.
We do.
But, yeah, I think there's more reporting. If it doesn't help, there's certain national newspapers who completely go over top with all the wild weather stories on the front pages on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
Gibbon to bowl here to Rain, who is on 1. Rain leaves this one. It's just outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, it's going to be the worst winter in history.
Yeah.
And it never is.
No, and winds of 70 miles an hour sent the back of Britain, and when you look, it's at the top of the Cairngorms.
Yeah. Ground staff are gone.
Yeah.
Got to put the kettle on. Where are we now? Well, we've got 10 overs after this one, so that's get on for 6:45, isn't it?
Yeah. I said 10 to 7, didn't it? Gibbon in. Rain defends. So Durham at the minute have got 2 batting points on the board. Worcestershire 2 bowling points. So the next bowling point's in 2 wickets time. The next batting point is at 350, and at the minute they're 312 for 7.
Yeah. They'll just be happy to see it out tonight now, won't they? Well, I know there's 10 overs left, but
yeah.
If they lose another wicket here, then it's not been their dominant day. That's a nice shot. That is a nice shot.
That is absolutely dispatched. That's angry.
A half volley outside the off stump.
And Rain's hammered that for 4 through the covers.
Total goes to 316 for 7, and Rain has 5 of those. Nice shot. Very good on the eye. And quite useful in the scorebook as well. Well, I could switch the floodlights off now, folks.
I don't think so.
The sun's shining. It's a lovely spring evening. Give it in bowls, Rain. Tucks the sun away, rolling down the slopes, and Donivera goes round from mid-wicket to square leg to field. One more to the total. Goes to 317 for 7. Beaten by the scoreboard. I tell you, there are people living not far from here who will pick up their newspaper in the morning or put on their local radio station and say, apparently they played cricket yesterday. That's ridiculous. Gibbon bowls again. And they're going to pinch a run here. That's a good call. Called through, I think it was Coughlin, the non-striker, or rather Rain, the non-striker, who called Coughlin through for that single. Well taken.
Lewis Gregory's taken a career best 7 for 84 today.
Oh. He's not bad. You play a couple of one-dayers internationals. Played a lot of franchise cricket, hasn't he? Here's Gibbon in bowls. Good ball. The Rain coming forward, looking to repeat that drive, but thinks just has to dab it down in front of him.
Played in Pakistan against Pakistan in Birmingham last summer.
That's it.
In that one-day series.
That's the end of the over, and Durham are 318 for 7. Coughlin has 4. Rain has 6. If you've not been with us throughout today, Jones 25, Borthwick 13, Lees 70, Robinson 15, Beddingham 118, Bushnell 0, Clark 0. No, I got that wrong, haven't I? Clark made
48.
48. Look at him down as 0 for. I suppose because he went at the same score. 48. Apologies, Mr. Clark. Here's Leach.
Comes in and bowls, played by Coughlin to backward point, no run there.
2 wickets for Finch, 4 for Gibbon and 1 for Leach.
Just looking at that scorecard, Lewis Gregory 7 for 84 in 18.5 overs. As knots were bowled out by Somerset in Nottingham for 256. Somerset 11 for 1 in response as Leach comes in here to bowl. Coughlan stands firm. The ball goes to D'Oliveira, short extra cover, no run there. Leicestershire playing Derbyshire in Leicester, and Derbyshire put them in. Colin Ackerman has 73 and Lewis Hill has 73. And the last man to go was Sol Buddinger, the former Notts player, who was out for 72. 72, 73 and 73.
Very good. Very symmetrical.
Yeah. Leach balls, that's a leave. That's away outside the line of off stump, and then it skips back quite a long way and is collected really low by the keeper going down the leg side. Warwickshire are playing Kent in Birmingham. Kent chose to field Warwickshire 308 for 3. Sam Hain has 100 there. Dan Mousley 38. Other runs in that innings coming from Rob Yates at the top of the order with 128. In fact, they've put on about 170 him in there. Hain. Ball played by Coughlan out of the covers, stopped by the tumbling D'Oliveira.
Sounds like a circus act. On the high trapeze.
165, I think they put on 165. The Oval, Hampshire all out for 254 against Surrey, who are 7 for none. Leach comes in to bowl. Coughlan leaves that one. Now he's left it, and it's obviously just clipped his pad on the way past, and there was an appeal from the slip cord, and Leach joined in late on.
Just hit the top of the pad. Slightly dangerous thing to do. Not play the shot, but I think his
front foot was quite a way outside the line of off stump there, but yeah, a bit of a risky business. Next ball is defended and rolls short on the leg side. Got forward to that one, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden from Leach. He's taken 1 for 64, 19 overs, and that was his 4th maiden.
Ben Gibbon to continue. And, well, we were conjecturing, weren't we, that if we got all the overs in and Durham was still batting, they'd be on 350 by close of play, but the loss of those 3 wickets in 7 balls has slowed the whole thing down. The left-handed Rain to face the left arm over. Gibbon bowls full length, dug out to mid-on. No run.
95 for Ben Brown today for Hampshire. 58 for Keith Barker, who for many years was Durham's nemesis. Took about 50 wickets against them in the county championship in about 4 years. That's at the Oval today.
Lumley end. Gibbon bowls. Ooh. Well, Rain has a real waft at that one, and the hands went up in the slips, and the head of wicketkeeper Roderick went up as he took the ball. I think they'd snatched another one there. There's a Zumba class or something going on in the gymnasium away in the distance. There's a lot of people using up a lot of energy there. Ooh.
Gonna get themselves a bit thirsty, aren't they?
They are.
Good job, there's a bar in there.
Next ball from Gibbon. Rain clips that one away. Nice shot through mid-wicket. There's a chase down there. That might just pull up inside the boundary, and indeed it does. Stops about a metre short. But they'll come back for, well, they've taken 3. There might have been a 4 all run there, because that probably is the longest part of the ground. But Rain picks up 3 more. He goes to 9, and Durham at 321 for 7. Coghlan has 4.
Davey McCall says, it's a bit disappointing to lose a few quick wickets after the restart, but on the evidence of last week and so far this game, Durham have shown signs of heading in the right direction.
Gibbon bowls down the leg side. Wicketkeeper Roderick steps across to take.
He says, if memory serves me right, there was a season about 10 years ago at the Riverside when whichever side batted first, they rarely got any batting bonus points at all, with lots of scores below 200.
Ah.
Yeah, they relayed the square 2 years ago, though, and then it was basically just dead for a season or so.
Gibbon in bowls, just an inside edge. He's going to get a run here, though, Coghlan, as the ball trickles down to where a short fine leg might be, but there isn't.
Scorecard today, Jones made 25 this morning, Borthwick 13, Alex Lee's got another half century, he was out for 70, Robinson 15, David Bedingham, the pick of the batsman, dropped on 60, made 118, Bushnell got a 5th ball duck, Liam Clark out for 48.
The sun picking out the tower of the lovely building away to our right, which is, of course, the hotel. Next ball, bowled wide of the off stump.
It's just going in again now. I was going to just try and get a picture of that in the sunshine with the black sky above it, but it's gone in again.
Very picturesque. End of the over, 322 for 7. Coghlan has 5. Rain has 9. We have 8 overs remaining in the day. Come on, big dark cloud. Come
Have you been to in Lumley Castle before?
I have. I've stayed there before.
Oh.
Yes, very nice.
Friends of ours had a wedding there. In fact, I think they got married the same year as we did, so it must be nearly 22 years ago. And it was a medieval banquet, so all the staff were dressed in costume, and it's really good. And then, thankfully, that day there was another wedding in another part of the castle, and the other people paid for a massive fireworks exhibition, so we went and enjoyed their fireworks exhibition.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Last in there, 4 years ago, with Jason Gillespie and Jason Swift when Sussex were up. As Leach starts anew over here, and that's driven by Coghlan out through the covers for 2 runs, picked up by Brett D'Oliveira. In fact, the ball's missed by Leach at the bowler's end and whacks off Rain as he's coming back into his crease. Meanwhile, Dylan Pennington is furiously warming up. They had the Sussex physio was with them as well, and he spotted a book on the shelves in the library, because one of the bars is a library, and it was the British Medical Journal, I think, annual from the year his father qualified as a GP, which is in the 50s or the 60s, something like that. 324 for 7, Leach to Coghlan. Defended by Coghlan, that middle and leg. 324 for 7. Every time I look at the scoreboard, I think it's raining.
You've been saying that for about 2 hours, mate.
You said it was going to rain all day.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
the Met Office said it was going to rain all day.
Yeah.
I'm not a weather forecaster. I'm just telling you what the Met Office.
John Ketley was.
John Ketley was a weatherman.
Yeah.
John Ketley still is a weatherman.
Is he?
On Boom Radio.
Is he?
Yep.
Wow. I've never heard Boom Radio.
Oh, mate.
Leach to Coghlan again. Coghlan plays the ball out into the covers, no run.
There's lots of names on Boom Radio that used to be on BBC Radio.
Yeah. Hasn't Ken Bruce gone there?
No, he's gone to Greatest Hits.
Greatest Hits, has he?
Yeah.
Who's on Boom then?
David Hamilton, for one.
David Hamilton?
David Hamilton. There's a few more.
Is he still the stadium announcer at Fulham?
I don't know.
Yeah. Plenty of commercial digital radio stations doing very nicely.
Yeah.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. I think there's an inside edge there from Coghlan, trying to drive that ball from Leach. LBC's got quite big radars as well these days.
I think Boom have doubled their audience in 12 months.
Right.
They are.
Which, given the target age, is quite a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Given how old some of them are.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know.
So were you a Boomer then? Yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah. What was that post-war years? If you were a Boomer?
Oh no. Yeah. No. Oh yeah, I was a Boomer. 48, me.
48. So when did you stop being a boomer then?
Oh.
Leach in, defended by Coughlin.
When you pass away, I suppose. Yeah, 1948.
No, but I mean, when did it change into the next? You know, you've got Generation X and Y and all that.
Yeah. And the millennials.
Yeah. Can't remember what I am.
Answers on a postcard.
What was I? Generation X or something? Leach balls. Coughlin defends once more. So 2 runs at the start of the over. The rest were dots. 7 overs to go today. So just under half an hour. To 324 for 7. I think they might be coming to me on Radio Newcastle in a minute for an update.
Oh, I've done all mine for today. I've gone off to do other things.
Generation X, I was.
Right. What years were those then?
Generation born between the mid-60s to the early 80s.
That's a long period.
That's quite long, isn't it?
Dylan Pennington, as the PA man is telling you, is about to bowl from the far end from us, from the Lumley end, which means that Ben Gibbon is having a blow. Pennington, right arm around, bowls. Rain turns the ball away off his pads down towards fine leg. He's going to get a couple here because Matthew Waite, who is the fielder down at deep fine leg, has to make tracks towards his right. Hurls the ball back in and then sort of flexes his right shoulder as if he twinged it maybe a little bit.
Cricket update coming soon. The greatest generation, they were born 1901 to 1924.
Oh, okay.
The silent generation, 1925 to 1945.
Pennington, right arm round, bowls. Rain pulls this one away. Too short from Dylan Pennington, whacked away through square leg. Really was a bit of a long hopper. 4 more to Rain, who goes to 15. Coughlin has 7, 330 for 7.
They're all about 20 years long, these. The baby boomer generation, 46 to 64.
Oh,
that's quite a big swing, that, isn't it?
18 years.
Generation X, 65 to 79. Oh, millennials, 80 to 94. Right, update for Radio Newcastle. Yeah, an excellent effort from David Bedingham earlier on. His 6th century for Durham. He was eventually out on 118 as 3 wickets fell in the space of 7 balls for no runs. And this was around about the time the umpires took the players off at about 5:40. They'd just handed the new ball to Worcestershire. Joe Leach, the Worcestershire bowler, was about to bowl with it. Then it started to rain. They took them off, but they'd only been off for about 6 or 7 minutes. Brought them back on again, but it was really gloomy. We had some heavy clouds sitting over us, and that was when Bedingham was out, playing across the line to Ben Gibbons. So the 7th delivery with a new ball. He departed for 118 after putting on 113 for the 5th wicket with Graham Clark. Jonathan Bushnell came in. The 5th ball he faced, he edged to Jake Libby in the gully, and he departed for a 5th ball duck, also off the bowling of Ben Gibbons. So that was a double wicket maiden for him. And then the following delivery from the other end, Clark, he was out for 48, caught by the keeper off the bowling of Joe Leach. So Durham got themselves in a little bit of a tiz there. Bedingham was dropped on 60, but other than that, that was the only real chance he gave until he was out. Out there at the minute, we've still got 6 overs to go, so we think this will probably finish around about 10 to 7 today, if the weather holds and the sky's filling in again around us. Durham currently 335 for 7. Paul Coughlin has 9. Ben Rain has 18. Both of these got hundreds batting together in this fixture against Worcestershire last year, so be more than impressive if they could manage that again. But it's very gloomy at the moment. Durham, with 6.1 overs to go tonight, are 335 for 7.
Dylan Pennington bowling his 17th over. He's conceded 69 runs. I said earlier, I don't think he's really got into a rhythm today, Pennington.
Your team bus is just arriving, Dave.
Yeah, it was on the car park behind the stand over there.
All right.
Pennington in bowls, turned away by Coghlan for a single. Just backward a square on the leg side. One more to the total. Yeah, I had to walk around the ground this morning. I thought, what's going on here? Park me up over there.
Yeah.
Not allowed to park him in
No.
space. Oh,
Rules is rules.
Coghlan 10, Rain 18, and Durham 336 for 7.
What's the current generation called?
Well, I still thought they were millennials. No. What are they then?
No, millennials disappeared in '94. You've had Generation Z since then, and now it's Generation Alpha, apparently.
Is that if you were born after 2000? I thought millennials were after 2000.
No? Well, I thought they would have been, but no. 1980 to 1994. Doesn't make sense, that, does it?
Well, no, because they were
Are you being born towards the end of the millennia? Maybe that's it.
Oh, well. Adam Finch is going to have a go. He's taking a couple of wickets today, so he's going to probably bowl only 3 tonight. Is that 6 left on the board? It is, isn't it? Not 8, is it? No, it's 6. Can't quite see it. He's bounding in. Bowls. Cut away. Too short. Too short. Nice gimme. I think there are occasions today when Gibbon and Finch were bowling, and they sort of tied Durham down a little bit, but for me, they bowled too many 4 balls today, and that was a first baller back in the spell after you haven't bowled for a while. Got a bit stiff. Little gap in the play with some blue sky poking through now. Next ball, driven on the offside, but straight to D'Oliveira, who is at extra cover. Takes a lot of time drying and polishing the new ball. Got to look after it. This is what, the 11th over with him, and it did some damage when they first took it. 3 wickets in 7 balls. These two rather steadied the ship. Put on 32. Next ball from pitch wide of the off stump through to wicketkeeper Roderick. Oh, top marks to those that have sat in their seats watching the cricket today. I should imagine when those covers did come on, that a few of them made their way towards the exits. Finch runs away from us, and this time down the leg side. Coghlan a little bit annoyed with himself. I think he didn't get a bat on that because he could have flicked it away. Well, at least one down a fine leg, but he got nout on it. Sun once again just poking through that hole in the cloud. Somebody else has seen enough for the day, heading out of the car park. Finch bowls, nicely driven down the ground. I think it's going to go for 4. Weight is on the chase. He should cut that off just inside. In fact, that's gone for 4. That was timed much better than I imagined. And the outfield, which has dried considerably, it was very damp this morning, it was dried considerably during the day. I've had the mowers on it at the intervals as well, so that will have helped to speed it up a bit. Official sunshine. Finch to bowl the last ball of his 15th over. This is better line and length. Draws batsman Coghlan forward, plays the ball to pitch. Joe Leach picks it up. End of the over, 344 for 7. Durham, and we have 5 overs remaining in the day.
Oh, look at that, the sun's out now.
Told you.
Where's that come from?
Turn the lights off, save some electric. Some very long shadows.
From the floodlight pylons.
Yeah, they are. So, it's a very pleasant spring evening.
Yeah. Nice for your drive up to Beamish with the sun in your eyes. Here comes Pennington bowling to Rain, that's left. So you're up there tonight. Very nice environment, that is. Don't take the wrong turn off because you might be installed as an exhibit at the museum next door.
I might, yeah, just in case they're stock taking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where are you at tomorrow? Near Seaham?
Tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, see, we go towards Seaham, we turn left back towards Sunderland. I can't remember the name of it.
Seaton Village.
It might be, yeah. And then in Durham on Saturday night.
Oh, good. Bowler comes in, that's gone down the leg side. Good take from the keeper. Well, Lydia Jane, who's a big Durham fan, she lives in Seaton Village.
All right.
And last time I was there was for a book launch. She wrote a book a few years ago. So there's a pub in the little sort of courtyard square cul-de-sac bit where she lives. And there's another pub just on the main road, which is quite popular.
Yeah, should be fun.
Niall Quinn used to frequent those pubs.
All right.
When he lived in Sunderland. Played for the club. This is played off towards the covers by Rain, no run there.
Yeah, I walked through Durham this morning, city centre up to the cathedral.
Yeah.
They're not short of pubs and nightclubs, are they?
They're not, no.
Because of the students, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very pleasant walk this morning to the cathedral. Sun was shining. And...
Well, the last time I was in Durham a few weeks ago was the day of the Turkish earthquake.
All right.
And Yengis, who was a restaurant owner in the city, agreed to chat to us. And Pennington comes in and bowls, played away one-handed by Rain, spits up at him a little bit. And lovely man. And I got there and he was on the phone trying to find out if his relatives were alive. And I think they managed to rescue all of them. They were very lucky, but the area he came from was, I think, Antakya, somewhere like that. Was very badly affected.
Yeah, yeah. It's strange. I mean, it's in the news for a while. And then all the clean up and everything else just disappears.
Pennington again. Rain plays this to short mid wicket.
Better over this from Pennington.
A bit tighter line there, wasn't it, Midland leg? The following day I went, I found a lady in Sunderland who was a Syrian refugee, so I interviewed her because she had friends in the north of Syria who were affected, and I spoke to, via her, a friend of hers who was running a orphanage in a particular town to the north. In comes Pennington and edge, and where's that gone? That's gone down to third man. I thought for a second that would be snaffled at second slip, but no. Rain gets a single. And this orphanage had normally about 50, 60 kids, and there was 200 families suddenly living in their compound. They were in the walls of what looked like a castle or something like that.
It's difficult for us to comprehend.
Yeah.
You know, we live in comfort, don't we? What those situations are like and how desperate they are, with nobody basically going to help them, particularly in Syria.
Yeah. They were pleading for humanitarian corridors to be opened.
Yeah. Adam Finch from the Finkel end. This is pushed away on the offside. D'Oliveira, the fielder, had extra cover.
And just like that, Lydia Jane pops up on my way to feed there.
There you
go. Good start for Durham, she says today. Particularly put in difficult conditions, really, this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. I did think that, maybe on reflection, Worcestershire will think that they didn't make the best of those conditions. I didn't think Joe Leach and Dylan Pennington were at their best at the start this morning. I'm sure they'd agree. Finch in bowls. Allowed to go through by Rain. I think it was too far away from his off stump, but probably played on length. And the bounce has been pretty good on this pitch today. Might have moved around a little bit, but the up and down bounce, if you like, has been good, I suppose is the word that I'm searching for.
Ben Gibbon, 4 for 75. The pick of the bowlers today. 2 for 62 for Finch. 1 wicket for Leach.
Finch to Rain, and Rain lets this one go by outside the off stump. It's the bowler's footmarks are very clear on the outfield. Darker, almost a muddy feel to them. Not so much when Finch is bowling, because he's bowling around the wicket, although Gibbon bowled over the wicket from this end. But although we've had sunshine and a bit of a drying wind today, very little rain, it's still a little soggy in places, I would guess. Finch bowls, dabbed away, down into backward point.
I wonder how the trampolining party's gone this afternoon.
Oh.
And the 25 hot dogs.
Well, they go trampolining before the hot dogs.
Yeah.
Are good, because
Yeah.
if you had the hot dogs first and then the trampolining, they could be a bit messy.
Could, yeah.
Could be a bit Lionel messy.
Yeah.
I went to a christening last weekend, which was very nice. Well, a naming ceremony, as they call it.
Oh, right, yeah.
Been to too many funerals lately. But, yeah, that was very pleasant. In that London. Next ball pushed away on the onside to mid-on. Leach does the fielding. Yeah, that's a couple of days in London.
Where was that at?
3 days in Crystal Palace.
Oh, yeah. I was passing there on Sunday.
3 days. Well, yeah, you should have called in. 3
Has
days in
there
London.
been any cake left?
No. 3 days in that London. It's just about enough for me. Get back out into the sticks. Finch. Around the wicket again. And this time just tucked away off the pads. Only be a single. Because Pennington is trolling on the square leg boundary. He jogs into field. 2 overs remaining in the day. 346 for 7. Durham.
Right then, so close of play, get round the pavilion and get the post-match interview in, and now close of play interview in, and then in the members lounge for the forum.
Yeah. They'll be complaining about the peas and
So
the...
I'll probably not get home till about 9:15, 9 o'clock.
They'll be complaining about the peas and the carrots being in the same tray in the dining room. Pennington.
Music night in the pub tonight. Don't know who's on this week.
Live music.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Have a music night every Thursday as round the wicket comes Pennington to Rain. Batted sensibly, these two, haven't they?
Yes, done a good
defended
job.
by Rain there.
Yeah. After those 3 wickets went down, they've done well.
It's the partnership currently 38 from 66 balls.
I reminded that Paul O'Grady was going to be on Boom Radio, but he won't be now.
No. Riven by Rain, that's a nice shot. That was slightly too full a delivery there from Pennington, and Rain's hammered that for 4 through the covers. Is that Paul Grayson? Wasn't it? Didn't Dominic Raab refer to him as Paul Grayson in the Commons?
Oh, right.
350 up for Durham, and a third batting point, 354. 7 comes in 93.2 overs.
Just made a bizarre discovery late in the day.
What?
Got a folder in here with all my bits of stats in.
Pennington. Oh, a little chop down into the ground there from Rain. Do you know what? I think they're just going to get the last couple of overs in before the end of the world comes here. That sky is black now.
That is nasty.
Doesn't look good, does it?
Yeah, just put my stuff away in the folder. There's a picture of Zahir Abbas in there. What's that doing in there?
I don't know.
Yeah. Neither do I. Weird.
Comes Pennington. Rain is there and defends.
We haven't had any Ben Rain puns today, have we? I think we've done rather well to not get involved in that.
Oscar says, I watched Beddingham's marvellous ton via the BBC website while I was at work. Managed to get home in time for some bonus cricket to watch on the stream. It didn't look too clever, though, driving past earlier on the A1. Pennington in. Rain plays a low full toss to mid-on. No run there. Hopefully, this is as exciting as the Sussex game.
There were some good games last week.
Yeah. I would settle for the excitement, but it'd be nice if it was a win this time.
Different result.
Yeah. Pennington bowls. Leaden skies creeping towards us with 2 overs to go here. 350 for 7, Durham. So it's 6:45. Dave's gone to rescue his microphone from the windowsill. That's not shut, that, Dave, is it? That's a burglar's paradise, what you've created there. Have you heard of ladders? We're slowly being enveloped in very leadened conditions.
Would be a bit ironic if we came off with 3 balls to go, wouldn't it? Finch with the penultimate over of the day. Bowls pushed away on the offside. That could race away for 4. Timed that nicely. Very nicely. Coughlin. So he goes to... What's he going to go to? Scoreboard. No, that's right. Goes to 22. And Durham go to 354 for 7. So they have got to that 350. Came together on 308, these two. So 46 added so far. And they've worked hard for them. I would repeat what I said earlier. I think there's too many 4 balls bowled by Worcestershire today. But you've got to take advantage of them. Pinch in again, turned away down towards fine leg. They will only settle for 1, or they will settle for 1, not only settle for 1, 1 more to the total, as Gibbon comes in and hurls the ball back to the wicketkeeper. £355 for 7. It really is. I'm sorry to keep on about the weather, folks, but it's Armageddon is on the way. Finch in, bowls. Oh, that's squeezed away off an outside edge down to 3rd man. I'm sure, well, I'm certain that Ben Rain wasn't totally in charge of that shot, but he got enough bat on it to pick up a single. 1 more to the total. 356 for 7. Come on, Finchy, is the cry. Urging on the bowler. And this ball is short. That's a good bouncer, that. Good bouncer. Auckland really has to work hard to get out the way of it. Sure that an old fast bowling chum of mine, first class cricketer of note, a test cricketer of note, always used to say, you don't bowl enough, short pitch balls, too easy for the batsman to get on the front foot, bounce them out occasionally. Finch in again, this time forward defensively, pushed away on the offside. And Finch has 1 more ball to bowl today. It's a very, if you know the Durham dark blue colour, that cloud coming up behind the pavilion ain't far off that same colour. Finch bowls, flicked away down the leg side. Might be off a pad. No, off the bat, I think, says Rob White. Maybe a bit of both. Anyway, it's another run as keeper Roderick goes to field. That is the end of the penultimate over. Durham are 357 for 7.
Ground staff are poised. Will they get this over in?
Wouldn't it be ironic?
Somebody should write a song like that.
Be ironic if we get soaking wet going around too.
Yeah, that's more likely.
Find their victims for the day.
Yeah. I think my victim might be David Bedingham. Last over then, Peddington bowling his 20th, none for 75. Comes in, bowls, pushed off towards point to D'Oliveira, no run there.
Oh.
Third generation D'Oliveira to play for the club.
Yeah. But the first two officially captain the club. Neither his dad or his grandfather were official captains. Something of which he's quite proud. Why wouldn't you be?
Yeah. Two slips in place, got a third man, fine leg, mid-wicket, backward point, cover. It's gone down to the keeper down the leg side, mid on, mid off. That is a naughty looking sky, David.
Well, I just said it's almost the same colour as
to the north.
Almost the same colour as the Durham blue.
It is, isn't it? The background blue on the on the eaves of the pavilion, yeah. It's almost bruise-like, isn't it, in colour?
Like a 2-day bruise.
Like my hip after I'd lain on the pavement for a few hours waiting for an ambulance last April. Peddington in. This is guided down to third man to wait by Hogland for 1. Partnership, 50 runs.
Yeah,
Sneaky little 50.
Done well. 25 each. Good effort.
In 80 balls. Yeah, Durham just needed that. They needed something steady after the 3 wickets for no runs in 7 deliveries when the new ball came just after the rain break. Questioning whether they should have been out there or not. In comes Pennington, bowls, driven by rain. It's gone off to mid-off, no run there. Thomas says this is a good score after being put in. I would have taken that at 11:15 this morning.
Yeah.
I would have taken 2 hours worth of cricket at 11:15 this morning.
Those skies away in the distance, which have been pretty gloomy all day. They are extra gloomy now.
Kev says Durham have vastly improved the live feed this season, better quality and additional cameras, replays, graphics. And Marty's in sync with the video. Credit where it's due, he says. It's a bit of a leading edge from Rain and bounces off Pennington and Rain goes for a sneaky single.
I know it's late in the day, but a bit sloppy that.
Yeah.
Should have stopped that.
Last ball coming now. The close of play. We'll be back with you tomorrow, be on air with a build-up from about 11:15. Playing this evening's interview. Maybe. What do you record yours on?
Lucy Live, not Lucy Live.
Right, what socket has it got on the phone?
Oh, not good asking me, mate.
Well, headphones. Has it got a headphone socket on it? A normal
No,
headphone socket?
it's a iPhone 11, so you need one of them special things. Oh, I can do it on something else so that we can use it tomorrow.
In comes Pennington. That's a nice shot for 4 from Coglan, straight off the legs and away to deep mid-wicket. So that is the end of the day. Not a bad day, really, in all.
Good day's cricket.
Yeah, it's 363 for 7.
Right, I've got a dinner appointment, old boy. So
okay, well, you have a nice evening. And we've got in the full 96 overs, incredibly.
Yeah, amazing.
So Coglan has 29. And Rain has 26. And their partnership is worth, let me see, do the maths. 55 from 83 balls. Right, we'll leave it there then. got to get a move on, get the post-match interviews in and whatnot. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning. And if you're coming round to the members forum, I'll see you in a few minutes. But from Chester Street, Durham Close, day one on 363 for 7.